Badlands. Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
You're still looking good.
I'm still feeling good. You know, I've got all your MyPillow products. Mattress topper, bed sheets, MyPillows, towels, slippers, blankets.
I'm interrupting this commercial to do something I've never done before. Get 2 MyPillows absolutely free on orders of $100 or more. I can't do this forever, so get on board with this great sale today. Our best-selling 6-piece bath towel sets or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Our famous standard MyPillows only $14.98. Queens $18.98. King size only $1 more. Body pillows $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase $9.98. Save $40 on our spring percale and Giza Dream bed sheet sets. Any size, any color. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And when you spend $100 or more, get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
Experience the miracle of a God-given first responder for your health and an ally in your body that fights everything from minor ailments to major health threats. That ally is your immune system. At Pet Club 24/7, we harness the ancient wisdom of nature with our exclusive potent strain of medicinal mushroom, revered for thousands of years for their immune-supporting properties that are extremely safe with no addictions or overdoses, no side effects, and no interactions with medications. Transform how you manage your health with our all-natural products that help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our natural, time-tested solution and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Transform how you manage health with our all-natural products and help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our all-natural, time-tested solution. Explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Visit badlandsmedia.tv/petclub now.
You'll hear argument next in case 23-1067, Oklahoma versus the Environmental Protection Agency. Mr. Mansingh-Hani.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. EPA actions to approve or disapprove state implementation plans are the prototypical action reviewed in the regional circuit. As I believe Mr. Stewart confirmed in the previous argument, all parties agree at this point that if EPA had disapproved Oklahoma's and Utah's plans in separate Federal Register notices, those would be locally applicable actions. So when it comes to applicability, the only disputed question is whether the disapprovals of these state plans are transformed into a single national action because EPA chose to process and publish them together with the disapprovals of 19 other states. But the text of the Act's venue provision directs the courts to look at the statutory authority under which EPA took its action, not the form of publication. Here, Section 7410 authorizes EPA to take local action, approval or disapproval of state implementation plans. EPA's position that the form of publication dictates the action's applicability for venue purposes has no basis in the text of the statute and indeed is at war with it. That leaves EPA's backup that the Oklahoma and Utah disapproval actions must be reviewed in the DC Circuit because they are based on a determination of nationwide scope or effect. That exception, however, only applies to actions where EPA arrives at a generic conclusion that applies uniformly to all states and that forms a dispositive reason for the agency's action irrespective of local factors. As Justice Gorsuch's and Kavanaugh's questions earlier today indicate, EPA's reading, applying that exception anytime EPA articulates a rubric or a standard and then applies it to a local circumstance, would mean essentially every local EPA action is one that is based on a nationwide determination. The court should reverse the decision below and send this case back to the 10th Circuit. I welcome the court's questions.
You heard the last argument. How does your case differ from the refinery case?
So one major difference is that state plan approvals and disapprovals are explicitly listed in the locally and regionally applicable part of the statute, in the second sentence of the statute. That's not true of renewable fuel standard exemptions. So that makes this like a really easy case for us to say this is locally or regionally applicable.
the nature of the presumption here different? Meaning, there were two, arguably in the first case, nationwide rules, one having to do with focusing just on compliance with legal requirement, and the second, the presumption that you couldn't have hardship. Here, it's been strange in my mind because you don't actually have to follow the EPA's formula, correct?
That's correct. We don't have to follow their modeling. We don't have to follow their framework, and EPA was very clear about that. So
Right. So whatever their framework is, since you don't have to follow it, it's hard to see how it has a nationwide effect, isn't it?
That's correct. It's not even meets their definition of a determination, which is the conclusive ending of a controversy. If we didn't have to follow their framework, it's hard to see how it's even a.
The only argument that I see that might be different is that 1% rule that they have. And there's at least a bunch of amici who say that in absolutely every challenge to a SIP, that the 1% rule is being fought about. So could one say that that's determinative in a way that's nationwide?
So EPA was also clear that with respect to the 1% rule, it has, quote, not imposed a requirement that states use a 1% threshold. That's at page 9373 of the final Federal Register notice. The other problem is that EPA didn't identify that as one of the nationwide determinations when they were invoking the venue exception. So you have a Chenery problem there, and you also have a problem that the statute requires EPA to make a publication. And of course, this is also a long-standing thing they've used. In page 47 of their brief, they acknowledge they've used the 1% rule on prior transport orders and an EME Homer. So it also doesn't meet their test for that reason, because I guess EPA would consider it settled. When Utah tried to use an alternative as a 1 parts per billion threshold instead of a 1% threshold, it gave very Utah-specific reasons for why it thought at a 1 part per billion threshold was more appropriate, and EPA gave very Utah-specific reasons for why it was rejecting Utah-specific reasons.
Counsel, if I might just push back a little bit, I would have thought that if anything, the intuitive appeal of the idea that your case involves nationwide determinations would be the stronger one in some ways for EPA, given that we're talking here about clean air obligations of states and the downwind impact of any state on others. It's good neighbor obligations, as the statute calls it. I mean, gosh, if anything is nationwide impact, it's got to be air pollution because it travels.
Well, the whole statute's about air pollution, but with respect to the good neighbor provision, EPA made clear that interstate ozone transport is a, quote, regional scale pollution problem. You can see that at page 9801 of Oklahoma's proposed disapproval.
Yeah, but it crosses the country in ways that don't respect our jurisdictional boundaries between circuits.
Sure, and I think at most that makes it something that has regional effects. It's not of regional applicability when EPA disapproves this individual state's plan. So for example, Oklahoma's plan was disapproved because it was polluting, allegedly significantly contributing to Texas non-attainment.
Well, you got two circuits right there.
And for the reasons that Mr. Houston gave in the prior case, I don't think their two-circuit rule really is something that
why not? We're going to have different interpretations of the statute with different circuits and all these terrible splits. And gosh, we won't have the immediate resolution of the DC circuit that we could have.
Well, respectfully, I don't think splits are all that terrible. This court's
really, we deal with them?
This court's landmark Clean Air Act cases, state implementation plan cases, Train and Union Electric, both arose from circuit splits where different circuits were adjudicating different state plans, but it touched on cross-cutting issues, such as whether variances could be allowed in a state plan or whether EPA had to consider cost or feasibility, technical feasibility in approving or disapproving a state plan. And there's no indication that those circuit splits that led to this court's landmark decisions in Train and Union Electric were the things that Congress was trying to do away with.
And counsel, I thought your original point was that the statute itself, when in sentence 2 talks about what counts as locally or regionally applicable, and that should go in the appropriate circuit includes approval of SIPs.
That's correct.
I mean, specifically.
Specifically
So regardless
approvals.
of us thinking that air pollution seems national, Congress was putting it in the local or regional bucket.
That's absolutely
So
correct.
are you making the argument then that the third provision has no application to SIPs, can never be applied to SIPs?
No, Justice Gorsuch, I'm not making that argument. So
We're making the argument that the first doesn't, because we're in the second, locally or regional, and then we go to the exception, and we have to decide whether or not it's in the DC circuit, but on the basis of the third prong, not the first one.
That's correct, Justice Jackson. So the examples historically that arose prior to the enactment of the exception are both things that relate to SIPs. They weren't SIP approvals or disapprovals necessarily, but the NRDC cases from the First and DC circuits that Mr. Stewart mentioned, the First Circuit said it involved an automatic application of standard nationwide guidelines to all plans that simultaneously preordained wholesale extensions of the attainment deadline. The Dayton Power case from the Sixth Circuit was the other case that led to, at least according to the legislative history, the enactment of this exception. And there, the Sixth Circuit said what was at issue was a uniform rule that had the effect of amending every state's implementation plan in precisely the same way.
Were these rules?
Say that again.
Were these rules?
It's hard to say that the amendment of a state plan is a rulemaking, but it was published in the Federal Register as a rulemaking in perhaps what I would say is a single order. And it's those types of things where you have a conclusion that applies uniformly to all states and that forms the dispositive reason for the agency's action that are covered by the exception. It's not the types of things that led to this court's cases in Train and Union Electric, where you have an intense mix of very local issues and perhaps some cross-cutting issues that may be true across different states. Not every state was the 1% threshold an issue. Not every state was the modeling that made the difference between approval or disapproval. And here, of course, EPA had issued approvals of state plans individually or sometimes in groups. And there's no indication that I've seen from EPA that there was a reason why its approvals were issued individually. It would go to the regional circuit, and its disapprovals would go to the DC.
Can I ask you about the remedy? So if we agree with you that the Court of Appeals here was wrong to hold that this was nationally applicable under prong one, would you say that we should remand it to the 10th Circuit to apply steps 2 and potentially 3?
That would certainly be an option, but not our first preference. So I think this court has fully in front of it the issue, and it's fairly encompassed within the question presented as to whether the exception applies. And I think in elucidating how the exception applies in our case and the Calumet case, it'll provide greater guidance to lower courts by showing how it applies in two very different factual scenarios.
Should we give the EPA's determination? I mean, that's a thing, right? I mean, the EPA, wrote the determination. Is that owed deference?
It is not owed deference on the question of whether the action is in fact based on a nationwide determination of scope and effect. And remember, this is a venue provision that we're interpreting, and it's very unusual for this court to defer to one party or another's choice of venue. Instead, this court applies the law de novo. And so here the statute, as my friend Mr. Houston said, has two elements. One, that it is based on a determination of nationwide scope and effect. That's reviewed de novo. And second, that EPA publish a finding along those lines. And I think that could be reviewed for arbitrary and capriciousness if EPA chose or didn't choose to publish a finding in any given circumstance. But the first thing is reviewed de novo.
Suppose that, of these 4 determinations, let's just focus. Suppose that with this one, which dealt with the contribution threshold, and suppose that the contribution threshold that EPA picked was super low. Like, so instead of 1%, it was 0.01% or something like that. So low that you knew that every SIP was going to get rejected, every state plan. What would the answer be then?
I think that would present a closer case, and I think that would get closest to what would be a determination of nationwide effect. So it wouldn't have nationwide scope because, in theory, a state could possibly be under that super low threshold, but it might still nonetheless be something that's of nationwide
I mean, it's
effect.
a nationwide, presumably they know what effect this is going to have in every state in my hypothetical. So it seems actually unusual and not to say it would be of nationwide scope. And I'm not suggesting that my hypothetical is at all the same as your case. I mean, actually, it seems to me that these four nationwide determinations, that the nature of them is the agency still has to do a lot of work before deciding whether to issue, whether to approve any state SIP. But in my hypothetical, that's not right. Basically, the nationwide determination is doing all the work.
So I'll push back on one thing, Justice Kagan, which is to say that if the screening threshold operates in the same way in your hypothetical as it does in our rule, then yes, there still has to be a lot of work done because the screening threshold is just that. It screens out what are de minimis contributions and what are contributions that have to be further evaluated to determine whether they are significant. So even a really low screening threshold would still require a lot of further analysis to determine whether any given state's contributions to another state are.
I take that point. So I guess I was hypothesizing a more simple-minded inquiry where basically this threshold was going to make the difference between approval and not, and it was set at so low a level that it was clear that no state could meet it. And then to me, that says, okay, that should be in the DC circuit. Like you don't want 11 circuits deciding whether that's a preposterously low level or not.
Yeah, so if it was an automatic generic conclusion that applied to all states uniformly, you didn't have to really consider whether the state circumstances, I think that would get very close to meeting the exception. Now, to be very clear, we would think that's very illegal, and the state and the EPA doesn't have the ability to set a screening threshold that low and to cabin and state discretion that much. But yes, a very illegal thing could be adjudicated by the DC Circuit as very illegal.
Do you agree or do you disagree with anything Mr. Houston said in the prior argument in terms of the scope of the third sentence, or how much effect the third sentence might have in practice?
So I think the only gap in our position is that Mr. Houston's position is that the statute alone dictates what the relevant determination is, and I think my test is a little bit more flexible. That said, if Mr. Houston's position is correct, I think we still also prevail because in order to disapprove our state plans, EPA would have to conclude that Oklahoma was significantly contributing to another state. That is the relevant determination.
Right, it has to look at the state-specific.
That's precisely correct.
I perceived Mr. Houston's argument to be substantially different than yours, so maybe I'm not understanding. I thought you were you were willing to accept the idea that the third prong allows for a generic conclusion by the EPA that applies uniformly, irrespective of factual differences, and that could be enough. And I took Mr. Houston to be saying something different than that.
So I take Mr. Houston to be saying that generic conclusion has to be mandated by statute. I don't quite go that far. But I think otherwise our tests are very similar.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Anything further? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Salin?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. The Clean Air Act's venue provision channels challenges to national EPA actions to the DC Circuit, while channeling challenges to local or regional EPA actions, such as SIP approvals and disapprovals, to the regional circuits. As you heard this morning, EPA attempts to change this neutral venue rule, which respects cooperative federalism and the expertise of regional circuits, into something very different. There are three fundamental problems with EPA's approach. First, it is at war with the statutory text, including because it requires for it to not devolve into everything being to the DC Circuit, the creation of multiple non-statutory tests, like whether the bundling of multiple actions is a sham, like whether a determination made somewhere in a Federal Register preamble is novel. Second, it leads to unadministrable, wasteful litigation about where actions should be brought. We saw this with some of my friends' answers today about how you have to look at all the comments that were submitted. And I was thinking, for these 21 states, how tall the comment letters would be piling up next to me, that I'd have to read all of them to determine which court that I would need to sue in. And finally, and we haven't heard that much about it today, it leads for an opportunity of significant venue manipulation by EPA that Congress certainly did not envision. I welcome the court's questions.
Just as a matter of curiosity, what is the difference between an action that is nationally applicable and one that is nationwide in effect or scope?
Right. So whether an action is nationally applicable is based on the statutory authority under which Congress is acting. So with SIP approvals or disapprovals under 110K, that has to be done state by state. However, hypothetically, there could be a SIP disapproval or SIP approval that hypothetically could have nationwide effect. The example that we talked about is a complete hypothetical example that we talked about in a reply brief. If a state's pollution problem is so significant that it pollutes across the entire nation, let's say it has that much NOx emissions and it goes all across the nation, theoretically, that locally applicable action would have a nationwide effect. And so that would be an example where the exception would have a real meaning. Now, I want to cover this issue of venue manipulation. That hasn't gotten, even though we've been here for like 2 hours, that hasn't gotten a lot of airing. And I think it's a very problematic aspect of both EPA's arguments on the first two sentences and on its exception. EPA essentially says that if it packages separate actions in a single Federal Register notice subject to an ill-defined sham exception, it can always get into the DC Circuit. Further, EPA says that under the exception, if that's not good enough to get them to the DC Circuit every time, they can say, well, we can point to any general reasoning, which, as Justice Gorsuch pointed out, is just non-arbitrary capricious rulemaking under the APA, and say that that sends us to the DC Circuit under the third prong. It is that amount of power for EPA to essentially take local and regionally applicable actions and send them to DC, send them here, is at war with the Clean Air Act's cooperative federalism regime. And with regard to SIPs, which are a big part of that in particular, the whole notion of SIPs, including with transport SIPs, is that those are state-specific. Those are decisions made by the states how to control pollution coming from sources in the state. The venue provision here is just part and parcel of that when you have those state-specific decisions, you don't have to go to DC to litigate the legality of that. You get to stay in your own backyard. And the cases here, the ones that are pending in the lower courts, are a stark example of what would happen if you allow EPA to essentially subvert this regime.
Can I ask you about your view of remand? Would you object if we reversed the decision on the nationally applicable prong and sent it back to the 10th Circuit for a determination of whether or not the exception applies here?
Certainly, I never want to turn down a win, but I would say that one of the arguments made by EPA in opposition to our cert petition was that the 10th Circuit hadn't decided that question, and our answer in our reply brief wasn't like, give us a round trip. It was that the issue had been fully briefed, it had been decided in other circuits, and this court would be fully able to answer it. We've now been here we've got a lot of pages of briefing, had a lot of oral arguments. I think that this court is now in a good position to decide the meaning of that third sentence and to apply it both in the Calumet case and in our case here. And so just to finish my thought, when thinking about what would be the consequence of allowing EPA to jam all these cases into the DC Circuit, we took a look at how many pages in the Sixth Circuit, in the 6 circuits that are currently taking briefing in these cases focused on state-specific issues. And we counted up to 300 pages of just merits briefing that were focusing on just the state-specific issues, not to say on the background section. To say that all of this could be jammed into the DC Circuit and that these local, intensely local issues, quintessentially local issues, would be able to practically get a fair airing is, I don't think, not realistic and not what Congress envisioned. Now, I will say that we do have a different wrinkle in the way we approach the third sentence, which
I thought your point on the venue was just convenience, not, or is there more to it than that?
Sorry.
In other words, you want to be able to litigate in your home. You know, it's more convenient to litigate in the circuit in the home.
It's more convenient, and it's also.
Is there anything else to it that is behind, any other premise behind your comment there?
Yeah, well, it's. I guess it depends how you define the word convenient. I mean, that you get to litigate your issues without being jammed in with folks that want to submit 270 pages of briefing on issues in different parts of the country. SIPs are quintessentially, decisions on SIPs, quintessentially local. You know, we had, you know, there was, you know, again, the comment. The
premise there, yeah. I'm not going to dispute it too much, but, you know, they get fair attention in both courts.
It is true that the judges of the DC Circuit are excellent judges and work very hard, but
and they're not afraid to rule against EPA pretty routinely either, when justified.
When justified, but I would also say that as a practical matter, when you get consolidated in the DC Circuit, the fight for word count and page count to raise the total, that is, I mean, those of you who have, it is fierce to get a couple of pages on these local specific issues. You know, these 300 pages, you know, there are, you know, when I thought our case was being transferred to DC, thinking about how things that I had 15 pages to say, I would now have 2 pages to say, 3 pages to say. That was a daunting thought, and certainly not what Congress envisioned when it's specifically listed in the second sentence. The SIP approvals and disapprovals go to the regional circuits.
Mr. Saitlin, explain to me how, notwithstanding the 4 determinations, how a SIP approval would vary among states. Like, what would the variations be, notwithstanding that the EPA has made these 4 nationwide determinations?
Well, if you're talking about the third sentence, our approach to
I'm talking about the third sentence.
Our approach to the third sentence is somewhat different. While it does ultimately lead to the same result as my friends in the States.
But mostly I'm not talking about any sentence. I'm actually just talking about like your sense of the practicalities of the situation. You come in with a SIP, EPA has to approve it, has to disapprove it. They've said these 4 things which apply uniformly to all their approval, disapproval decisions. But I'm taking it that you're saying, notwithstanding that they've said those 4 things, the supposed common denominator actually pales in significance relative to the state-specific circumstances and situations and arguments and so on. And I think I want a little bit more meat on the bones as to what that means.
Yeah, so I mean, I will say that those kind of observations are not really relevant to either one of our aspects of our test. You know, our first test for applicability is just.
I just want your sense of like what happens.
Okay, well, what happens is, for example, on the 1% threshold. You know, Utah's and Pacific Corps was my client there. Our submission was that with regard to states in the West, the 1% doesn't make sense. And we use an example.
Not what I'm saying. Suppose we take these 4 nationwide determinations and we just assume that the EPA is going to apply them uniformly. Is there still work to be done as to any SIP approval, disapproval decision?
Yes, of course.
So what is the non-common denominator work that remains to be done?
The space-specific arguments. For example, in Utah, we made the argument that we are like Arizona. And Arizona, a couple years before, EPA had declined to apply the 1% threshold, essentially because the downstate pollution there was to California, and the mountains were essentially trapping most of the pollution there. And so there was so much so little import to the contribution that Arizona was making to California that it wouldn't make any sense to apply the 1% threshold. We said we in Utah, we're told that we're triggering monitors in the Denver area. We said, look, there's mountains around Denver. It's trapping it over there. And so treat us like Arizona. Now, that is a very specific, regional specific thing that, I wouldn't get to our, it would get lost in the DC circuit. And also, it is not one of the 4 determinations. It's something very particular.
Thank you, counsel. Just comments, anything further?
It doesn't get lost. I'll just say that.
I'm sorry, Justice Gorsuch, anything?
Yeah, but there are 4 things, right? I mean, the EPA says they're uncommon to all. And wouldn't it be efficient to have those determined in one venue with excellent judges who pay close attention to them, and then any other regional matters to resolve regionally?
Yeah, well,
that would be a good system too, right?
Certainly, that would be a system that Congress could enact further the way that
Justice Kavanaugh.
Just to make sure on deference, are you saying no deference to EPA's determination that it's nationwide scope and effect?
Yeah, my position is the same as Mr. Houston, but I will have one addition. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
My additional wrinkle is that regardless of whether the court believes that deference is warranted to when EPA applies the proper framework, here there's no deference to the fact that the finding that they made was on the wrong thing. So if you take a look at the Federal Register notice, the only thing that they're finding as a nationwide determination of scope and effect is based on the fundamental flaw that applies to the first and second sentence, which is that they think the action is all 21. So the fact that they identified the wrong action wouldn't be entitled to deference no matter what.
I understand that point.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Justice Barrett? Justice Jackson?
Yeah, you said a couple of times that your approach to the third sentence differed, but you never quite got out. How so?
Yeah, so the sentence, the key sentence is, if such an action is based on a determination of nationwide scope and effect. We think that the word of is ambiguous. We take the states and maybe EPA to read of as if such an action is based on a determination that has a nationwide scope and effect. We read that of to be if such an action is based on a determination of that action's nationwide scope and effect. And I think if, as this opinion writes, I think if you take a look at that, that is the most administrable rule that can be made for the third sentence. And it gives it real import, even though it's in a limited number of cases.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Stewart, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Let me just make 2 or 3 quick observations and then take questions. The first is that there's been colloquy in both of these cases about the propriety of EPA getting deference on a question about what forum the case will be heard in. Under the statute, EPA's has some influence on the question of whether the case, all challenges to a particular action will be heard in a centralized forum or whether instead they can be brought all throughout the country. And if EPA chooses the former course, the fact that the cases go to the DC Circuit, the fact that the DC Circuit is the centralized forum, that's the choice of Congress. That's not the choice of EPA. And so it's not the case that EPA can direct challenges to whatever court it wishes. The second thing I would say, and this goes back to the NRDC cases that I mentioned earlier, that when Congress was studying the venue provision in preparation for the 1977 amendments, it had in mind the SIP approval actions that had taken place and been challenged in the NRDC cases. And when it chose the path that EPA's general counsel recommended rather than the path that ACUS recommended, it wanted to ensure that there was some mechanism available for review of national issues, even when they pertained to the approval or disapproval of SIPs. And finally, Justice Kagan, you said something to the effect that under EPA's framework here, as opposed to the framework in the case before, even once you got past the 1% threshold, questions about the propriety of the 1% de minimis threshold, there was still a lot of work to be done. And I think the analysis is complicated, but at the end of the day, EPA disapproved 21 plans. It approved, I think, 23. I believe that all 23 plans that were approved on the ground that the state fell under the 1% de minimis threshold. So as a practical matter, the determination whether a particular state exceeded the 1% threshold had great predictive effect in terms of whether the plan would be approved or disapproved. I welcome the court's questions.
But once you got past the 1% threshold, which they have in common, the rest of it seems quite particularized. And how would you deal with that as opposed to the refineries where we were only talking about a couple of factors?
Well, I would say that they do require analysis of particular state circumstances, but they are still national in scope, and they still were contested. That is, EPA received comments indicating that challenges to even the subsequent steps of the analysis were not simply going to be, we accept these factors, but we think we satisfy them. There were going to be challenges to the factors themselves.
There's been talk about the benefit of having a simple and straightforward standard, and I think that's true. I also think the point Mr. Saitlin makes is a significant one, too, that if you're, whatever you want to put it, more at home in your local circuit and less likely to get lost in the shuffle here in Washington. And I wondered if you had a response to his concern in that respect.
I mean, I think that just depends. I mean, part of the awkwardness of the case is the extent of the statute is the extent to which that is so depends on the extent to which your challenges are to the national criteria that EPA has promulgated, or whether they are to the way in which those criteria are applied to your own state-specific circumstances. And the more that the latter is the case, the more it makes sense to be in the regional circuit. The reason I say it's an awkwardness of the statute is the statute requires that the venue determination be made as of at the time that the action is taken, and it doesn't take into account what set of challenges do particular petitions for review choose to make. And so the best we can do is have a test that tries to use proxies for actions that are as to which the national determinations are likely to be the focus of judicial review.
So the statute does look at the action at the time it's taken, and sentence 2 very clearly puts these kinds of actions, the SIPs, in the local or regional bucket. So I guess I'm confused as to why the government is even taking the position that the first bucket is applicable here.
I mean, we see the specification of SIP decisions in prong 2 as referring to decisions regarding an individual SIP. And to the extent that we publish approvals or disapprovals of particular state SIPs on a one-to-one basis, we would agree that those are regionally.
So you think the statute was really meant to distinguish between 1 and 2 on the basis of the EPA's publishing determinations?
Well, I would say that the statute was meant to distinguish between 1 and 2 on the basis of the action that EPA took. And if you regard what EPA did here as simply a publishing decision, then we would say, no, you should probably disregard it. We think of it as more than that. In the same
Are they materially different? If what the EPA did here was separate out, I mean, I understand, I see one publication that lists each state separately and has the analysis for each state separately. If EPA put a page break between each one of the states and publish them differently, would you say that's a sentence 2 scenario?
I don't think a page break would be enough, but if EPA issued 21 different Federal Register notices on 21 consecutive days, all applying
with the same content, exactly the same content.
With the same kind of content as to the nationwide part of it, and then each one with a different analysis. How does this content, the nationwide content, apply to the particular state involved? Then we would say that's a series of discrete state-specific actions. And in a way, the most straightforward way for us to prevail in this case ultimately is on prong 3, because the analysis under prong 3 doesn't depend on what, if any, weight the court gives to EPA's decision to issue all of these in one Federal Register notice.
So on the prong 3,
determination. What is your view as to why this is still driven? I understand that you have 4 factors and you're applying the 4 factors, and we would hope that that would be the case, that you would be assessing each state consistently using a set of criteria. But I take your point that that's enough to make it a determination of national scope or application?
Well, I mean, it is partly that they were the 4 criteria we were going to use. It was partly that they, at least to a degree, were new and contested. We anticipated from comments we received on the proposed disapprovals that the states would contest the methodology, not just its application. The other thing I would say is all of the states whose plans were disapproved had proposed to take no further ameliorative action with respect to ozone transport beyond what they were already doing. So it would have been a much more complicated analysis if various states had been planning to improve their plans in different ways, and EPA was required to make state-by-state determinations as to, is this good enough? Instead, we approved a lot of plans that for states that fell below the 1% threshold, disapproved a lot of plans for states that, in our view, fell above it and that didn't propose to do anything additional.
So you knew the challenges were going to be to the 4 factors, right, because the plans in all the states was to do nothing. And so it had to challenge the factors that you were using.
We anticipated that, and we had confirmation of that from the fact that we had published proposed disapprovals for each of the states and had received comments on
saying this much. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
And so again, as I take it, you're consistent between the 2 cases in this respect. You're saying there are new criteria, that's what's going to get challenged, that should go to the DC Circuit, and maybe 10 years later when the criteria are settled and it really does turn on local factors, then the regional circuits can take over again.
Yes, exactly.
But isn't it here how those factors are actually working and the differences in the modeling in each state that is driving the determination? I mean, I think this goes back to Justice Kagan's points earlier, that yes, the factors are new, they're going to be contested, and if those factors had necessarily come out the same way because we didn't really care about the facts of each case in the application, then perhaps it would make sense to have the DC Circuit doing it. But if you're applying new factors and it matters that you are Denver versus, Arizona or whatever in terms of how the modeling works, I guess I don't see how this is necessarily the same as the refinery determination.
I mean, there's an obvious difference in outcomes in the sense that with the refineries, we ultimately denied all 105 of the exemption applications, whereas with the various state plans that EPA got, we disapproved 21 of them and approved 23 or plus or minus 1 or 2 of that. So we were approving a little over half the plan submissions. In that case, it looks as though there's more, and there is more state-specific variation in outcome. The 2 things I would say are a determination can be, a nationwide determination can be central to the analysis and be the focus of judicial scrutiny and be the sort of thing that for which centralized review is important, even if it doesn't kind of preordain the outcome of a particular matter. And then the second thing I would say is with respect to the state by state variations here, the big predictor was, did you fall above or below the 1%?
I know, but we're in the exception. I mean, the thing that troubles me about your first point, at least, is that we've already determined in the structure of the statute that these are local because we're in prong 3. And the exception, I would think, would just be identifying the particular circumstances in which, even though we know we have state-specific variation that matters, that's why we're local, we're still going to say, no, this is really being driven in a significant way by the national determination. And so I guess I just don't, it's hard for me to square that understanding of the structure of the statute and the fact that we're in an exception with an argument that says, yes, but
there's a national standard doing some work here?
Well, I mean, obviously the only people who are going to seek judicial review are people who didn't get the result that they want from the agency. And so in the case of SIP disapprovals, the disappointed parties would predominantly be states, to some extent industry. And so you'd have to ask, if you were trying to route to the DC circuit the recurring national issues while leaving local issues to the regional circuits, you'd want to be anticipating as best you can, are the people who are disappointed by this decision likely in the main to challenge it on the ground that the national framework was no good, or in the main will they argue that even accepting the national framework, the outcome should have been different in my case. Again, based on both kind of the nature of the inquiry and the comments we had received on the proposed disapprovals, EPA anticipated that in the main, the challenges would be to the nationwide aspects. And although it's not directly relevant to the venue question, that's been borne out in practice. The people who have challenged these the SIP disapprovals in the regional circuits have primarily focused on the nationwide framework rather than on the site-specific application.
In your rebuttal in the earlier case where you said some cases have ended up in the DC circuit without being challenged, the venue being challenged, and I think that's right. Were you referring though to the prong 1 cases or prong 3 cases?
I mean, I think in most of these cases, EPA would identify both in the rulemaking as bases for DC circuit venue. And so as happened in these Federal Register notices.
They're both prong 1 and.
Both prong 1 and 3. And because the people sued in the DC circuit and nobody contested venue, it wasn't.
I think the point would be is different if it were an exclusively prong 3 situation.
I think that's right, although.
Then it would.
I guess
you get my point.
Yeah, and my response to Mr. Houston was just to the effect that the fact that we can't point to published Court of Appeals opinions that have upheld prong 3 findings by EPA is more a function of those findings not being challenged in prior litigation than it is of we make findings, prong 3 findings, and sometimes they're struck down but they're never upheld. That hasn't been the case. We're not aware of any case in which EPA has made a prong 3 finding and a court has disapproved it. I guess the last thing I wanted to say is I've always been bemused in these papers by references to the DC Circuit as a hometown court for EPA, because if location in DC meant that the DC Circuit is a hometown court, then this court would be a hometown court for EPA, and I've never had that perception. Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice.
Anything further? Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Mr. Mansinghani.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. 2 quick points. To Justice Kagan's question about whether the 4 determinations were sort of the be-all, end-all here, and it seems like Mr. Stewart seemed to think so with the 1% threshold. You know, if you look at Oklahoma's plan, Oklahoma said, look, even though we're above the screening threshold, here's why our contributions are not significantly going to contribute to non-attainment downwind. Look at the trends in Oklahoma's emissions due to the specific structure of the Southern Power Pool and to how Oklahoma operates its electric generating fleet, and look at the dropping ozone levels in downwind states like Texas because of mobile source changes. EPA rejected those rationales, but nonetheless, those were state-specific things that ended up controlling the decision. Similarly with Utah, Utah said, based on a weight of the evidence analysis, we don't think we're significantly contributing because in the West, as the EPA had prior determined with states like Arizona and California, the relative contributions are relatively low, around 6 to 7% are coming from other states, very different from what's happening in the East. So these were all very state-specific things that EPA had to adjudicate even after it got past all of those 4 determinations. The second thing I wanted to talk about was where we are with the text of the exception. You know, Mr. Stewart's test has a lot of atextual things to it. Well, it has to be a determination, but a new one, not an old one. We have to try to figure out what part of the action litigants are likely to challenge. Are they likely to challenge the local aspects or the national aspects? That seems like a very hard to adjudicate venue test, and it's also something that doesn't come from anywhere in the statute. I think our test comes from the words based on, which in this court's Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act decision in Sachs, I think takes a similar approach as we do. It has to be the gravamen or foundation of the action and not just an element. And in that case, this court declined to apply the commercial activities exception in a unanimous decision, even though plaintiffs had alleged commercial activities, because the court said that alleging all of those things alone still entitled plaintiffs to nothing. But then you also couple that with the fact that I think the third sentence has to be read in conjunction with the first two. It has to be things like are in the first sentence, like the setting of a national uniform air quality standard or a national uniform standard of performance for sources. Couple that with the types of cases that we talked about, like the NRDC cases and Dayton Power cases, and the fact that this is a venue clause, so it shouldn't be manipulable, and the fact that it's an exception, so it shouldn't be read to swallow the rule. I think all of that leads to our test.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
The Honorable Court is now adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Witnesses, General Cotton from Stratcom and General Whiting from Spacecom. General Cotton, this is likely one of the last times you'll be speaking before our committee. You have always been open and forthright with this committee, and I want to thank you for your service and dedication as you approach your final year as Commander of Stratcom. Today, we face a threat environment more dangerous than we've seen since the Second World War. For the first time in history, the United States faces two adversary nuclear powers in Russia and China. Russia has nearly completed modernizing its nuclear triad and continues to expand and improve their tactical nuclear forces. China, meanwhile, which used to be considered a lesser included case, is expanding its own arsenal at a breathtaking pace. China now has more ICBM launchers than the United States and is expected at least to triple its stockpile by 2035. I would also note that China has outpaced every previous estimate that we've made. General Cotton, as you well know, this is an extremely important time for Stratcom. Each leg of our triad is undergoing a generational modernization. This includes the Columbia-class submarine to replace the Ohio-class, the B-21 bomber to replace the B-1 and B-2 bombers, and the Sentinel ICBM to replace the Minuteman III. Given the ages of the legacy programs, it is essential that these modernization efforts be prioritized and properly resourced to ensure we have capabilities fielded in time to meet the growing threat. While it is the responsibility of the services to get these programs back on schedule, it is STRATCOM who must mitigate risk associated with any delays. I look forward to hearing more in the closed session about your plans to do so. Additionally, the Nuclear Armed Sea Launch Cruise Missile, or SLCM, remains a critical program to deter our adversaries from believing they can use tactical nuclear weapons. I look forward to hearing from you, General Cotton, on your work with the Navy on SLCM. I would be remiss if I did not also underscore the importance of NC3, what Senator King and I refer to as the fourth leg of the triad. NC3 underpins all aspects of nuclear deterrence. General Cotton, I appreciate the focus that you have given NC3 modernization during your time in command, and I will be eager to receive an update on the implementation of the NC3 roadmap. General Whiting, the space domain is now, as you point out in your opening statement, a highly contested strategic environment. China and Russia possess growing counterspace capabilities that hold U.S. space assets at risk. Russia is developing the capability to place a nuclear weapon on orbit, while China is investing in maneuverable satellites that could target our satellites. And these are just the threats that we can discuss in this open setting. While I look forward to a more robust discussion on how we need to address these threats in a classified session, I'm eager to hear from you during this open session on your priorities for fiscal year 2026 and how we can leverage emerging technologies to field more dynamic space-based systems. I am also eager to hear an update on how SpaceCom is working with the other combatant commands, the services, and the intelligence community to ensure that we are developing the right capabilities, sharing information with warfighters in real time, and that the services and interagency partners are integrated appropriately. I will make one final point before I turn it over to Senator King for his opening statement. Both of your combatant commands rely on access to critical electromagnetic spectrum to carry out your missions. As we know, there are efforts underway to force DOD to vacate portions of those spectrum bands. Such an outcome would be detrimental to U.S. national security and result in significant costs as various DOD equities are forced to invest the resources to redesign, procure, and field new systems to operate in different spectrum bands, if that is even feasible. General Whiting and General Cotton, I look forward to hearing from both of you on the importance of spectrum to your missions. Before any decisions are made on whether to auction off DOD spectrum, the American people deserve to understand the risks there would be to national security. Again, thank you both for appearing before us today. I look forward to hearing your testimony. Senator King, you are recognized.
Thank you, Senator Fisher. I want to first thank both of you for your service and for the incredible work that you've done, both in managing the assets that are in your purview, but also in thinking about how to move forward. This is a posture hearing. It's really a status report. It's a combination of a status report, where are we now, but where do we need to be? And what do we need in the way of resources in order to get there? General Cotton, deterrence is the keystone of our entire defense strategy. We often forget that. We get lost in counting tanks or airplanes or Navy ships, but the whole idea of all of these resources is that they never be used, that they be such a terrifying prospect for a potential adversary that they will never be used. And in fact, the deterrence has worked in the nuclear area for 75, 80 years. So that's really what we need to talk about today. And modernizing the triad, which we're in the middle of right now, is an expensive proposition. But to shortchange that process,
Once again, good morning, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare the committee in recess at any time. Before we begin today's hearing, I want to provide a few important reminders. First, today's open portion is being broadcast live on C-SPAN and streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This open portion of the hearing will be conducted entirely on an unclassified basis. All participants are reminded to refrain from discussing classified or other sensitive information protected from public disclosure. I will adjourn this open session following completion of one round of questions, and we will then move into a closed session where such questions can be asked. Second, I want to inform the audience that while I fully support constitutionally protected free speech and the right to assemble, this is not the time or place. Any would-be disruptors in the audience who interfere with the committee's business will not be tolerated. For this event, members will have 5 minutes with witnesses. I would ask each of my colleagues to keep both your questions and complete answers from the witnesses within those allotted 5 minutes. Any last questions that can't be answered in time will be submitted for the record. In the same manner in which the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence has conducted itself in recent worldwide threats hearings, I expect that we will continue to act in a bipartisan and a respectful manner during today's event. I'm confident all members can treat each of our witnesses today with due respect, consistent with past practice. This worldwide threats hearing provides the American people the opportunity to hear directly from our intelligence community leadership on the threats that face our nation. It's my pleasure to welcome our witnesses to today's hearing. Director of National Intelligence, the Honorable Tulsi Gabbard. Director of Central Intelligence Agency, the Honorable John Ratcliffe. Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Honorable Kash Patel. Director of National Security Agency, General Tim Hawk. Director of Defense Intelligence Agency, Lieutenant General Jeffrey Cruz. Thank you all for being here. First, I want to address an issue that was made public earlier this week regarding a group text message exchange that included several members of President Trump's national security leadership team and a journalist. Yesterday, our colleagues on the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence held their hearing on the annual threat assessment, and unfortunately, instead of exploring the real and existential threats that face our nation, which is the purpose of this hearing, this issue consumed most of their time. While I will address this topic further in my questions, it's my sincere hope that we use this hearing to discuss the many foreign threats facing our nation. I have deep concerns about the state of our national security. The war between Russia and Ukraine has just surpassed 3 years and now includes North Korean troops on the battlefield. Iran remains the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, supporting terrorist organizations throughout the Middle East like Hezbollah and Hamas, fueling the latter's war with Israel and Gaza. The threat of the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, has metastasized worldwide, expanding a robust military and espionage capability well beyond the Pacific, including here within the Western Hemisphere. The CCP's aggressiveness in operations below the level of armed conflict continues to grow. For example, they have sponsored cyber attacks against United States critical infrastructure and even recruited a New York State governor's office employee into being an undisclosed agent of the CCP. And after 4 years of a catastrophic open border policy and limited and in many cases no vetting, we have seen an explosion of illegal migrants crossing our border since 2021. In fiscal year 2024, 516 were identified to be known or suspected terrorists, 106 of whom tried to sneak into our country between ports of entry. And these are just the ones we caught. of the nearly 3 million encounters recorded by Customs and Border Protection. We've also seen an ISIS-affiliated human smuggling network bringing more than 400 migrants into the United States. And this occurs through networks associated with cartels and gangs from Sinaloa to CJ&G, who present an unacceptable risk to the security of the American people. In the midst of such threats, many have understandably lost trust in the intelligence community. One reason I'm particularly concerned about is the pattern of lapses I've seen in analytic integrity and objectivity in some of the assessments provided by the IC in the last few years. From President Trump-Russia collusion fiasco to the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic to anomalous health incidents, there have been numerous instances of the IC suppressing certain reporting, using substandard reporting to support a pre-decided thesis, and failure or refusal to consider plausible alternative analyses. That, combined with many other examples of weaponized government, results in a situation where the United States is facing very real threats, while many of our citizens lack trust in those they empower to inform on or counter these threats. Look, I've been honored to serve our country for many years now, first as an explosive ordnance disposal technician in the Army, now as a representative for the 1st District of Arkansas and chairman of this committee. In my time here, I've traveled the world and met with countless IC employees, from everyday Americans doing challenging and often dangerous work of intelligence to agencies directors like yourselves. The vast majority of those people are honest, hardworking, patriotic Americans that silently and without accolades do difficult jobs, often in austere places, sacrificing time with their families and in some cases putting themselves in danger, all in order to serve the United States. These silent warriors deserve our gratitude and our respect. They do not deserve to have their reputations besmirched by poor leadership. Unfortunately, in recent years, we've seen instances of politicized, self-serving, dishonest leaders sustaining the reputation of our institutions and patriots by abusing the powers and sacred trust given to them by the American people. We have some real work to do. You and your roles as leaders of prestigious organizations, and us as members of this committee charged with conducting honest and rigorous oversight, must ensure that our institutions work for the American people. Those that don't uphold the stringent standards of integrity that the American people expect and deserve must be held accountable. In the instances where trust is breached, those involved must be held accountable. This will help rebuild the trust between the American people and those that serve them in the intelligence community. Today, we need you to be candid about the threats facing the United States. I have deep concerns that many threats have been downplayed or not taken seriously enough for some time, particularly in the homeland and the Western Hemisphere. I look forward to hearing your assessment. Thank you again to our witnesses for being here today. And with that, I want to yield to the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Himes, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning and welcome to our witnesses. As the chairman said, this hearing is an important opportunity for our committee and the American people to hear directly from the senior leadership of the intelligence community about the threats that our faces. I read the unclassified report and I found a lot of continuity in the IC's assessment about critical threats to our national security compared to last year's assessment. The IC continues to see threats from our principal adversaries, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. I must say, though, that after these last 2 months, I'm worried that the call may be coming from inside the House. This report calls Russia, and I quote, an enduring potential threat to U.S. power, presence, and global interests. But as far as I can tell, we're now on Team Kremlin. We vote with them and against our allies in the United Nations. We humiliate President Zelensky in the Oval Office. The president's chief Russian negotiator, Steve Witkoff, is repeating Russian talking points and participating on a madcap signal chat about an attack on Yemen while inside Russia. USAID is gone, and with it, all American soft power. If I had time, I would ask the generals at this table about what it means to our national security to give up our soft power. We're no longer helping struggling nations in Africa. China, or worse, terrorists, are filling the vacuum. I wonder how many of those African countries will be named in next year's threat assessment. Thanks to DOGE, the men we paid to guard the most vicious ISIS terrorists in the world in Syria walked off the job. Do you think we'll see their names in this document next year? Elon Musk fired the people who maintain our nuclear weapons. Does that feel like a threat to you? Apparently, all of this mayhem is cheered by the President of the United States and by 20-somethings with laptops and nicknames like Big Balls. But I've been doing this for a long time, and I know that Moscow and Beijing and Tehran and Pyongyang cannot believe their luck. Now we come to learn that people in the most dangerous and sensitive jobs on the planet put extremely specific pre-decisional discussions about a military attack on signal, which could be intercepted by the Russians and the Chinese. Everyone here knows that the Russians or the Chinese could have gotten all of that information, and they could have passed it on to the Houthis, who easily could have repositioned weapons and altered their plans to knock down planes or sink ships. I think that it's by the awesome grace of God that we are not mourning dead pilots right now. The two general officers sitting at the table and the people who work for all of you know that if they had set up and participated in the signal chat, they would be gone. And they know that there's only one response to a mistake of this magnitude. You apologize, you own it, and you stop everything until you can figure out what went wrong and how it might not ever happen again. That's not what happened. The Secretary of Defense responded with a brutal attack on the reporter who did not ask to be on the signal chain. Yesterday, our former colleague Mike Waltz did the same in the White House and then went on Fox to call Jeff Goldberg a loser. What do you think the people who work for you are seeing and learning from that? Now, except for that last part, almost all of the mayhem slowly eroding our safety, our standing, and our security in the world has largely happened outside the IC. If you had a part in that, and I suspect you did, I thank you. I'll say it now and I'll say it again every time we see each other over the next couple of years. You must protect the thousands of patriots who go to work every day under you to keep us safe. You need to go to work every day thinking about their morale, their well-being, and their protection. I've done intelligence oversight for more than a decade. It's my job to ask you the tough questions and maybe even make you uncomfortable. But John, I don't ever walk through your lobby and look at those 140 stars on the wall without choking up over the fact that men and women far better than I will give their lives to keep us safe. There's about a dozen people in this room who know all their stories, and you know and I know that many of the men and women who have stars on that wall died because of bad decisions or poor judgment by their leaders. We've all worked together before, and recent events notwithstanding, we need you to succeed. Your people and our safety requires you to succeed. I really hope you do. But let me say now that if some overcaffeinated 20-year-old succeeds in firing your linguists or your mathematicians or your paramilitary officers, if you shut down some unit because Steve Bannon or Seb Gorka doesn't like it, America will be less safe and people will get hurt. And I and this committee and history will be very unkind.
Gentleman yields. Now recognize Director Gabbard to make a statement on behalf of the intelligence community.
Thank you very much, Chairman Crawford and Ranking Member Himes. Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity for us to be here to present the 2025 Annual Threat Assessment. I'm joined here by my colleagues from the CIA, DIA, FBI, and NSA. Our testimony today offers the collective assessment of the 18 U.S. intelligence elements making up the U.S. intelligence community and draws on the intelligence collection and information available to the IC from open source and private sector and the expertise of our analysts. It evaluates what the IC assesses most threatens our people and our nation's ability to live in a peaceful, free, secure, and prosperous society. As you know very well, we face an increasingly complex threat environment that is threatening us here at home and our interests abroad. I'll begin by focusing on what most immediately and directly threatens the United States and the well-being of the American people, the non-state criminal groups and terrorists putting American lives and livelihood at risk. I'll then move on to focus on the key nation states who have the capability to threaten our security in the interests of the United States. Cartels, gangs, and other transnational criminal organizations in our part of the world are engaging in a wide array of illicit activity, from narcotics trafficking to money laundering, smuggling of illegal immigrants, and human trafficking, which endanger the health, welfare, and safety of everyday Americans. Based on our latest reporting available for the year-long period ending October 2024, cartels were largely responsible for the deaths of more than 54,000 American citizens due to synthetic opioids. Mexico-based transnational criminal organizations are the main suppliers of illicit fentanyl to the U.S. market and are quickly adapting to enforcement and regulatory pressures by using multiple sources and methods to procure precursor chemicals and equipment, primarily from China and India, many of which are dual-use chemicals used in legitimate industries. Independent fentanyl producers are also increasingly fragmenting the drug trade in Mexico. The ready availability of precursor chemicals and ease of making illicit fentanyl have enabled independent actors to increase illicit fentanyl production and smuggling operations in Mexico. Cartels are profiting from human trafficking and have likely facilitated more than 2 million illegal immigrants encountered by law enforcement at the U.S. Southwest border in 2024 alone, straining our vital resources and putting the American people at risk. Criminal groups drive much of the unrest and lawlessness in the Western Hemisphere. They also engage in extortion, weapons and human smuggling, and other illicit and dangerous revenue-seeking operations, including kidnapping for ransom, forced labor, and sex trafficking. While some of these key drivers of migrants are expected to persist, heightened U.S. border security enforcement and deportations under the Trump administration are proving to serve as a deterrent for migrants seeking to illegally cross our borders. U.S. Border Patrol apprehensions along the southwest border in January 2025 dropped 85% from the same period in 2024. Transnational Islamist extremists such as ISIS and Al-Qaeda and affiliated jihadi groups continue to pursue, enable, or inspire attacks against the United States and our citizens abroad and within the homeland to advance their ultimate objective of establishing a global Islamist caliphate. This includes heightened efforts to spread their ideology to recruit and radicalize individuals in the U.S. and the West. While the New Year's Day attacker in New Orleans had no known direct contact with ISIS terrorists, he was influenced and radicalized by ISIS ideological propaganda, as one example. Al-Qaeda and its affiliates continue to call for attacks against the United States as they conduct attacks overseas. These jihadist groups have shown their ability to adapt and evolve, including using new technology and tactics to spread their ideology and recruit new followers. A range of non-state cyber criminals are also targeting our economic interests, our critical infrastructure, and advanced commercial capability for extortion, other coercive pursuits, and financial gain. These actors are using a variety of tactics, including phishing, ransomware, and denial of service attacks to disrupt our systems and steal sensitive and lucrative information, using available technologies and taking advantage of U.S. cyber vulnerabilities. Ransomware actors last year, for example, attacked the largest payment processor for U.S. healthcare institutions, and another set of criminal actors conducted cyber attacks against U.S. water utilities. Some of these non-state cyber actors also operate as proxies for or emulate similar activities being carried out by major state actors. The IC sees China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea engaging in activities that could challenge U.S. capabilities and interests, especially related to our security and economy. They are in some cases working together in different areas to target U.S. interests and to protect themselves from U.S. sanctions. At this point, the IC assesses that China is our most capable strategic competitor. Under the leadership of Xi Jinping, the People's Republic of China seeks to position itself as a leading power in the world stage, economically, technologically, and militarily. Beijing is driven in part by a belief that Washington is pursuing a broad effort to contain China's rise and undermine CCP rule. China's most serious domestic challenge is probably China's slowing economy and the potential instability that could occur if socioeconomic grievances lead to large-scale unrest. Growing economic tensions with the United States and other countries could also weigh on China's plans for economic growth and domestic job creation. China's military is fielding advanced capabilities, including hypersonic weapons, stealth aircraft, advanced submarines, stronger space and cyber warfare assets, and a larger arsenal of nuclear weapons. While it appears they would like to develop and maintain positive ties with the United States and the Trump administration to advance its own interests and avoid conflict, China is building its military capability in part to gain an advantage in the event of a military conflict with the United States around the issue of China's efforts towards unification with the Republic of China or Taiwan. Beijing is advancing its cyber capabilities for sophisticated operations aimed at stealing sensitive U.S. government and private sector information and pre-positioning additional asymmetric attack options that may be deployed in a conflict. China's cyber activities have been linked to multiple high-profile breaches, including last year's massive compromise of U.S. telecom infrastructure, commonly referred to as Salt Typhoon. Beijing currently dominates global markets and strategically important supply chains, for example, with the mining and processing of several critical minerals. In December, China imposed an export ban to the United States on gallium, germanium, and antimony, all of which are important to the production of semiconductors and our defense technologies. This was in direct response to U.S. export controls on chips designed to broadly limit PRC access to advanced chips and chip-making equipment. China also aims to compete in other critical global industries, including AI, legacy semiconductor chip production, biomanufacturing and genetic sequencing, and medical and pharmaceutical supply production. Russia's nuclear and conventional military capabilities, along with its demonstrated economic and military resilience, make it a formidable competitor. Moscow has more nuclear weapons than any other nation that could inflict catastrophic damage on the United States and the world in the event of a major war that Russian leaders feared put them and their regime at serious risk. In late 2024, Russia announced updates to its public nuclear doctrine, expanding the conditions under which Russia would consider using nuclear weapons. Russia is building a more modern and survivable nuclear force designed to circumvent U.S. missile defense through reliable retaliatory strike potential. It intends to deter the U.S. by holding the U.S. homeland at risk and by having the capabilities to threaten nuclear war in a conflict. Russia's developed advanced cyber capabilities and has attempted to pre-position access to U.S. critical infrastructure for asymmetric options and make it a persistent cyber threat. Russia's cyber activities have been linked to multiple high-profile breaches, including the 2023 hack of Microsoft. Russia is also fielding new capabilities in anti-satellite weapons meant to degrade U.S. and allied space infrastructure. Among Russia's most concerning developments is a new satellite intended to carry a nuclear weapon as an anti-satellite weapon, violating long-standing international law against such activity and putting the U.S. and global economy at risk. Iran continues to seek to expand its influence in the Middle East, despite the degradation to its proxies and defenses during the Gaza conflict. Iran has developed and maintains ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and UAVs, including systems capable of striking U.S. targets and allies in the region. They've shown a willingness to use these weapons, including during a 2020 attack on U.S. forces in Iraq and in attacks against Israel in April and October 2024. Iran's cyber operations and capabilities also present a serious threat to U.S. networks and data. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. We continue to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program. In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons. Iran will likely continue efforts to counter Israel and press for a U.S. military withdrawal from the region by aiding, arming, and helping to reconstitute its loose consortium of like-minded terrorist actors, which it refers to as its axis of resistance. Although weakened, this collection of actors still presents a wide range of threats, including to Israel's population, U.S. forces deployed in Iraq and Syria, as well as U.S. and international military and commercial shipping and transit. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is pursuing stronger strategic and conventional capabilities that can target U.S. forces and allies in the region, as well as the U.S. homeland, to bolster North Korea's leverage and stature, defend its regime, and achieve at least tacit recognition as a nuclear weapons power. Kim's recently cemented strategic partnership with Russia supports these goals by providing him with greater financial, military, and diplomatic support, reducing its reliance on China, and providing North Korean forces and weapons systems with warfighting experience. Kim views his strategic weapons advances, its deepening ties with Russia, and its economic durability as strengthening his negotiating position against Washington's demands for denuclearization and lessening Kim's need for sanctions relief. Since 2022, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have grown closer. Removing the accelerant of the war in Ukraine is unlikely to revert these bilateral relationships to a pre-war 2021 baseline, leaving room for new strategic priorities and world events to create new incentives or challenges to their expanded cooperation. Russia has been a catalyst for much of this expansion, driven heavily by the support it has needed for its war against Ukraine, including protection from U.S. and Western sanctions. In addition to exchange of military and other resource capabilities with North Korea, Russia has relied more heavily on China's financial and defense industry backing and has increased combined military exercises with China. With Iran, Russia has also expanded financial ties to mitigate sanctions. Iran has become a critical military supplier to Russia, especially of UAVs, in exchange for Russian technical support for Iranian weapons, intelligence, and advanced cyber capabilities. The threats that we see to the U.S. to U.S. national security are both complex and multifaceted. In closing, I want to address briefly the signal chat issue that I know many of you are concerned about. The President and National Security Advisor Waltz held a press conference yesterday with a clear message. It was a mistake that a reporter was inadvertently added to a signal chat with high-level national security principals having a policy discussion about imminent strikes against the Houthis and the effects of the strike. National Security Advisor has taken full responsibility for this, and the National Security Council is conducting an in-depth review along with technical experts working to determine how this reporter was inadvertently added to this chat. The conversation was candid and sensitive, but as the President and National Security Advisor stated, no classified information was shared. There were no sources, methods, locations, or war plans that were shared. This was a standard update to the National Security Cabinet that was provided alongside updates that were given to foreign partners in the region. The Signal Message app comes pre-installed on government devices. In December of 2024, CISA stated, quote, "We strongly urge highly targeted individuals to immediately review and apply best practices provided in the guidance to protect mobile communications, including consistent use of end-to-end encryption." And they named Signal as an app as an example of such an end-to-end encrypted messaging app. Ideally, these conversations occur in person. However, at times, fast-moving coordination of an unclassified nature is necessary where in-person conversation is not an option. I'm also aware that a lawsuit was filed yesterday on this issue. As a result of that pending litigation, I'm limited in my ability to comment further on that specific case. My Office of General Counsel will be in close contact with the Department of Justice on this matter. The most important thing to the American people and to all of us is the success of this military operation against terrorists who have been and continue to attack American service members was extremely successful. thanks to the leadership of President Trump and the actions of our brave men and women in uniform. As the heads of the American people's intelligence community, we will continue to provide the President, you in Congress, and our warfighters with timely, unbiased, relevant intelligence to keep our country secure, free, prosperous, and at peace. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Gabbard. We now turn to member questions. I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to talk about, before I get into the threats, I want to talk about something we've talked about in this committee and in this setting before. We've had IC agency leaders commit to complying with our document requests but not follow through. And I don't know if this is due to direction from previous administration or middle management obstruction, but I find it completely unacceptable. In fact, I had to subpoena the NSA in order to cooperate with our AHI investigation last year. As you all know, it's the charge of this committee to conduct rigorous oversight, and part of that oversight is to occasionally requires us that we request documents from your organizations to enable our investigations. We cannot adequately do our jobs without your partnership and your cooperation. General Hawk and General Cruz, we had this conversation here before last year, and I'm not satisfied with your responsiveness. Therefore, I'm going to ask that question again on the record in this open setting to each of you. Do I have your unequivocal commitment to cooperating with document or other information requests from this committee, General Hawk?
You do, Chairman.
Thank you, General. Director Patel.
You do, Mr. Chairman.
Director Gabbard.
Yes, Chairman.
Director Ratcliffe.
Yes, you do, Chairman and Ranking Member. And I want to start by saying it's good to be back. It's good to see you. And as you all know, I have a special appreciation for the work that this committee does, having previously been a member. I also understand the importance of the oversight role that it has. And so you have my full commitment and my understanding about what your responsibilities are and my obligation to keep you fully and currently informed, and I will do that.
Appreciate that. General Cruz.
Chairman, of course, you have our continuing support on this critically important effort for the nation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to turn now to something that's a topic of conversation and really needs to be, and that's our own neighborhood here in our Western Hemisphere. I mentioned in my opening statement, I'm deeply concerned about encroachment in the Western Hemisphere, not just by China, but other adversaries like Russia and Iran, from Russian military cooperation with and support to Venezuela and Nicaragua, CCP-linked companies, acquisition of critical assets in Central and South America, Iran's defense agreement with Bolivia, the establishment of a technical military cooperation commission, including Venezuela, Cuba, China, Russia, and Iran. And I could list several more alarming examples. I'm afraid we focus so much of our attention across the world that we've lost sight of our own neighborhood, leading to the anti-American regimes gaining permanent footholds within striking distance of the homeland. So, Director Gabbard, to the extent that you can discuss it in this setting, what is the intelligence community's assessment of adversary encroachment in the Western Hemisphere?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll be able to go into greater detail in the closed session, but the intelligence community assessment reflects what you have just detailed and outlined. The continued competition, encroachment, and investments that are occurring in the Western Hemisphere have rapidly increased and continue to pose a threat both to our economic interests and to our security. Every day there are new reports of further attempts. One just recently that came up yesterday with investments that are being made in the southeast part of the United States. Again, I'll go into this further in a closed setting, but the intelligence assessments that we are receiving are being shared with senior cabinet officials, Department of Energy, Commerce, Treasury, those who are working alongside us to not only monitor, but to determine the best policies that will protect our interests.
Thank you. I want to turn to Director Patel real quick in the time that I have left. If you can flesh this out for me just a little bit. You indicated something that caught my attention in the proceeding yesterday, and that was your involvement with the Judicial Drug Task Force that you partner with at the state level, and how that has yielded positive results with regard to cartel activity. Can you put a little finer point on that to describe those partnerships in the 53 seconds we have remaining?
Yeah, I'll try to be brief, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thanks for having us, Ranking Member.
My priorities at the FBI have been to partner with state and local law enforcement in ways that we have not done so before, particularly on information sharing, and it's a two-way street. And in order for us to effectuate drug seizures and narcotics interdictions in the 50 states, we treat them as all border states because that's what's happening. We have an American citizen die of a drug overdose every 7 minutes. That is wildly out of control and unacceptable. But the FBI cannot do that mandate and secure the American people from Washington, D.C. So we're putting resources in the field. We were working with our partners at the state and local level, and we are seeing immediate results, as we are seeing in Arkansas, as I outlined yesterday, with hundreds of arrests, thousands of pounds of narcotics seized, dozens of weapons, and multiple indictments.
Thank you, Director. I'm going to yield and recognize Ranking Member Himes for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's something I care as much about as the national security of the United States, it's the powers and prerogatives of this Congress and its oversight duties. So I want to spend a minute or so on yesterday's testimony in front of the Senate and direct these questions in particular to Director Patel and Director Gabbard. Yesterday, Senator Heinrich asked, did this conversation, referring to the signal chat, include information on weapons, packages, targets, or timing? Director Patel, you said not that I'm aware of. Director Gabbard, you said same answer. This morning we learned that the signal chat included the following update, forward-looking update from the Secretary of Defense. Time now, 11:44 Eastern Time. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are go for mission launch. 12:15 Eastern Time. F-18 launch. First strike package. 13:45 trigger-based F-18. First strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch. MQ-9s. 14:10. More F-18s launch. Second strike. Do either of the directors want to reflect? Senate, you were on the signal chat, correct?
No.
Okay, but did you review the material on the signal chat?
No, I wasn't
Okay.
on it.
Director Gabbard?
Yes, Ranking Member. My answer yesterday was based on my recollection or the lack thereof on the details that were posted there. I was not, and what was shared today reflects the fact that I was not directly involved with that part of the signal chat and replied at the end reflecting the effects, the very brief effects that the National Security Advisor had shared.
So it's your testimony that less than 2 weeks ago, you were on a signal chat that had all of this information about F-18s and MQ-9 Reapers and targets on strike, and you in that 2-week period simply forgot that that was there. That's your testimony?
My testimony is I did not recall the exact details of what was included there.
That was not your testimony. Your testimony was that you were not aware of anything related to weapons packages, targets, and timing.
As the testimony yesterday continued on, there were further questions related to that, where I acknowledged that there was conversation about weapons, and I don't remember the exact wording that I used, but I did not recall the specific details that were included.
Director Gabbard, you've reasserted that there was no classified information. I think we can all agree that that information shouldn't have been out there. But let me ask you this. Are you familiar with the ODNI's classification guidance?
I'm familiar
I've
with
actually
it.
got a copy right here. If I read you a part of that guidance, I wonder if you could tell me what the level of classification indicated is. I'm reading from your classification guidance. And the criteria is information providing indication or advance warning that the U.S. or its allies are preparing an attack. Do you recall what your own guidance would suggest that be classified?
I don't have the specifics in front of me, but it would point to what was shared would fall under the DOD's classification system and the Secretary of Defense's authority.
So let me help you, because
determine
there's a
what is
very clear
classified
answer.
and what is not.
You don't, I guess you don't have it, but information providing, this is the ODNI guidance, information providing indication or advance warning that the U.S. or its allies are preparing an attack should be classified as top secret. Do you disagree with that?
I don't disagree with that. I just point out that the DOD classification guidance is separate from the ODNI's classification guidance.
Do you think it would be
and
materially different?
Ultimately, the Secretary of Defense holds the authority to classify or declassify.
Do you think it's likely that DOD guidance is materially different from what I just read?
I haven't reviewed the DOD guidance, so I can't comment.
Director Gabbard, a lot of this suggests sort of a lack of sobriety. When there's punch emojis and fire emojis, it's a lack of sobriety. I don't mean that literally. But I have one last question for you, because I think people really listen to what you have to say. You, on March 15th, as DNI, retweeted a post from Ian Miles Chong, who is listed on RT, that's Russia Today's website, as, quote, a political and cultural commentator who has contributed content to RT since at least 2022. Director Gabbard, do you think that it's responsible for you as head of the intelligence community and the principal presidential intelligence advisor to retweet posts from individuals affiliated with Russian state media?
That retweet came from my personal account, and I would have to go back to look at the substance of the tweet.
Can I, just so that we don't have a lack of confusion amongst our allies and enemies and us, can I act perhaps that you not think that you should be saying one thing on your personal account than you say officially?
I maintain my First Amendment rights to be able to express my own personal views on different issues.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields now recognize the distinguished Vice Chairman, General Kelly.
Yeah, I'd now, for the first 30 seconds, Mr. Ratcliffe or Director Ratcliffe, formerly known as Texas, from this Mississippi guy, I'd like to give you 30 seconds if you have anything to respond to what Ms. Gabbard just, Director Gabbard, I'm sorry, just said.
Well, Mississippi, it's good to see you again. And I appreciate the opportunity. You know, there's so much talk about this Atlantic article and about things that were said and that could have happened instead of a focus on what did happen. So my responsibility as CIA director, one of its responsibilities is to kill terrorists. And that's exactly what I did along with President Trump's excellent national security team. That's what we should be focused on. With regard to that article, I also would appreciate the opportunity to relay the fact that yesterday I spent 4 hours answering questions from senators as a result of that article that were intimating that I transmitted classified information because there were hidden messages. Those messages were revealed today and revealed that I did not transmit classified information, and that the reporter, who I don't know, I think intentionally intended it to indicate that. That reporter also indicated that I had released the name of an undercover CIA operative in that signal chat. In fact, I had released the name of my chief of staff, who is not operating undercover. That was deliberately false and misleading, and I appreciate the opportunity to reflect that my answers haven't changed. I used an appropriate channel to communicate sensitive information. It was permissible to do so. I didn't transfer any classified information. And at the end of the day, what is most important is that the mission was a remarkable success, is what everyone should be focused on here, because that's what did happen, not what possibly could have happened.
Thank you, Director Ratcliffe. Director Patel, thank you for the great job that you've done. So first of all, your coordination and trying to comply with the letter that was sent last year and the year before asking for the baseball shooting, of which what I got was basically what happened on the field, and I was there, so I don't need to know that, although no one from the FBI ever talked to me about what happened. They talked to people who were not there. But I appreciate your commitment to getting us the full unredacted report, or the redactions are to protect innocent people who are not part of the process, not the people who made decisions to classify that as suicide by a cop, as opposed to an assassination attempt of many members of Congress, of which I was one. Thank you for your commitment, Director Patel, because I know that you will give us what we have asked for so that we can put this to rest, Mr. Winstrup, myself, and several others. Can I get your commitment to do that, Director Patel?
In fact, I just got an update, Mr. Vice Chairman, from my team. You'll have all of those materials to you and your committee by the close of business today or at the latest tomorrow morning.
And just really quickly, Director Ratcliffe, and I don't want to go over time. I think it's so important for everybody to have their time. Can you tell me the impact that DOGE has had in causing you to fire people you shouldn't have fired, or release people who are instruments of national security no longer there? Tell me if you've had any impact specifically that DOGE has caused you to lose someone who was necessary for national security.
Given the fact that as of this date, no one from DOGE has been on the CIA campus, and I've had no direct communication with DOGE other than conversations with Elon Musk at cabinet meetings, I would say the impact is zero.
Director Patel?
I'm in a similar situation. We do work with DOGE on government efficiencies, but I have not seen any negative impacts at the FBI.
Thank you very much. And Director Gabbard, it's good to see you again too. You know, I think we were freshmen together, you and I and Director Ratcliffe, and I'm here and you guys are there. Have you seen any impact across the whole IC that DOGE has caused things that you can't respond to?
Yeah. Thank you, Congressman. It's great to see you all again here. The answer is no. Similar with Director Ratcliffe, DOGE has not been at ODNI. The president understands the essential national security mission that we have, and we are going through our own internal assessments to ensure we're achieving the effects in an efficient way that is responsible to the American taxpayer.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Chairman, to the witnesses, many of whom I've worked with in the past. It appears that this year's report omitted any discussion of transnational concerns like global health security, infectious diseases, and the role of conflict, violence, and political instability play as drivers of migration. Coupled with the administration's cuts to USAID and other international assistance, particularly health and humanitarian assistance, won't these reductions and eliminations increase regional instability and volatility in areas already at high risk for threats? Was the IC consulted at all in the decisions to eliminate such critical funding, and why weren't these risks included in this year's report?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. The direction that I gave to our National Intelligence Council as they were putting together the annual threat assessment was to focus on the most direct and extreme threats that we face from non-state and state actors. While I acknowledge the factors that you've mentioned create an environment that our operators and intelligence officials need to be aware of, this year's annual threat assessment was really more targeted to focus on the direct threats that we have the ability to affect and impact. Some of those were included here that you mentioned with regard to the effects and impacts of USAID. That assessment has not yet been done, or at least to my knowledge, and was not considered to be included here.
Director Patel, this year's assessment, sir, confirms a threat I've worked on for a number of years: domestic extremists, including lone wolves, white nationalists motivated by racial or anti-government grievances, even religious grievances. Mr. Director, a few yes or no questions. Do you, sir, agree that these domestic threats must be addressed as thoroughly as foreign extremists?
All threats like that will be treated equally, yes, sir.
Is it true, sir, you moved personnel out of the FBI section responsible for countering domestic violent extremists?
I don't believe I did that.
Is it true, sir, that you've discussed disbanding this section?
I don't believe I've done that.
Will you pledge today, sir, not to disband this critical section?
I will pledge to you today that any personnel matters that are being worked on currently, once finalized, the congressional notification will be published to your committee.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Now recognize the gentleman from Illinois, the former federal prosecutor, Mr. LaHood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of our witnesses today for your service to our country. And I want to focus my questions this morning on FISA Section 702. And Director Ratcliffe, welcome back to the committee. In your confirmation hearing before the Senate, you were asked extensively about FISA and Section 702, and I think laid out a compelling narrative on how, as you described it, quote, how indispensable it is to national security. And you were also asked about a warrant requirement on Section 702. And your answer to that was, quote, on whether a warrant makes sense on 702. Your quote was, the answer is no. We're talking about national security issues where sometimes minutes matter in the ability to disrupt or interdict the bad actors or to act upon the intelligence that you can gain from that, unquote. Director, I wanted to ask you, is that still your belief today regarding the warrant requirement?
Congressman, it absolutely is. You've accurately reflected my prior testimony. It is also my testimony that 702 is indispensable to our intelligence picture, and the loss of it would be catastrophic to CIA. And the reason that I say that from this position is not only is 50% of all of our critical analysis provided to the President as Commander-in-Chief in the President's daily brief 702 derived, 70% of CIA's success with regard to advanced weapons counterproliferation is the result of 702 collected information. And finally, 90% of CIA's successful interdictions with regard to synthetic drugs like fentanyl are the result of 702 collection. It's absolutely indispensable to the work that CIA does, and I'm glad that you gave me the opportunity to reflect that to this committee.
Thank you, Director. And just to ask a follow-up on that, as you know, in the House last year when we had our FISA reform and Section 702 reform measures put in place, you know, we had a debate, robust debate on the House floor regarding the warrant requirement. It was a very, very close vote, 212 to 212. Director Ratcliffe, what can you tell our members to alleviate and reassure them on, again, the harm that a warrant requirement would do to 702?
Well, Congressman, it would impose a de facto ban on lawfully querying previously collected data to find threats against U.S. persons and government officials. So that would be, again, catastrophic to our efforts to keep our community safe. And I would also point out, because I know that these are legitimate concerns with regard when we talk about FISA and 702 specifically, everyone on this committee recalls that when I was a member, I also called out FISA abuses when they occurred. And I don't want there to be any violation of Americans' civil liberties and Fourth Amendment rights. But I would point to the CIA's, frankly, impeccable record of compliance, and we can talk about that more in a closed session.
Thank you, Director. Director Patel, I want to turn to you. Similar in your Senate confirmation, you were asked extensively about 702. And as you know, in our bill that we passed last year, we put lots of reforms and changes and protocols in place for the FBI. And I know that you're supportive of many of those. Specifically on the impracticalities of a warrant requirement on 702, you were quoted as saying, when you were asked about it, it is almost impossible to make that function of the warrant requirement work and to serve the national no-fail mission. Is that still your testimony here today?
It's great to see you, Congressman, and yes, that's my testimony.
Thank you. As you know, the reforms that we put in place were significant, requiring the FBI personnel to get a supervisor or attorney approval to conduct U.S. person inquiries, requiring high-level approvals up to the FBI deputy director level before certain queries are conducted on U.S. elected or appointed officials, candidates, or media personnel, requiring the Department of Justice to audit all U.S. person queries performed by the FBI within 6 months of each, of 6 months of each query, reducing the number of FBI personnel who have the ability to query. Can you talk about the current implementation of those reforms and how that's going, Director Patel?
Absolutely. With probably the most recent one, in terms of 702 query reviews, we only have about 200 left when it comes to U.S. persons, and we will promulgate those findings to you. But as of today, of all the U.S. persons queried in the 702 databases, there's only been one instance of negligent conduct. We have already implemented limited access to those who actually know how to use the FISA process in 702, and we have implemented a direct reporting structure to the Office of Director and the Deputy Director to make sure that anyone, whether it's intentional or unintentional, abuses the 702 query system is brought to our attention immediately, and we will take that on for action directly. And in terms of piggybacking off Director Ratcliffe's, the public defender in me realizes the importance of constitutional due process more than anyone. The staffer in me from the House Intelligence Committee may be the only person who has worked more on FISA reform and exposing FISA abuse in modern congressional history. And the terrorism prosecutor in me and the JSOC civilian in me tells me that we cannot do away with 702 or FISA Title I and Title III, but we can work with you and your committee to make it better. I don't know all those ideas. I don't have all those answers, but you have my commitment that we will use it appropriately going forward.
Thank you, Director. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Tulsi, you and I came into the Congress together in 2013. And Kash, you and I was serving on the Intelligence Committee when you worked on the Intelligence Committee. And John, you and I are both from Texas, and we both served together on the Intelligence Committee. The idea that this information, if it was presented to our committee, would not be classified, y'all know is a lie. That's ridiculous. I've seen things much less sensitive be presented to us with high classification. And to say that it isn't is a lie to the country. I want to ask the generals now. The NSA is principally in charge of intercepting things like signals intelligence from other countries. General, I want to ask you, if your organization, your agency, intercepted something like this from Russia or China or some other country, would you consider this classified information?
Representative, we would be classifying based off of our sources and methods. So those would be the things that, in terms of how we process, how we would be able to obtain the information and how we'd report it,
Sure.
we would classify based off of our source and method.
So if you knew that the Secretary of Defense and the National Security Advisor of Russia or China and the head of the Foreign Ministry and all of the folks who were associated with that signal chain, if you intercepted that information, General, would you consider it classified?
So it would be classified based off of our collections.
So the NSA would classify it, would
Based off
determine it as
of
classified.
the protection of our own source and method, not necessarily based off the content, but how we collected that information.
But it would be classified.
Well, we certainly wouldn't be collecting on a U.S. person conversation.
No, I understand. I'm
We're
saying
collecting
if you did your job and collected it from the Russian Foreign Ministry and the National Security Advisor and the Secretary of Defense and the President's Chief Advisor, there is no way, having sat on this committee for 9 years, that somebody would come in with that information and give us something that says unclassified, you can walk out of this room with this information and give it to whomever you want. You know, with all respect, you and I worked on the committee at the same time. Tulsi, you and I came in together. I've never had an issue of beef with you. John, you and I are both from Texas. Y'all know that's a lie. It's a lie to the country. I want to ask about the Alien Enemies Act really quick while I have time. The President has used the Alien Enemies Act, a wartime authority last used to detain German and Japanese nationals during World War II, to summarily deport people accused of being members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Agua. To invoke this law, the President must demonstrate that the United States is under invasion by a foreign nation or government. They have alleged that we are under invasion by the Venezuelan government. The idea that we are at war with Venezuela would come as a surprise to most Americans. The unclassified version of the annual threat assessment the intelligence community just released makes no mention of any invasion or war that we are fighting with the nation of Venezuela. You would think our nation being at war would merit at least a small reference in this threat assessment. And Director Ratcliffe, does the intelligence community assess that we are currently at war or being invaded by the nation of Venezuela?
We have no assessment that says that.
Thank you. In invoking the law, the President alleged that Tren de Agua is, quote, undertaking hostile actions against the U.S. at the direction, clandestine or otherwise, of the Maduro regime in Venezuela. Director Gabbard, does the intelligence community assess that the Venezuelan government is directing Tren de Agua's hostile actions against the United States?
There are varied assessments that came from different intelligence community elements. I'll defer to Director Patel to speak specifically to the FBI assessment.
But let me ask you, so you're saying there are conflicting assessments that have come from the IC?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. We'll take it up in closed session. All right. You know, your threat assessment makes issue of, highlights fentanyl trafficking as a top threat to the United States, yet support for law enforcement cooperation with Mexico has been put on hold, and there's been a threat of invasion to Mexico by the United States. You assess that Russia's advanced cyber capabilities make it a persistent counterintelligence cyber threat, yet the administration shut down the unit at the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Agency tasked with stopping Russian cyber attacks. There are so many other ways that the actions of this administration have contradicted this threat assessment, and the administration is making the world and the United States more dangerous. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Chairman Crawford. Thank you to all of our witnesses for being here. I look forward to working with each and every one of you to keep our country and our planet safe. I wanted to carry on the topic of Section 702 reauthorization. Representative LaHood and I did a lot of work on this over the past 2 years. As you all know, last Congress, this committee worked in a bipartisan manner to advance the reauthorization of what most of us, if not all, deem to be our country's single and most important national security tool. The result was what was titled the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act, which not only reauthorized Section 702, but equally important, it provided necessary reforms to our intelligence community in an effort to address past abuses. This was the largest single reform of the FBI and the IC in a generation, making sure that there are appropriate compliance guardrails that enhance accountability while still protecting the critical tools necessary for our nation's security. Just to name a few, in 2009, Section 702 protected our nation from an attack by an al-Qaeda member who intended to detonate explosives in the Manhattan subway lines. In 2014, Section 702 helped prevent attacks by assisting in the removal of ISIS leader Haji Imam. In 2022, Section 702 contributed to the U.S. government's operation against the last remaining 9/11 architect, Ayman al-Zawahiri. And as we saw in the horrendous attacks of October 7th, an attack on the people of Israel, where Hamas killed over 1,200 innocent civilians, intelligence collection is essential to the safety and security of our population. We must never, ever see another attack the likes of 9/11. Especially as a result of a self-inflicted intelligence failure. Not reauthorizing the use of this authority in this coming year would intentionally and willingly put the United States at a disadvantage against actors who seek our destruction. Representative LaHood touched on the warrant requirement. As you all know, that is really the linchpin here. And I think it's abundantly clear for members of this committee, members of this Congress, and for members of our intelligence committee to understand that a warrant requirement is on the collection of data. A warrant requirement cannot apply to the querying of already lawfully collected data. To follow that theory to its logical extreme would be to say that a police department who has an evidence locker containing lawfully collected data has to get a warrant to re-enter that evidence locker. It'd be akin to say to a police officer, they cannot run a license plate, which is querying off of lawfully collected Department of Transportation data without getting a warrant. It would shut down the courts, it would shut down law enforcement, it would make our country much less safe. So I want to ask Director Patel, Director Ratcliffe, I want to yield the floor to you as we will be working with all of you, particularly your two agencies on reauthorization, to share your thoughts.
So it's great to see you, sir, and thanks for the question. Look, on 702, just to flesh out some of the more specific operational use that I have it with specifically relates to what you just said. When I was a terrorism prosecutor, we used 702 directly to prevent the shopping mall in Houston from being blown up. We used 702 collection directly to prevent an attack on the state capitol in the state of California. And those individuals were prosecuted and are currently in prison. And balancing that awesome responsibility with the constitutional protections that every American should have when we're talking about U.S. persons specifically is something that I keep in mind on every single decision surrounding 702. But as Director Ratcliffe stated, and has been my experience, while I understand and appreciate the concerns for the warrant requirement based on U.S. persons, if there is a solution that allows that to happen in real time, then we can have that discussion. But I have not encountered one, and thus it obviates the need in my perspective, in my mission set to protect the American people and hunt down criminals in its application. So where it is now with the reforms y'all have implemented, we've done a great job on protecting American civil liberties, and I'm always open to, and I do believe we can do some more.
Director Ratcliffe?
Good to see you again, Congressman. I agree with Director Patel's comments with regard to that. I'll start out by saying, obviously in this role, I'm not a policymaker, but at the appropriate time, when this comes up for renewal, I think I made it clear and will make it clear from the CIA's perspective, the indispensability of 702 as a tool to providing the commander-in-chief an accurate picture of the threat environment. You mentioned some examples of 702 success. When we get into the classified session later this afternoon, I have some further examples of 702 success that we can talk about. And I think that reflects my position.
Thank you all. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for coming. Thank you for your service. Director Gabbard, you said no classified information was included in the signal chat, correct?
That's correct.
And President Trump also said there was no classified information in the signal chat. And Secretary Hegseth said nobody was texting war plans. There was absolutely no classified info in that chat. Lieutenant General Cruz, I'd like to talk to you about a couple things real quick. Executive Order 13526, Section 1.4a. This is the Trump administration's executive order with regard to classified information. It says, information shall be classified if its unauthorized disclosure could reasonably be expected to cause damage to national security, including military plans, weapon systems, or operations. You don't disagree that that's accurately quoted, right?
That's an accurate quote from the executive order.
And DOD 5200.01, this is the DOD's manual on classification, says, quote, information shall be classified if its unauthorized disclosure could reasonably be expected to cause describable damage to national security. This includes military plans, weapon systems, or operations. You don't disagree that I quoted that accurately, right?
That's also an accurate quote.
Can I show you I'd like to show you the text that Secretary Hegseth actually published to the world. Now, Lieutenant General Cruz, as Ranking Member Himes said, it says, time now, weather is favorable, just confirmed with CENTCOM, we are a go for mission launch. Then it says at 12:15 Eastern, F-18's launch, first strike package. F-18s are military systems, correct? Weapon systems.
They are.
Okay. 13:45, trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch, MQ-9s. MQ-9s is a weapon system, correct?
They are.
Okay. I think applying the executive order as well as the DOD manual to this fact pattern, we clearly have weapon systems that have been identified. That is classified information. Now, the reason why it's important that this information not be disclosed is that we don't want the adversaries to know what's about to happen, right, sir?
Well, I would draw a small distinction there. You referenced and asked if that platform, those two platforms are weapon systems. They are, but those terms are used
all across the globe in a lot of context. So it's really about how they're used in the context of this particular document. I just want to clarify that the use of those.
I understand.
Yeah.
In this situation, those are operational details.
They are operational details, but again, as you quoted the DoD instruction, it's about operations. So as you further go down into what are the operational details, I think as we had a discussion yesterday, the important aspect, I think all of us are very familiar.
This is classified information. This is classified information. It's a weapon system as well as sequence of strikes, as well as details about the operations. And so I think that just piggybacking off of what some other members have said, using the DOD's manual as well as the executive order in operation today with the Trump administration, this text message is clearly classified information. Secretary Hegseth has disclosed military plans as well as classified information. He needs to resign immediately. He needs to resign immediately, and a full investigation needs to be undertaken with regard to whether other similar signal chats are occurring in this administration. I'd like to turn my attention to another topic. Director Patel, according to the DOJ, in 2022, the FBI led Joint Terrorism Task Force, JTTF, in my hometown of Chicago, valiantly led efforts to prevent a plot to attack Naval Station Great Lakes in Illinois. You don't dispute that, do you, sir?
I'm not familiar with it, but I don't dispute what you're telling me.
Thank you. A memo obtained by ABC 7 News of Chicago said that this task force will now be, quote, actively supporting, close quote, the Department of Homeland Security and its immigration enforcement. You don't dispute that either, do you?
I'm just not familiar with it, sir.
Okay. Sir, I just have to say, the DOJ has now tasked JTTFs to shift some resources to immigration enforcement efforts. And I don't say this lightly, if there's a terrorist attack anywhere in the country, including in Chicago, and it was because the JTTFs in part shifted resources, they'll be held to pay. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, was the target terrorist named in the text, or was it simply referred to as target terrorist?
The target was not named.
Thank you. Was the location named?
Congressman, no locations were named.
Thank you. Director Patel, there was a specific accusation made about how close we are working with Mexico currently. My understanding, and I want to congratulate you on this, and I think it shows a shift of focus at the FBI since you've taken over to what it should have been doing all along, which is chasing the 10 most wanted that are threatening our country. My understanding is that 2 of the 3 were actually arrested in Mexico and are being extradited back to the United States. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We have been working. One of the first meetings I took as FBI director was my counterpart, Secretary Farouche in Mexico. And subsequent to that, we have repaid or extradited or expelled from Mexico 2 top 10 of the FBI's most wanted list and 33 other criminals.
Well, it sounds to me like we're working closer with them today than we have in the last several years, and that the focus of the FBI has shifted to actually protecting American citizens instead of arresting pro-life protesters.
Our mission is to find violent criminals wherever they are, and if they're in Mexico, we're going to get them.
Thank you. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate the change in the focus of the FBI. I want to talk with you a little bit about the counterintelligence threats, one of which was an active duty U.S. Army soldier charged with conspiring to transmit national defense information to individuals located in China. What can you say in this setting, or can you briefly explain your work with interagency partners to identify and neutralize counterintelligence threats in the United States around this example?
For me, sir?
Yes, sir.
So generally speaking, on counterintelligence and countering espionage, whether it's from adversaries like the CCP, Russia, Iran, or otherwise, we have prioritized them as an equally violent criminal enterprise seeking to do harm to our critical infrastructure and also to exploit and steal our data, whether it's government or private personnel. And so we have expanded our resources into them and working with the interagency to make it a priority.
Thank you. I want to move on to the issue of the threshold of parole under the previous administration and the number of illegal immigrants that have come into this country, including people with known membership in terrorist groups. For those individuals that pose a risk and that we have captured and are being deported, are we sharing the biometric and biographic information with our allies to mitigate their ability to relocate or operate abroad?
What we are doing at the FBI is sharing the information we're allowed to with our Five Eye partners. And then on an individual basis, we are trying to share information with other partners who deemed individuals that they find of consequence.
Okay. As you move further into your position, if you have additional recommendations on how we better share information, please let us know.
Yes, sir.
Director Ratcliffe, China's influence on the Panama Canal has increased since 2017. Panama became the first Latin American country to sign on to China's Belt and Road Initiative. Can you talk about not just China embedding itself into the various canal-related sectors and operations, but what other areas in Central and South America have China and others increased their presence, and what examples concern you the most?
Thanks, Congressman. Appreciate the question. I do want to comment, the question before about cooperation with Mexico, it's really across the IC. When Mexico's Secretary General Omar Harfuch, head of Mexican security, was here, he not only met with Director Patel, he met with Director Gabbard, and he met with me. So we have been working on that, again, to the benefit of both our countries. To your point, the PRC throughout Central and South America continues to attempt to use its soft power to gain a foothold. They use direct aid to countries that need it. They also provide funding to universities to get a foothold to create influence. And you mentioned the Panama Canal, and you've seen the diplomatic efforts of the administration to address that and push back on PRC ownership of the canal locks. But that ties into what the IC is doing. In these instances, it's important for us, Congressman, to the best way we can operate is to provide intelligence to countries in Central and South America, to provide them with briefings, which we do, to provide them with tailored analysis of our intelligence about how China is manipulating them, about how China is hacking them, the things that China is doing to gain a foothold, and Russia and Iran throughout that area. So the CIA is very much focused on that.
Gentleman's time's expired. Mr. Crow.
Thank you, Chairman. General Hawk, the NSA recently warned its employees not to use the Signal app. Is that correct?
What we did, Congressman, is we put out cybersecurity advisories on a whole host of systems.
On the Signal app that was included in that advisory, right?
What we've done is we've put out an advisory on how to use the Signal app and other encrypted applications, because we do encourage our employees and their families to use encrypted.
Because there's risk to that app.
There are.
Okay. General Cruz, DOD also issued a warning about vulnerabilities to the Signal app recently, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Director Gabbard, you were on the Signal text chain in question, correct?
Yes.
As was Mr. Witkoff, the administration's lead negotiator with the Russians, correct?
Yes.
And at the time, Mr. Witkoff was actually in Russia during this chat discussion, was he not?
I was not aware of that.
Was he on his personal phone at the time?
I don't know.
Well, it's my understanding that he was indeed in Russia. Director Gabbard, you were also traveling during this discussion, correct?
Yes.
And where were you?
I was traveling through the Asia Pacific region. I don't recall which country I was in at that time.
You don't remember the country?
I'd have to go back and look at the schedule.
Director Gabbard, I want to direct your attention again to the text chain where it says, just confirmed with CENTCOM, we are a go for mission launch. Does that indicate to you that there is about to be a military operation?
Yes.
Director Gabbard, earlier in this hearing, we heard about the DOD's classification standards. I want to now turn my attention to your classification standards. You're the Director of National Intelligence. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence classification guide says, quote, information providing indication or advance warning that the U.S. or its allies are preparing for an attack, end quote, is to be classified as top secret. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Director Gabbard, have the Houthis indicated an ability to shoot down American aircraft?
Yes.
They have in fact done so, haven't they?
Yes.
Including MQ-9 Reapers, haven't they?
That's correct.
And that was one of the systems used in the attack recently that's the subject of this discussion, is it not?
Correct.
General Cruz, are you familiar with this system?
I'm not wearing my glasses at the moment, but.
Well, I'll help you out. This is an SA-3 anti-aircraft system.
Correct.
Are you familiar with this next system?
I am.
What is it?
I'm going to have to ask you.
It's
to
an
help me.
SA-6.
I'm going to guess that.
This is also an advanced anti-aircraft system, is it not?
It is, it was used widely in the Balkans in the 90s, correct?
And the Houthis also have this system, don't they?
They certainly do.
And they've employed it against our aircraft, have they not?
They have attempted to, correct.
I spent my life in service to this country. I deployed 3 times to combat in service to this nation. I learned in that time in service that responsibility is core to leadership. You accept responsibility when things go wrong. You admit mistakes. You set the standard from the very top. It is completely outrageous to me that administration officials come before us today with impunity, no acceptance of responsibility, excuse after excuse after excuse, while we send our men and women downrange to do incredibly difficult, incredibly dangerous things on our behalf. And yet, nobody is willing to come to us and say this was wrong. This was a breach of security and we won't do it again. It is outrageous and it is a leadership failure, and that's why Secretary Hegseth, who undoubtedly transmitted classified, sensitive operational information via this chain, must resign immediately. There can be no fixes, there can be no corrections until there is accountability, and I'm calling on the administration to move forward with accountability. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. Good to see many of you again. And thank you for enduring 2 long days. I will note I always use fire emojis when I see terrorists getting killed. And I want to talk about cartels. This is a subject that is near and dear to my heart. I've been investigating it thoroughly for the last couple of years. And I'm glad to see that it's mentioned in all of your opening statements. I mentioned it at the very beginning of the threat assessment. There's a lot to work on here. One of our task force, we had a cartel task force in Congress. One of our key findings was that there needs to be a centralized, maybe call it authority or maybe call it office, maybe call it cartel czar within the administration that actually coordinates all the very different aspects of fighting this battle. Has anything like that been talked about? I'll go to you, Director Gabbard.
Thank you, Congressman. It's good to see you again. This is very much central to the conversations and planning and execution of the president's focus on targeting the cartels and the threats that they pose to the American people. Homeland security task forces are being set up that include across the government integration. I can speak from my standpoint from the intelligence community, and our National Counterterrorism Center is leaning heavily forward into gathering and consolidating and integrating the intelligence that comes from DEA and others who've been working this issue for a while to make it so that it can be shared and integrated through the federal, state, and local law enforcement equities who are going after this problem.
Yeah, we'll talk a lot more about that exact thing in closed session, but at a higher level, our recommendation is there needs to be someone at a much higher level that coordinates state, DOD, CIA, FBI, Homeland. It's a massive problem, one I'm all too familiar with. Director Patel, the FBI is tasked with working foreign corruption charges. In the past administration, the FBI told me they actually don't focus on Mexico very much because now in their defense, they say the reason is because they won't get anything out of it because they don't have a cooperative government to work with. I think a lot has changed. Do I have your commitment that we will at least start following up on those because the judiciary system in Mexico is a key component in our failures to address the cartels?
You do, Congressman. Apologies for not getting back to you sooner.
You're good. Appreciate it. I also want to ask you that the FBI has disrupted an alarming number of terrorist attacks in the last 2 years. Great on the FBI for doing that. I don't think many Americans realize how good the FBI has been at this. But this also gets to the conversation earlier about FISA 702. One of the main arguments I wanted to argue with my colleagues on this was when you have a warrant process for the query, what you will fail to do is connect the dots between the domestic and the international threat. And those connections are there, as we see all the time. Would you agree with that we need to maintain that process in a responsible way, of course?
I do, sir.
Appreciate that. Director Gabbard, in my remaining time, I want to ask you, because of my, and this may go to our General Cruz as well, because of my work on energy and commerce, we have an issue there with broadband spectrum auctions, and of course, this affects our intelligence community in a very large way, and our DoD. Getting right to the question here, how much, if any, spectrum can the DoD give up without having a significant effect on the administration's prioritization of lethality and deterrence?
I'll defer to General Cruz, specific to DOD.
I certainly wouldn't want to speak for all of DOD, and I think the committee is already in a fantastic conversation with the DOD on that issue. But broadly, what I would say is DOD has laid out the portions of the spectrum that it believes for both operational capabilities, and in closed session, I am more than happy to walk you through from the intelligence portion of the mission that we do. There are two different portions of the spectrum. We often talk about one, but not the other. And in closed session, I'd be more than happy to tell you why the other portion of the spectrum is important to national security.
Sure, and the details are obviously classified, but we can talk about X and S spectrums and get a better idea for the public about, because the public would benefit from telecom having the ability to use some of these. When we look at 5G networks, 6G networks, so it's a conversation that we need to have and a much longer time to do so, which I've run out of. So I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Dr. Barra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I associate myself with the comments of my colleague, Congressman Crow. I'm deeply disappointed in how we're handling this breach of protocol and so forth. You know, every year at the beginning of Congress, we take an oath to office. You know, this is an awesome responsibility to be a member of Congress, to protect our country. We have no greater responsibility than to protect our homeland. And, you know, when I walk into this committee and the honor of being on this committee, I don't see Democrats and Republicans. I see folks that every day want to do the same thing. But as Congressman Crow suggested, the mark of leadership, and we all are leaders in this room, is to accept responsibility when mistakes happen. And that signal chat was a mistake. I'm not here to impugn your character. You were all nominated by the president. You were all confirmed by the president. But we have an awesome responsibility and incredible responsibility to the American people. And then given that we are the United States of America, we have a responsibility to the world. And this really was a breach of protocol. I'll take you at your word that we are going to do a full investigation of it. Our responsibility as oversight is to understand this breach, understand who leaked information, how that happened, and then hold those responsible. You know, I 100% agree with the chairman in his opening statement. He said, where trust is breached, those responsible need to be held accountable. So do I have, and Director Gabbard, we served together, we came into Congress together. Do I have your word when this investigation is fully completed, we will get the full breadth of the investigation?
Thank you, Congressman. That would be my intent. I will caveat that by saying that this is being conducted by the National Security Council. I've not gotten any indication that they would try to withhold that, but I can't speak for them.
I also, I see way too much politics when it comes to our national security and our national defense. We've got to keep politics out of this. We're not Democrats or Republicans. We're Americans. We're tasked with the responsibility of keeping our country safe. Director Gabbard, you have an awesome responsibility here to advise the president, to collate all the information, everything that the IC is providing, and provide that best advice and guidance to the president of the United States. We have to keep politics out of this. Even if the president disagrees with this, if it goes against his personal wishes, if he's considering an order that potentially is unconstitutional or illegal or compromises our security, I want your word that you will always provide and give that honest advice to the president, even if it will make him angry.
Thank you, Congressman. I appreciate the question because, as you said, I do take this responsibility very seriously. And it was my commitment to the president, to the Senate, the American people, that as the Director of National Intelligence, I will ensure to provide the president and all of you as policymakers with that unbiased, relevant, and timely intelligence. And to your specific question, the answer is yes. I will inform the president of that accurate, timely, unbiased intelligence reporting, whether it is something that agrees with an assumption or a view or an objective or not. That's my responsibility to him and to the American people.
Great. I would just offer advice. In your role, what you do on your personal devices versus your official devices, you're speaking to the public, and I would just offer, as I conduct myself, what I say personally is always going to be considered Congressman Barra saying it. General Hawk, I've appreciated working with you and have a deep concern about our cyber vulnerabilities. And we will go into some of this in the closed session. But Salt Typhoon is something we take very seriously, as well as Volt Typhoon and the compromises. Can you just briefly give us an update of where we are with those two?
So Congressman, we share your concern in terms of the overall ensuring that we can protect the critical infrastructure of the United States. The area that we have been deeply focused on is our ability to partner with industry. 99% of our critical infrastructure is controlled by our industry. So our ability to bring government information to be able to understand what threats look like and the origin of those threats, help inform how industry can defend that and also create the necessary equipment to ensure that we're secure. That partnership continues to grow, and that's really one of our key priorities. And I'll be able to go in closed session into more detail about the specific actions we've done together as an interagency with our industry teammates.
Great, thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, General Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attendance and your service to national security for our country. I'm going to start with Director Patel and then go to Director Gabbard. I'm concerned, like many Americans, about the wide-scale purchase of land, real estate, et cetera, by the Chinese Communist Party or those sanctioned by the party in America, especially those lands proximate to sensitive military sites or sensitive national security sites. Director Patel, I think we can all understand that that could lead to the ease of nefarious activities of numerous sorts. What do you think should be our posture or our policy from a national security standpoint regarding the purchases of these land and the ownership, occupation, utilization, et cetera, by the Communist Party sanctioned use?
Well, Congressman, I appreciate the question, and I'm not going to shape foreign or national policy, but from the FBI perspective, if we had federal statutes to enact criminal allegations and pursue those relating to these matters, we would do so. I agree with you that having CCP actors purchasing large swaths of land next to military installations is a national security issue, a major one. And I would highlight to the American public, we're not allowed to buy farmland in mainland China or in Russia. So I don't know why we let that happen here, but that's a personal matter for me. If I were given more legislation on it, I would love to act on it.
Thank you. Director Gabbard, I'm going to look at keeping with the same theme, crypto mining by the sanction. Well, you can't crypto mine in China, right? It's outlawed in China. However, of course, we're supportive of crypto. I am in the United States of America, but China's mining in America where they can't mine in China. And in particular, I'm thinking about one site where the mining was occurring close to intercontinental ballistic missiles. And CFIUS was tipped off by Microsoft. And of course, there are actions ongoing. Should the Chinese Communist Party, sanctioned individuals or interests be allowed to crypto mine near sensitive military or national security sites in the United States of America? And if not, what should we be doing about it?
Thank you for your question, Congressman. I'm not fully aware and up to date on the specific example that you've mentioned, and I'll go and look into that and get back to you further.
Right.
Absolutely. Look forward to having the conversation with you. Broadly, this is obviously a concern that any of these activities occurring near or around any of our military sites creates that potential national security risk and the potential for foreign intelligence collection.
I'm hoping it's a priority for everybody on the dais there. It is a priority, I think, for the American people, certainly for me. I want to move on in the time remaining with a related topic, which is the hundreds of incidents by predominantly Chinese students, oftentimes called gate crashers. So this includes the two gentlemen in uniform on the dais. I'm going to kind of point to three events that happened just last year. One in Grayling, Michigan. 5 Chinese students are charged for lying and concealing evidence. One in the University of Minnesota, where a drone flew over Newport News and took pictures of classified information regarding ships and classified systems. And then one at the University of Florida regarding the illicit acquisition and shipment of toxins, biomedical drugs, and research supplies to China. In these cases, or most of these cases, we encounter these people and then we release these people. As a matter of fact, in the case of Florida, apparently she found out that criminal charges were being prepared and she dropped out of school and her whereabouts remain unknown at this point. What should be our posture? Because we're trying to follow up after the fact. We're encountering these people, whether they're gate crashers or whether we catch them conducting this illicit activity. We try and prosecute. That takes a lot of man hours, as you know, Director Patel. Is this the best policy, or is there something better that we can do? I mean, the Immigration Nationality Act of 1952 gives the Secretary of State the authority to revoke visas. But should these people be allowed to come to this country in the first place is the question, and what should our posture be? Anybody?
In terms of the visa issue, I know that the administration is working on a policy, but to directly answer your question, anybody who utilizes the student visa program to come to this country to conduct criminal activity should never be allowed in this country. And anyone that's doing it here in the United States of America from an FBI standpoint will be vigorously investigated and will use the expulsion or criminal process on them.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Ms. Plaskett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to the witnesses. First, let me say that we do have to, in this committee, try as much as possible to remain nonpartisan as opposed to bipartisan. I can recall being that way when I was counsel on the House Ethics Committee, and it's a hard position to take. But I'm really struck by the fact that in December of 2023, many people made Secretary Lloyd Austin go through the stages of the cross in self-flagellation and mea culpas for not informing the president that he was having a surgery. And now how we're treating Secretary Hedgepeth as if he is untouchable. Mike Waltz, when he was a member of Congress, went in the Committee on Armed Services to talk about and slammed Austin for holding himself to a different standard than the American people. And yet we are not doing this across the board. And that's disappointing at the very least, very disappointing. Director Gabbard, thank you for your testimony. And one of the things that I believe I heard you say was that when there was a discussion by DOGE as to the cuts to foreign aid, that there had not been a request for an intelligence and national security or an intelligence assessment of the impact of those cuts. Was that your testimony a little earlier?
Congresswoman, I have not seen any kind of actual official assessment either within the intelligence community or outside of it on what the effects of those cuts to USAID programs has been.
But it was not requested by DOGE of you or of any of the areas in which you have oversight over?
I'm not aware of any
Okay,
requests.
great. Thank you. I know that there has been some open source reporting on what the effect of those cuts are. I mean, when we think about several examples, Kenya, our strongest regional ally in the Horn of Africa, and a key partner with us in the fight against terrorist group Al-Shabaab. And, according to the Washington Post, that's not definitive, and we can talk about this in closed session. Some Kenyan journalists are now being trained by Beijing, mirroring the US programs that have been cut by the administration. Director Gabbard, is letting China train Kenyan journalists going to make Kenya more or less receptive to American requests of the Kenyan government, do you believe?
As you said, Congresswoman, our relationship with Kenya has been very longstanding.
So do cuts of ours to train journalists in Kenya make them more or less, and Beijing having that make them more or less receptive?
Clearly, there is strategic competition taking place. I'll withhold my personal view to look at an official
Well, I was
assessment.
asking for your director view, not your personal view. And then additionally, we have ended Voice of America, which provided accurate, unbiased news, in our opinion. Meanwhile, St. Petersburg University has announced that it's opened 11 Russian language centers across Africa that pay special attention to the promotion of traditional Russian spiritual and moral values. Director Gabbard, is Russia a friend or a foe? Are they our friend or our adversary?
They are an adversary.
Thank you. I believe that this reckless cuts make terrorism and our influence in Africa, which is on the front lines of terrorism, a real threat to us, and we need to be careful of it. Director Patel, one of the benefits of being here kind of in the middle is I get to hear other people's testimony and the questions that are asked. I know that Mr. Carson asked you questions specifically about the Counterterrorism Division. And we know that there has been some open source reporting that says that individuals within that division have been removed or been moved, not necessarily fired, but moved. Do you know if that is correct?
I don't have any personal information on that, but people within the CTD component, which is a large component of the FBI, move all the time.
And have they been moved? Are you able to get that information to us, whether they have or have not been moved?
I'll go back to my team and see who has been moved. If you have a particular interest, we'll share it with you.
Of course, we have an interest in Counterterrorism Division and movement of individuals within that. Because one of the other things I'm concerned about is you have stated, I believe in other areas, that the disbandment of certain sections of the FBI related to intel and breaking up components. Can you explain to us how you intend to do that or what you would like to do and why?
My intention is to reprioritize counterintelligence authorities and cyber capabilities to focus on violent crime and national security. And that's what I'm doing.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman from Missouri, Madam Ambassador, Ms. Wagner.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank all of you for being here and for your continued service to our country. Director Ratcliffe, you have repeatedly stated that China is our top national security threat, and I agree. What was the biggest gap in intelligence collection toward China during the previous administration?
Good to see you, Congresswoman. I think our collection against China as a hard target in the prior administration was lacking in several areas. I would say primarily in human collection, and also with regard to the processing of open source information relating to China. I think part of that relates, Congresswoman, to the policies of the prior administration about treating China as a pacing competitor, I think was the word, as opposed to an adversary. So one of the things in my focus as CIA director, which carried over from my time as DNI, in seeing all of our intelligence, seeing that China is our greatest geopolitical threat, and
Yes.
focusing the CIA specifically more directly in all areas of our collection on China as a hard target.
Well, and I'm grateful to hear you say the words open source. So as I hope that all of you may be aware, I am honored to be the chair of the new Open Source Intelligence Subcommittee for HPSI. It is the first time this committee has focused specifically on an intelligence discipline, I'll say. We established this subcommittee because private companies, researchers, and most importantly, foreign adversaries, as we speak, are taking full advantage of the explosion of commercially available information. HPSI has taken a stance that OSINT, open source intelligence, should mature as a primary discipline on its own accord. Director Ratcliffe, your agency kind of produces the lion's share, I'd say, of OSINT. Do you agree, sir, that open source intelligence should mature to be a primary discipline?
Absolutely agree. So as you know well, Congresswoman, the CIA is the functional manager for OSINT, just as we are the functional manager for HUMINT across the IC. And OSINT, open source intelligence, reaches, frankly, policymakers as the most cited material in the President's daily brief as part of a long list of tailored production that we do. By a large percentage. But also, as you know, and as you've pointed out, Congressman, until recently, one of the greatest weaknesses with regard to OSINT was that the collection was so large that it was daunting for use by mission partners across the IC. So the CIA's open source enterprise pioneered the use of AI to triage that collection as it comes in. And what that allows us to do is to summarize collection from over 225 languages into English and to put that in the hands of policymakers, again, showing that the CIA is focused on using technology to tackle some of the challenges to intelligence collection.
There is so much innovation in technology in this, and the investments being made across the IC to purchase data, but it appears to be in silos, to be perfectly honest, and lacking maybe an integrated approach. I believe that that is because there, frankly, is no clear lead for OSINT in the IC. And as part of my oversight responsibilities, I plan to review the various ways in which the intelligence community buys commercially available information to determine if there is a more efficient, cost-effective approach, especially when it comes to the taxpayer's expense. Director Gabbard and then Director Ratcliffe, can you, and in my brief time, quickly share your thoughts on which agency should be the primary organization to manage OSINT and why?
Thank you, Congressman, and thank you for your leadership in this area. I look forward to following up with you in detail, but the Office of Director of National Intelligence is tackling exactly the problem that you've identified, that we have multiple elements across the intelligence community, essentially wasting taxpayer dollars by contracting separately to get after the same collection of OSINT and commercially available intelligence. So this is something we're actively working on and look forward to working with you.
And do you agree with Director Ratcliffe that this should be a key discipline?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. My time's expired, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Mr. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to make a few things clear before we move on to other questions regarding the signal chat. Director Gabbard, yesterday before the Senate Intelligence Committee, specifically when answering Senator Kelly, you repeatedly said you did not recall any discussion in the Houthi PC small group discussing operational details, strike targets, the type of vehicles and military units involved, or the timing and order of strikes. Do you stand by your testimony from yesterday that you do not recall any of the discussions regarding this type of classified information? Yes or no?
My response in the Senate yesterday, yes, I stand by that response. Obviously, the release of the screenshots that came from that chat group today were a refresher on what happened. As I said earlier, I was not involved with that portion of the chat, so it did not come to my recollection yesterday.
Thank you. So I take that as you stand by your do not recall yesterday stance when you're asked those questions. You've been in office 43 days. Director Ratcliffe has been in office 62 days. This was considered the first major military operation using lethal force of the Trump administration. Was this the first, this was probably the first time that you've been involved with a discussion like this on a thread. It was not discussing, you were not on a group chat discussing where we're gonna go for lunch. You're discussing putting men and women of the armed services in harm's way. That's a major decision. So, and when did that happen? 10 days ago? Okay, I'll answer that. It happened 10 days ago. Here's the point. Like something of this magnitude, it's something that you would not forget. It's something that most people, if you're taking this job so seriously, that you would not forget. I mean, since I've been on this committee, there's been days that I have woken up in the middle of the night from the things I learned in SCIF. So deciding to use military force is something hard to imagine. So the do not recall doesn't pass the smell test. It makes it's unbelievable that was the case. So that's what the American people don't understand. And I know a lot of folks in this administration were saying that they're going to take on the establishment and drain the swamp, but you have become that swamp in a matter of days, not weeks or months, days. So one of the things we're going to look into is what actually occurred, because the American people deserve a full accounting. Additionally, the main person who was involved in this thread that a lot of people want to talk to is Secretary of Defense Hegseth. And a lot of questions were brought up regarding his drinking habits in his confirmation hearing. To your knowledge, do you know whether Pete Hegseth had been drinking before he leaked classified information?
I don't have any knowledge of Secretary Hegseth's personal habits.
Director Ratcliffe, same question. Yes or no?
You know, no, I'm going to answer that. I think that's an offensive line of questioning. The answer is no. I find it interesting that you want to. No, I'm going to answer. You asked me a question. Do you want an answer?
No, listen.
You don't want to focus on the good work that the CIA is doing, that the intelligence community.
Director, I reclaim my time. Director, I reclaim my time. Here, I have huge respect for the CIA, huge respect for our men and women in uniform. But this was a question that's on the top of minds of every American, right? He stood in front of a podium in Europe holding a drink. So of course, we want to know if his performance is compromised. If people were asking if the General Austin was compromised because of a heart issue.
Was his performance compromised because of a successful strike?
Back. Mr. I bring my
You want to know? You want to talk about accepting responsibility? Do you think you should accept responsibility for a successful strike to make Americans safer? You want to focus on?
I reclaim my time. So here's the thing. This is serious. As somebody, we've been briefed in this committee about using Signal. One of the things they basically said, the most secure phone call, the least secure text messaging. And we know that your people are Russians, Chinese are on your phone.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to give the director the ability to respond without being interrupted by his questioner.
I appreciate that, Congressman. I guess, you know, just a general reflection here again, that for the last 2 days, members of the intelligence community have been asking questions about a signal messaging group and not asking questions from Democrats either in the Senate or the House on China, Russia, Iran, and the real threats that are going on to the United States. And you can say that you care about the good work that agencies are doing like the CIA and that you care about 140 stars on the wall. But no one's asked me about my second day on the job here, where I lit the fuse that led to a foreign government participating with us to capture one of the senior planners of the Abbey Gate bombing that killed 13 Americans. And in the process, we worked with a government that previously hadn't, that hadn't cooperated with us on counterterrorism matters. Or the fact no one has focused on that within an hour of that taking place, I was on the phone with Director Patel, and a few hours later with Attorney General Bondi, working together, the IC and the FBI working together to bring this person home in less than a week. Unprecedented success for the intelligence community and the law enforcement community. Exactly representative of the kind of work that we should be doing and the kind of work that an oversight committee should be asking about. But instead, we're getting questions about whether or not someone has drinking habits. And, you know, I just wish in an annual threats hearing where the American people want to hear about threats, that's what we would be talking about. Thanks for the opportunity to clarify.
Absolutely, Director. I want to thank you and all the people who work with you and all the witnesses and the men and women, the brave men and women who are putting their lives on the line each and every day for this country. And to the military as well, we are grateful and we recognize the sacrifice and dedication. Director Ratcliffe, you talked about China being our top national security threat, and I want to go to what really is the most active and persistent threat. It's related to cyber. It's related to the People's Republic of China cyber activities, Volt Typhoon, Flax Typhoon, Salt Typhoon, targeting U.S. critical infrastructure, overseas, compromising U.S. telecommunication companies, and I want to ask Director Gabbard, there are also regular compromises of government networks in the defense intelligence base. The Chinese are acting with impunity and targeting the United States. Clearly, the last administration had no effective deterrent strategy. Considering a whole of government approach to leverage legal export control, trade, and other levers, is there more that the U.S. can be doing to deter China's cyber aggression?
Thank you, Congressman, for your question. In short, the answer is yes. Much of that relies on our intergovernmental planning and operations, but also very closely integrating with our private sector partners. This is essential for us to be able to harden our own cyber infrastructure, our own critical infrastructure, and to look at what our capabilities, both defensive and offensive, are and how those should be used. If I may, Congressman, I'd just like to address Congressman Gomez's maligning of my reputation and not giving me the opportunity even to respond to his accusations. What occurred in that signal chat was an update to national security cabinet members that was also issued around the same time as updates to our foreign partners and allies in the region. There were no sources, methods, locations, or names of targets that were included in that chat. The decision to conduct this operation had been made long before that conversation took place. I do take my responsibility very seriously and played an integral role in providing the intelligence community's assessments that led to the ultimate decision by the president to conduct an operation, which, by the way, was very successful and continues to be very successful. I was traveling at the time, and I was not playing a very specific role, as these chats reflect, in much of the conversation that took place there. Secretary Hegseth, in my experience, has continued to operate in the way that President Trump's confidence in him inspires, which is in the best interests of the American people and our war fighters, and ensuring our national security. I think it's wrong to impugn him, especially at a point where he is not here to defend his own honor. Thank you,
I agree
Congressman.
with your assessment and support for the secretary, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you for the time. And I struggle. And if you look at my notes, I've changed my mind about 1,000,000 times what I'd like to talk about. I'd like to first start with Director Ratcliffe. I find it offensive for you to accuse me as a Democrat of not caring about national threats. I very much wanted to talk about those. In fact, had prepared questions in advance of this hearing about those threats, specifically about biosecurity and bioterrorism, but I don't have time to ask those questions because the threat is in the House. The threat is across the dais, and I need to ask these questions. It's my job to ask these questions of you. Because when I served in the military and I served in classified environments, had this happened to me, I would have walked my resignation in immediately. This is not okay. Communicating these sorts of things in Signal is not okay. Targets, times, those kinds of things are absolutely classified, and we all know it. I know it. These people know it. You all know it. And the fact that we're having to have these conversations now means that I can't ask the questions that I need to ask about things like bioterrorism and biosecurity. And so I'd like to put you in check as well, sir, because you can't assume who I am any more than I can assume who you are, sir. I would like to move my questions, however, over to Director Gabbard, because you are the DNI. You do have an obligation and a responsibility. I'm going to speak to you specifically about the fact that you have spent much of your 40 days talking about the importance of making sure that we don't reveal classified information, making sure that we don't leak information. You're a former battalion commander in the Army. I don't think that you would have necessarily appreciated the kind of leaking of information that I believe absolutely did happen in this Signal channel and is worthy of a further investigation. In fact, this committee established something called 50 U.S.C. 3235A, and this committee on a bipartisan, apartisan basis requires you, the DNI, to swiftly notify Congress and the Intelligence Committee if you're aware of any sort of significant unauthorized disclosure or compromise of classified information, which I would argue this has all of the markings of being that. And so if you, as the DNI, see such a thing anywhere within your organization's purview, you have the obligation to begin an investigation to report back to us on that. Would this seem to qualify to you as something worthy of that investigation?
Thank you for your question, Congresswoman. In this situation, Secretary Hegseth has the
Yes or no?
classification and
You are the
declassification
DNI.
authority over DOD information.
This chat did not have the auspice of being a DOD chat. There's no such thing as labeling it as DOD. This was a chat amongst a great variety of people, and you, according to our law that we passed here bipartisanly, have an obligation when you think there has been a tangible, significant leak of information to instigate an investigation. Do you not think it's important to do such a thing?
Well, the National Security Council is investigating
no?
this inadvertent leak. And again, I point to Secretary Hegseth as having the classification.
I
and
would argue that
declassification
Secretary
authority.
Hegseth, if he had the dignity that he needs to have, should be walking his resignation in, because I believe that his probably is heading toward being relieved of his duty based on what I think are significant and illegal leaks, most likely. I would like it if you would please commit to this organization that you will follow the law. And I would like it if you would also investigate what is likely to be more than just this chat. Because if there's one, there's more than one. If there's smoke, there's fire. Would you please obligate yourself and your organization to that investigation?
Yeah, Congresswoman, yes, I will follow the law.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And Director Patel, I learned just recently that you only heard about this yesterday, which blows my mind since I heard about it 2 days ago. And I'm just a low on the dais, junior chipmunk here. Did you really only hear about this yesterday?
The exact timeline, I'm not aware of, but yeah, I think it was yesterday or the night
And now that
before.
another day has passed, do you
Well, actually, it
believe,
was the night before the hearing.
now that another day has passed, do you believe that it's now time potentially for the FBI to open an investigation into this?
I'm not going to comment on that.
Because you're the director of the FBI, you don't believe it's appropriate to comment on that?
Because there's a process in place, there's an ongoing litigation, and the National Security Council is reviewing this matter. And I'm not going to discuss any open or closed
That ongoing
investigations.
investigation, literally, the lawsuit happened today or yesterday afternoon. And the idea that you don't have an opinion on this at this point is frustrating to me.
No, it's not.
My
I'm not
final
going to
question,
prejudge any
reclaiming my
matters,
time, my
and the men
final
and women of the
question, reclaiming my
FBI will
time, reclaiming
call
my
the
time,
balls and strikes,
reclaiming my time,
not
sir.
you.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have.
Gentlewoman's recognized. You have
Thank
4
you.
seconds remaining.
No, I have more than
You have
that.
2
because
seconds
Mr.
remaining.
Patel would not add.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Mr. Stubbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, were there any sources described in the signal chat?
No, Congressman.
Were there any methods described in the signal chat?
No,
Were there any locations?
no.
Therefore, due to the fact that there were no sources, no methods, nor locations described in the signal chat, it does not make the discussion classified. Is that correct?
That is up to the Secretary of Defense determination.
The Democrats are obviously making the assertions that what was in the signal chat was classified and claiming that Secretary Hegseth put this war plan out to the world, which he clearly did not. Were there any names in the signal chat?
No,
Any targets?
no,
Any locations?
no,
Was there a unit name or location of that unit?
there was not.
Were there any routes described in the signal chat?
No.
Wouldn't an operational plan contain that type of information?
Every operational plan I've ever seen has contained that information.
Thank you. Shifting to the real threats to America, the southern border. Due to the previous administration's open border policies, they allowed over 10 million illegals into our country. And during that time, there was 1,511 terrorist-related encounters at land border ports of entry, according to CBP. As someone who fought in the war on terror, I find this deeply offensive that the previous administration would sacrifice the security and safety of the American people in the manner in which they allowed terrorists, criminals, and rapists into our country. In your testimony, you state, and I quote, based on the latest reporting available for a year-long period ending October 2024, cartels were largely responsible for the deaths of more than 54,000 U.S. citizens from synthetic opioids. A lot of those citizens are from my home state of Florida. Cartels, narco-terrorists, and other violent transnational criminal organizations have violated the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the United States and have also fueled human trafficking and the opioid epidemic that many of my fellow Floridians have witnessed for far too long. I applaud President Trump and his swift decision to designate the narco-terrorists and Mexican cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I want to thank each of you for making this a priority to fight against Mexican cartels, traffickers, narco-terrorists that have been responsible for killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. For every narco-terrorist and cartel member violating our sovereignty, poisoning the American people with fentanyl and other illicit opioids, know this, your days are numbered, and know that the full force of the U.S. government will soon address your atrocities once and for all. Director Patel, it's no secret that there is a growing presence of Mexican cartels operating fentanyl synthesis labs just over our border. Just last year, the CBP estimates that more than 21,000 pounds of fentanyl was seized at our borders. That is enough to kill more than twice the population of the world, of our country. What actions are you taking to strengthen the FBI's fight against illicit fentanyl within our borders?
Thank you, Congressman. It's good to see you. We have made it a priority at the FBI because fentanyl and illegal narcotics kill an American citizen every 7 minutes. That is a national security crisis, not just at the southern border, but at the northern border. And the Mexican cartels, along with their illicit partners in the CCP and other adversarial countries that are doing harm, are not just taking the fight down south, but they're bringing it up north. So we need to be more vigilant as to what's coming in through our northern border as well. Known and suspected terrorists are flowing in through our northern border more than they are our southern border, I would say, because of the successes we've had in closing the southern border. But when it comes to specifically, to fentanyl, we are making, to date, since January 20th, 383 kilograms of seizures of illegal fentanyl, which is enough to kill 29 million Americans.
And other than enhancing border security measures, what would be the most worthwhile action the United States could take to eliminate the cartels and stop the flow of illicit fentanyl?
I got one answer for you. They're making the precursors in mainland China, and we don't have the authorities to go after that fight there, and we need to take it head on, because without the chemicals and precursors, there is no fentanyl, and they are moving that material around the world and into the United States too freely.
Director Gabbard, I'd like to reemphasize the threat that our adversaries are exploiting via fentanyl and other illicit drugs that are entering our country through the border and poisoning millions of Americans nationwide. It's essential that all components of our national security apparatus are united in their efforts to protect the American people and our communities from such harm. Is there any reason to believe that the Mexican government isn't doing enough to finally eradicate the cartels and other transnational criminal organizations operating just over the border?
Congressman, I can only speak from my vantage point, as was stated previously by Director Ratcliffe. We have already been introduced to and begun collaborating with our counterparts in the Mexican government. Could there be more done? I would say absolutely yes. I know that the Trump administration across his cabinet are looking at opportunities to be able to do that.
And Director Patel just hit on this with CCP and precursors, but to what extent have we seen other malicious actors worldwide partner with the cartels to infiltrate and target the United States?
Related to the
Fentanyl.
production of fentanyl.
Yes, ma'am.
India is one of those countries that is providing some of those precursor materials as well as equipment.
Thank you for being here today. My time's expired.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know it's all us who are worried about this only, but apparently the Senate Armed Services Committee Chair and Ranking Member requested Inspector General report on this chat. So I'll tell you why more people are worried about this than you might think. And that's, Director Gabbard, your position was created post 9/11 because of the horrible intel failure that took place there, where we weren't sharing information. It wasn't adequately shared within the community and between our allies. We have to believe that our allies look at this as a colossal mistake and or at least hesitate to a certain extent, wanting to share sensitive information with us that keeps us safe because they're worried about their sources and methods as well. Wouldn't you be at least somewhat concerned that our allies would look at this and say, that wasn't the perfect way to communicate?
Congressman, thank you for the question. If that information that was put out in the chat by the Secretary of Defense had included specific sources and methods and targets and names, then the answer would be yes, but that was not the case.
Let me stop you there because we have such a limited time. Generals, look, you're here because you got tough spots, so I have to put you on the spots. You're passing information like this just within your agency, and you know that it's going to include, we are go for mission launch, Houthis, sea lanes, the information about the weapon systems. That gets to the Houthi military commanders. Doesn't it make you think they're at least going to say duck?
Thank you for the opportunity to weigh in on the issue. Yes, if we were collecting this on our adversaries and we're able to get this information as was asked of General Hawk earlier, we would consider that classified, but it's classified under the collection piece. The data that we're talking about here is the operational data, not the intelligence data.
Respectfully, sir, just because we have limited time.
Secretaries.
The Houthis military leader is going to duck when he hears this, or he's going to take some action, or he's going to try to shoot our planes down, right?
If he has actionable intelligence, he will certainly use it.
I'm talking about this intelligence. You don't think he can figure out? Houthis is mentioned a couple times, sea lanes. They show the weapon system. At least it's a credible warning to him.
I would offer the Houthis' defensive position has been constant since the 15th of March.
All right. General, I'll just take a whack at it. You're the Houthis military leader. You get this information passed on to you. It doesn't make you at least take warning.
I would, Congressman, I think from the Houthis' perspective, they do have air defense equipment, and they would be able to detect aircraft being able when they're entered into the Red Sea, and certainly when we have our intelligence aircraft operating over top their country, they'd be able to detect that activity.
But being forewarned is extraordinarily important. I'll take another stab at it. If just language like this in a different context, okay? But just within your department, sir, your people are passing this information. Do you advise them maybe they don't use Signal on this? Are there other forms? Obviously, they're going to be more secure.
What I would offer is the data that we would be passing would be the full target packages and the full set of operational information.
Okay, but even if it was just this, do you really want to give the possibilities that they could be breached, hacked, and they would get this information, wouldn't you, even with just this, sir, respectfully, wouldn't you want to use a more secure means of communicating?
I think what I would offer are two things, and hopefully they're helpful to you. One of them would be, in addition to that full package that we would talk about, when the Secretary extracted individual details from that and provided those on Signal, whether individually or in aggregate, that is his decision of what is classified and what is not from an operational aspect. And that's probably the most important relevant piece to there. And I would echo what we've said before. It's the Secretary's authority for the
Just give me, there's more secure ways of communicating any of this, right?
There are, and our adversaries have.
General,
various
there are,
ways
right?
To intercept.
There's much more secure means that you use, even if you don't think that this is, or you don't want to stick your
What I
head
would
out on
say
it.
is the full packages were transmitted within classified, within traditional classified.
But
means.
this could have
All
been
the ones-
transmitted in a classified way as well. Thank you.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Arkansas, the distinguished chair of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Hill, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me say, Director Gabbard and Director Ratcliffe, it's so great to have you back in the Longworth House Office building. The food's the same, but you're welcome anytime. Director Ratcliffe, we've served for 10 years together. I'm certainly aware of your extraordinary service at the DNI and here in Congress. And I just have a couple of follow-up questions on this topic of the Signal chat. Were there any war plans distributed in that Signal chat?
No, Congressman.
And were sources and methods that would compromise our intelligence system or your agents in the field around the world, were they discussed on the Signal chat?
No.
I appreciate that. I just think that's an important thing to have on the record. Director Patel, I co-chair the Americans Wrongfully Detained American Hostage Task Force here in the House, and I just in fact left Tigran Gambaryan, a former FBI official who I helped get out of prison in Nigeria last year. I just left him a few minutes ago. You've you know this issue very, very well, and President Trump's made such a commitment to bring Americans home. There's some 30 Americans still wrongfully detained or held hostage abroad. Is the FBI committing to work through its officials in our embassies around the world to bring those Americans home?
Thank you, Congressman. And as you know from my prior service in the prior administration, President Trump brought home over 50 hostages and detainees worldwide. And that effort is being redoubled now until every single American is home. And the FBI, from my perspective, has been given a directive that any wrongfully detained or captured person overseas is a priority to bring back.
We're so grateful to the president for making this a priority. We don't want our citizens that hold a blue passport to suddenly be a target in all their interactions around the world. That's wrong, and I'm glad President Trump's made a priority. I look forward to working with you on that. Since November of 2023, I've been pursuing aggressively in this committee the U.S. government's policies and procedures for handling border encounters, specifically known or suspected terrorists. To quote former FBI directors, testimony before the Senate, they're blinking lights everywhere of concern. But despite my numerous attempts, including multiple briefing requests, letters, legislative provisions, a GAO report requested, the prior administration refused to provide requested information and data on what the public now knows was a very dangerous situation along the U.S. borders that President Trump now has as a priority of fixing. In January 2024, there were 176,000 encounters along the southern border, with 51,000 occurring at ports of entry and 124,000 between ports of entry. Comparing that to the work just in the first few weeks of the Trump administration, total encounters are down to 61,000 along the border, with 32 at ports of entry and 29,000 between ports of entry. For the record, that's a 60% reduction. Director Patel, since President Trump took office in January, as we've seen these plummeting border encounter numbers, has the country seen a drop in known or suspected terrorist encounters at the border?
Thank you, Congressman. It's one of the issues I really wanted to address today. And I think the country deserves to know that known or suspected terrorists, KSTs, are coming in with much less frequency at the southern border. In fact, if my information is correct, 2 since January 20th. And they are coming in with much greater frequency in the northern border. And since January 20th, that number is 34. And those metrics carry out over the last year in terms of ratio. So what it tells me is that known or suspected terrorists, the individuals that want to do the most harm to this country, are utilizing the northern border, and we got to refocus assets up there.
Yeah, which I think is good. And I'm glad the prior administration did declassify the ISIS arrests in Philadelphia and did declassify the citizen that was coming across the northern border to do harm on election day. That's good, but we have much more to do. And Director Gabbard, I need your help working with your colleagues here. It's this idea of requesting coordination between Director Patel, Secretary Noem, and the committee with fused data on known or suspected terrorists, whether it's TSA data, BPP data, FBI internal data. We want to have that coming to us. Where are these people? What's been done with them? What is the government's position on? Will you commit to work with us as OD&I to get this information from across the government IC?
Absolutely, Congressman. And as you know, our National Counterterrorism Center was really created to fulfill exactly that task, so that we're not dealing with multiple vetting systems that are coming up with different results, that we have this central vetting database to be able to identify those known or suspected terrorists who may be trying to come into our country, or who may be one of the tens of millions who illegally crossed into our border, may have come into our country during the last 4 years.
We look forward to working with you. Thank you for your answers, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Ms. Tinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much to all of you. There's so many great questions that I have to ask, but I want to start with Director Patel, and I just want to first, before I get into a couple issues, thank you so much for your outstanding service and your recognition and focus on the northern border. My entire district is the northern border of New York with Canada. I just want to first jump into this issue for, Hamas attacked October 7th. The world watched in horror. Designated a foreign terrorist organization in 1997, killed over 1,200 civilians, and including American citizens, and many remain hostages. Only slightly less disturbing, we had a myriad of seemingly coordinated pro-Hamas demonstrations that have taken place all over the United States, in my state of New York, on college campuses in Washington, D.C., universities. Director Patel, does the FBI have any open investigations into the organization, the leadership, and the funding of these pro-Hamas demonstrations with students such as, and groups such as Students for Justice in Palestine?
Thank you, ma'am. And I'm limited by what the Attorney General has already publicized, but as you know, there are open investigations based on what's been made public.
Okay, has the FBI uncovered any evidence of foreign support for these Hamas demonstrations, including, other than Iran, any of these groups I might mention, like Students for Justice in Palestine, anything that's open source that we can talk about?
That's still ongoing.
Thank you. Director Gabbard, thank you so much for your service. It was great to serve with you in Congress as well, and works on so much on wonderful veterans issues. My son's also a Marine major, and so we appreciate the service of everybody here. Let's keep in mind, obviously we're in open session. Do you have anything or ongoing intelligence to suggest there's foreign support from governments, non-government groups, and individuals that have helped these pro-Hamas demonstrations all across America, including on university campuses?
Congresswoman, there are some assessments that reflect that, and we can talk about that in the closed session.
Great, thank you so much. And now I want to get back to Kash, Director. Great work on the northern border. I'm one of the co-founders of the Northern Border Security Caucus, and your information has been tremendous. Once I got the district that I represent now, this sprawling, long district, the entire northern border is Canada. And as you say, 358 suspects on the terror watch list. Almost 90% of the suspects on the terror watch list are coming across our northern border. I'd love to talk to you. What is the FBI doing specifically dealing with this northern border? And what access point are you? Who are you working with? Is there a way that we have got a way to handle this with the foreign terror threats? And I say this in light of my district specifically, where New York State, led by Democrats, by the way, is notorious for their unwillingness to work with law enforcement. Under Governor Cuomo, we cut off the ability. I know Congressman Quigley talked about working together after 9/11. The state hit hardest by 9/11. And Governor Cuomo put in a law that prohibited law enforcement from working together in 2019. what are we doing so we can work with New York, the government and others, and to make sure that this doesn't happen across our New York northern border?
Well, one, and this is out of my lane, but what we need to be doing is working with the Canadian government because they sit on top of our northern border. We do have the problem of tyranny of distance and sheer geography as compared to the southern border. But when we were told that the Mexican government would not work with us, we overcame that hurdle, and we've seen the immediate results, as I highlighted to your colleague, about northern border contacts with KSTs versus the southern border. The other thing we can be doing is working across every northern border state who has a geographic border with Canada and their local and state affiliates, which we are doing at the FBI. But it is such a vast enterprise that we would need a huge increase in resources to cover down on that the way we do in Mexico.
In addition, thank you for that. In addition with working with the Canadians, are you also working with the New York State government? Because we do have a number of interesting assets, a sprawling Akwesasne Mohawk Reservation that kind of goes across the northern border with New York and Canada. Are those types of things ways that you can work with the New York government and also in coordination with the Canadian Royal Police?
Absolutely, ma'am, and you highlight a great point. A lot of the northern border touches upon tribal lands, and we need to work with tribal leaders throughout the country as effectively as we do with state and local governments. And at the FBI, we're doing just that.
Thank you so much. And I really appreciate all of your service, and I yield my time back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Director Patel, many of us had grown, increasingly alarmed at the sheer number of foreign nationals we're seeing caught spying on our critical infrastructure or, near sensitive sites in the country. One example is a Chinese national who's flying a drone, allegedly flying a drone over Vandenberg and taking pictures of the base. He was arrested in the San Francisco airport not that long after. Director Patel, would you agree that the two most dangerous nation states to our homeland and our interests are China and Russia?
Yes, Congressman.
So it would stand to reason that we should pay particular attention when foreign nationals from these two countries, who we've already established are the greatest threats to our country now and in the future, when they try to sneak into our country illegally.
Absolutely, sir.
Can you speak on the illegal migration we see from Russia and China and the differences that we saw from the first Trump administration to the Biden administration?
Well, one, the problem you have when you have an effective resolution to that set of issues is that the enemy adapts. And what they've done is utilize, as we were just discussing with your colleague, the northern border to shift their resources and affiliations to pour in known or suspected terrorists through the northern border. They haven't stopped through the southern border. They just know that we are setting up a pretty monumental effort down there to suspected terrorists from entering the country. But the thing is, the Chinese, the Russians, Iranians, and other adversaries are utilizing their partners, just like they are doing in series, are utilizing their partners, just like they are doing in terms of how they move illicit fentanyl precursors into this country. They're moving humans in the same fashion, and we need to treat it as such.
Did you see an increase from the first Trump administration to the Biden administration on Russian and Chinese nationals crossing the border? Did it increase or decrease?
Yes, actually, so the PRC nationals crossing the southern border from 22 to 25 was 178,000. And I don't have the number for the northern border, sir, but I'll get that to you.
So, what we found was that there was actually a market increase, alarming, with the Chinese illegal migration increasing 527% all in, and Russian 2,400%. And if just 1/10 of 1%, some fraction, some tiny fraction, 1/10 of 1% are actually asset sleeper agents loyal to Moscow or Beijing, they could wreak havoc and mayhem in a free and open society. It's very dangerous. And then those are the ones we know about. What about the ones that snuck across and we never found them? The unknown gotaways, if you will. So, Director Patel, there's also great concern about the increasing number of counterintelligence threats that are penetrating all levels and branches of government, both local, state, and federal. The number of elected and appointed officials willing to betray this country is becoming increasingly pervasive. Last year, we saw a former senior aide in the New York governor's office, Linda Sun, and her husband, Chris Hu, indicted on charges of money laundering and acting as foreign agents to the People's Republic of China. Ms. Sun used her position to block Taiwanese representatives from access to New York State officials. Instead, we're rolling out the red carpet for those PRC officials to have those meetings. I mean, that's some scary stuff. So when we have someone like Sumi Terry, who also worked covertly spying on Korea while working simultaneously with various think tanks, and she had been national security official, and she'd worked for the CIA and the National Security Council. Because of her job, members of Congress and their staffs had access to these Korean intelligence officials, and she was paid with, thousands of dollars in luxury gifts. But Director Patel, I get that these investigations are ongoing and sensitive, but to the extent that you can, could you please briefly highlight the severity of these counterintelligence threats, including a rough estimate of the number of open counterintelligence cases that are pending?
We have many, and I'll get you the exact number, sir, in closed session. But what it highlights is that the enemy is not relenting. They're actually doubling down and tripling down on their efforts, and there's no sector in government that they won't go to and try to infiltrate and penetrate access and turn people in this country against our own nation. So that is a national security threat of our time, as is the terrorism threat and as is the fentanyl threat. It needs to be treated as such equally, and at the FBI, we're doing that.
Thank you. And Director Patel, will you commit to providing this committee with classified briefing on the severity, the FBI processes and procedures, including defensive briefings related to counterintelligence threats involving elected and or appointed officials?
For defensive briefings, Congressman, I commit to you that the FBI will give you everything we have in our holdings. I can't comment on other people's.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I want to thank all the witnesses for being here, particularly Mr. John Ratcliffe, Congressional District Force as well. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I just got notice that the baseball shooting report discussed by Vice Chairman Kelly earlier today has been delivered to our SCIF, and I appreciate Director Patel, your responsiveness to that issue. Thank you so much for your commitment and the appropriate transparency demonstrated in that. We appreciate that very much. Since each member has had an opportunity to question our witnesses, I will now close this portion of the hearing, and we'll reconvene in closed session at 2 p.m. in the HIPSI spaces. I ask the public and staff to please remain seated until our witnesses depart. Thank you.
Are you ready for the golden age? With recent headlines buzzing about Fort Knox, it's time to shine a light on gold. We've seen questions like, is there really gold in Fort Knox? And is the government secretly moving it? But the real question is, are we going back to the gold standard? In a world where economic stability is uncertain, gold remains a timeless asset. Fort Knox, the fortress of America's gold reserves, is under scrutiny, and this might be the moment gold proves its worth once again. Don't miss out on helping to secure our future. Gold isn't just an investment. It can help safeguard against inflation, currency devaluation, and economic turmoil. Whether it's for your retirement, a family heirloom, or just to have the peace of mind, this is the perfect time to buy gold. Visit badlandsgold.com to learn how you can add gold to your portfolio. That's badlandsgold.com. Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trustpilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination.
Good morning, everybody. Hi, Alina. Can you give a reaction to the Atlantic releasing all of the text messages and chain in Signal? Now we have all the details, which included from the ISAC timings of when bombs were dropping. What's your reaction?
Well, I think that we were upfront about it. We went in yesterday, as you saw, the better of the day, and
got questions and answers by everybody, Tulsi, FBI, Kash, Patel. Look, it is what it is. At the end of the day, this is, in my opinion, something that they're making a big to-do about nothing. This reporter, you know, that is trying to get clout that I also saw was on TV last night, trying to brand his own name and talk about this. I'm not surprised. It's The Atlantic. I frankly have never read The Atlantic. I don't plan to, but we answered the questions. I'm going to defer to those answers from the cabinet. Yeah.
Alina, is any Trump administration official should be held accountable? Someone like Walt, someone like Hegseth was in this chat.
Listen, we're allowed to have communications. That's period, the end. And the president spoke to this. We stand by Mike Waltz. He's doing a tremendous job. I think this is a distraction. I'm really not going to stand here and answer questions that the better part of yesterday was spent by the people that were actually involved answering. I was not a part of that conversation, but I will say this. We need to be looking at all the good things that we're doing, and every time to come out and to speak to the press and have it be a negative spin, it's much like what I've done for the better of 4 years. The negative spin needs to stop. Waltz has done a tremendous job, and let's talk about what he did. He took down the Houthis with Pete Hegseth, and that was important not for this country alone, but also for the world. So I'm very proud of the work that this administration is doing, and I would love if the press for once would focus on the actual facts and actions of this administration. This is frankly just noise. I'm used to it, but it's noise.
Yesterday,
yeah.
No classified information was part of that. So releasing this today.
Well, so did Ratcliffe.
So Atlantic.
No, no. So did Ratcliffe. If you look at it, so we have classifications, we have declassified conversations, and we're also allowed to use Signal for top-level official communications. We also have other means of communications that were used. And again, I'll speak to that this is, I'm not here to defend the Atlantic. It's a typical thing where a journalist is trying to make a name for himself, and I think he's making quite the name for himself, which is not a very good one. Thank you, everybody.
This hearing of the Subcommittee on Delivering on Government Efficiency will come to order. Welcome, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good morning. At the DOGE Subcommittee, we are continuing our war on waste. That means rooting out spending that is unnecessary, wasteful, and frankly, un-American. Today, we are looking at the more than $500 million federal taxpayers spend annually to fund public radio and television. A big chunk of this subsidy flows to National Public Radio and Public Broadcasting Service. NPR and PBS are the big DC-based entities that create and distribute much of the news and educational content heard and seen on public radio and TV stations across the country. When Congress adopted the Public Broadcasting Act of 1967, it did so because it thought at the time that federal dollars were needed to provide objective news and education content to the entire nation, including rural residents who lived off the grid. Fast forward a few decades, and a lot has changed. The invention of the internet, for instance, and social media. It's made news and information widely available to those living in remote areas. Americans are increasingly consuming digital media and podcasts. The audience of public radio and television is declining. And I know this because I represent a rural district where farmers listen to podcasts and internet-based news while they drive their tractors. At the same time, NPR and PBS have increasingly become radical left-wing echo chambers for a narrow audience of mostly wealthy, white, urban liberals and progressives who generally look down on and judge rural America. PBS News is not just left-leaning, but it is actively uses taxpayer funds to push some of the most radical left positions, like featuring a drag queen on the show Let's Learn, a show targeted toward young children ages 3 to 8 years old. I want you to know I grew up watching children's programming on PBS. And as a mother who raised 3 children, I felt confident that I could leave the room while my own children were watching children's programming on PBS. But I can tell you right now, Ms. Kruger, specifically, as a mother, if I had walked in my living room or one of my children's bedrooms and seen this child predator and this monster targeting my children, I would become unglued. And that is how most parents feel all over this country. This is not the only example of them sexualizing and grooming children. They've been doing it for over the last decade. In 2015, PBS produced Frontline put out a documentary, Growing Up Trans, that takes viewers on an intimate and eye-opening journey inside the struggles and choices facing transgender kids and their families. This means that PBS is one of the founders of the trans child abuse industry, all while taking taxpayer money. Brainwashing and transing children is an issue so hated by parents across the country that it was a driving force in the landslide Republican and Trump victory in the 2024 election cycle and presidential race. The news that these entities produced is either resented or increasingly tuned out and turned off by most of the hardworking Americans who are forced to pay for it. They no longer view NPR and PBS as trusted news sources. As a matter of fact, with these people, they're a threat. In fact, when Elon Musk put his hand over his heart and extended it and told the American people his heart goes out to them, PBS News posted the clip, called it a fascist Nazi salute, and described how it was similar to the same Heil used by Nazis at their victory rallies. Not once did PBS or NPR report on the numerous accounts of Democrats making the same gesture. AOC, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, Elizabeth Warren, somebody that lost a presidential race, Hillary Clinton, Governor Tim Walz. Why wasn't this treated exactly the same way? Is there not a standard in journalism today? Apparently not. Here's How We Lost America's Trust was in fact the title of a powerful essay written last year by Yuri Berliner, a veteran NPR editor. In his essay, Berliner described how NPR's downward spiral accelerated greatly during the first Trump administration. He said NPR dedicated efforts to damage the Trump presidency via relentless pursuit of Russiagate rumors that the Trump campaign colluded with Russia over the election. NPR hosts interviewed Adam Schiff, then the top Democrat of the House Intelligence Committee, 25 times about Trump and Russia. But they made no apologies when the Mueller report found no evidence that the Trump campaign had colluded with Russia, because they did not. Berliner also described NPR's passionate embrace of the left-wing DEI ideology that Americans clearly reject, as evidenced by the November elections. NPR's language and style guides were shaped by race and gender-based affinity groups that dominated the internal culture of the organization. And NPR journalists were to ask everyone they interviewed their race, gender, and ethnicity, and enter it into a centralized tracking system. This tracking system embeds DEI into the fibers of its content. Sounds like racism to me. It's a software attached to NPR's content management system where these reporters and producers submit information about their sources' race and ethnicity, gender identity, geographic location, that's kind of scary, and age range. The tool allows NPR to track the demographics of their sources in real time to allow for source diversity. The irony of these supposed diverse sources is that NPR has no real interest in diversity, like having diverse viewpoints. Berliner tried to sound the alarm on this when he checked voter registration records of the editors at DC's NPR headquarters and found 87 registered Democrats and 0 registered Republicans. But NPR treated Berliner like a political dissident in the old Soviet Union. He was driven out of the organization and forced to resign. Sounds like communism. And the ringleader of that effort was NPR's then newly appointed CEO, Catherine Marr, who is before us today. She dismissed Mr. Berliner's wake-up call as profoundly disrespectful, hurtful, and demeaning. In other words, instead of viewing it as a chance to finally right the ship at NPR, she doubled down. In doing so, she made it clear how any further internal dissent would be dealt with on her watch. That does sound like communist China at the taxpayer's expense. And no one should be surprised. NPR installed her in the top job after Ms. Marr was firmly on record with a litany of public comments and social media posts displaying her ultra-progressive views, her scorn for free speech, and her fondness for censorship. So now it's up to Congress to determine if Americans are going to continue to provide her and the organization that put her in charge willingly, after they knew these things, with taxpayer funds to continue to pursue their progressive or rather communist agenda. For far too long, federal taxpayers have been forced to fund biased news. This needs to come to an end, and it needs to come to an end now. So I am glad Ms. Marr and Ms. Kerger accepted our invitation to show up today and be held accountable to the taxpayers. I look forward to them answering our questions in full public view and explaining to the American people why they think they deserve Americans' hard-earned taxpayer money. I request unanimous consent that Representative Jim Jordan from Ohio, Representative Ro Khanna from California, Representative Emily Randall from Washington be waived on to today's hearing for the purpose of asking questions. Without objection, so ordered. And with that, I yield to Ranking Member Lynch for his opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the witnesses for your willingness to come forward and offer your advice and testimony to this committee. Madam Chair, for over 2 decades of service on this oversight committee, I've worked with members on both sides of the aisle to investigate issues of critical importance to the safety and security of the American people, including the conduct of wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, terrorist attacks against the U.S. compound classified annex in Benghazi, and several major intelligence and security breaches under Democratic and Republican administrations. So I'm sad to see that this once proud committee, the principal investigative committee in the House of Representatives, has now stooped to the lowest levels of partisanship and political theater to hold a hearing to go after the likes of Elmo and Cookie Monster and Arthur the Aardvark, all for the unforgivable sin of teaching the alphabet to low-income families' children and providing accessible local news and programming. This hearing also comes at the direction of President Trump and Elon Musk, who have repeatedly called for the defunding of all public media and claimed that media organizations such as PBS and NPR are, and I quote, a liberal disinformation machine, close quote. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is engaged in an actual disinformation campaign to minimize the catastrophic national security breach that was revealed earlier this week. As reported by Atlantic Editor-in-Chief Jeffrey Goldberg, Mr. Goldberg was inadvertently added to a group chat on an unauthorized, non-secure, publicly available message app in which Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth disclosed, quote, operational details of forthcoming strikes on Yemen, including information about targets, weapons systems, and other actions the U.S. would be taking, and also attack sequencing. I want to remind my colleagues in Congress that federal law makes it a crime when a person, through gross negligence, removes information relating to national defense from its proper place of custody or delivered to anyone in violation of this trust, are to be lost, stolen, or abstracted or destroyed. And what's more, if evidence shows that any of the parties who were in on that signal chat lied under oath in the Senate yesterday, Mr. Ratcliffe or Ms. Gabbard, for instance, then certainly conspiracy to conceal that breach would be far worse, where center or criminal intent is in evidence, and would be more likely to invite culpability and possible criminal liability. The Secretary of Defense would be subject to criminal prosecution, and it would be the responsibility of the U.S. Attorney General to prosecute that, but where a conflict exists, it might require a special prosecutor. This security breach severely compromised the safety of American troops in advance of imminent U.S. operations and airstrikes against Houthi rebel positions. It is well documented that the Houthi arsenal includes anti-aircraft capability, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, rockets, and unmanned aerial attack drones. Mr. Goldberg, who was unwittingly elevated to the clearance level afforded to members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, was also joined in the exposed group chat by Vice President JD Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, and other senior members of President Trump's national security team. This committee should be questioning every single one of them as to why they were using an unapproved, unsecure messaging app to conduct sensitive, classified discussions about military operations in which our sons and daughters in uniform are being sent into battle. One of the participants was actually sitting in Russia, using an unsecure app. And every member of this committee knows what that means. We've all been advised about which apps are secure and insecure and when it is appropriate to engage in non-critical discussions. As former chairman of our Subcommittee on National Security, I recall a time when just the potential for a security breach that could expose American troops and intelligence personnel to unnecessary danger would immediately trigger hearings and bring this committee to a lather on both sides. But you can bet we won't be touching this issue. Because today, the controlling House majority is afraid to do its job. It is afraid to hold Trump and Trump's administration accountable. They would rather post up against Big Bird than deal with that issue. In reference to public media, Elon Musk recently asked, should your tax dollars really be paying for an organization run by people who think the truth is a distraction? Well, I would say about the same about the current administration and its proliferation of disinformation, from claims that Ukraine started its own invasion, to Secretary Heged's assertion that no one was texting war plans. You can read the text today because yesterday in the hearing they said it wasn't classified information. So you can actually go on the New York Times website and read the text that was discussed in advance of our military operations in Yemen. Madam Chair, if shame was still a thing, this hearing would be shameful. And I yield back the balance of my time.
I am pleased to introduce our witnesses today. Paula Kerger is the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Public Broadcasting Service, also known as PBS. Catherine Marr is the President and Chief Executive Officer of National Public Radio, also known as NPR. Mike Gonzalez is the Angelus T. Arredondo E. Pluribus Unum Senior Fellow at the Heritage Foundation. Ed Ullman is the President and CEO of Alaska Public Media. Again, I want to thank you all for being here to testify today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You may take a seat. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statement and it will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you please do your best to wrap up. I now recognize Catherine Marr for her opening statement.
Chairwoman Green, Ranking Member Lynch, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. My name is Catherine Marr, and I'm the President and CEO of National Public Radio, and I welcome the opportunity to discuss the essential role of public media in delivering unbiased, nonpartisan, fact-based reporting to Americans. Americans listen to public radio as they commute, as they work, and in the kitchen as they cook with family. Nearly 100% of Americans live within range of a public radio station. We cover what matters to local communities, crop prices, cook-offs, and local sports teams, alongside news of the nation and the world, from the halls of Congress to coverage of our troops overseas. Today, Americans have more media choices than ever. The rise of podcasting has established a competitive free market for audio news and information. And every day, I am honored to know that we have 43 million listeners from every state in the nation. Amidst this competition, local stations choose to become members of NPR for the value we provide. For example, we are the only non-paywalled news outlet with a dedicated reporter covering veterans issues. While NPR is only 25% of station programming on average, audiences for NPR bring the scale and revenue that subsidize essential local programming. Local public media journalism has never been more important to American families who consider it part of the fabric of their communities. It correlates with higher rates of civic engagement, greater civic cohesion, and economic advantages, such as better municipal bond ratings. Recent independent polling found that more than 60% of all Americans and more than half of Republicans trust public broadcasting to deliver fact-based news. I understand the subcommittee has questions about funding for NPR and public radio. The vast majority of federal dollars, more than $100 million of the $121 million annual appropriation for public radio, goes directly to 386 local, non-commercial stations across the nation. This highly efficient investment enables your local stations to raise an average of $7 for every federal dollar. As a grantee of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, NPR received federal funding of $11.2 million last year. These funds allow us to maintain the national public radio satellite system, helping safeguard our national security, civil defense, and disaster response, and enabling public radio to reach every corner of America. Additionally, these funds help protect journalists covering our troops overseas and reverse the decline of local journalism. As a recipient of federal funds, it is our responsibility to answer legitimate questions about why public funds should go to NPR, whether we are truly committed to serving all Americans, and whether the institution is an effective steward of taxpayer dollars. I hear, respect, and understand your concerns regarding bias and whether public media is relevant in a commercial landscape, and I'd like to spend a minute sharing with you my actions to address your concerns. First, it is critical for NPR's newsroom to operate with the highest journalistic standards. That means that they do their jobs independently, and as CEO, I have no editorial role at NPR. In other words, I do not decide what we cover or how we cover it. I lead NPR's strategy, ensuring we have resources and policies in place to serve all Americans, not just those with a specific point of view. I was brought into NPR to revive and reorient the organization and bring public media to a wider audience, a new generation, and new platforms. We have a responsibility to serve Americans across the full political spectrum in a trustworthy, nonpartisan fashion. It is essential that we deliver on this commitment, and we have work to do, and we are doing it. In May, we launched an initiative to improve our editorial review processes to make sure all pieces are fair and comprehensive. We hired new editors and analysts to ensure we're giving fair airtime to different voices and issues. We started regular meetings with our nearly 200 local newsrooms so we can plan together for the needs of their audiences. And the early results are positive. Our digital platforms, where we have the best data about our listeners, the political beliefs of our visitors mirror the makeup of the country across the ideological spectrum, and we're seeing growth in readers and listeners. I joined NPR because I believe that our strong and dynamic nation deserves great public media for all. Americans are smart and curious, and they want us to cover issues that matter, from the price of eggs to national security. It's our job to deliver truthful facts and information so citizens can make up their own minds. I believe Americans voted for a transformative administration, and it is our responsibility to cover that transformation fairly, with integrity and tenacity. I have been CEO for 1 year and 1 day. I have made changes to leadership and planning, invested in editorial integrity, committed to expanding our audiences and our relevance for all Americans. While we have taken significant steps in the right direction, the journey can't be completed overnight. Given the support that 75% of Americans have for public media, I ask Congress to give us the opportunity to continue to serve the American public. I will invite you to listen with a fresh ear, and to that end, our newsroom invites you to join us on air, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Marr. I now recognize Paula Kerger for her opening statement.
Chair Taylor Greene, Congressman Lynch, and members of the subcommittee. My name is Paula Kerger, and I'm the president and CEO of PBS, a role that I've held for 19 years. It is my honor to be here on behalf of the 336 PBS stations who serve every community in the United States. There's nothing more American than PBS. As a membership organization, our local service is at the heart of our work. Our job at PBS is to support our stations so that local stations can serve their communities. We've been proudly fulfilling our mission for nearly 60 years, using the public airwaves and other technologies to help educate, engage, and inspire the American people. That mission is our guide star and remains just as important today as when the Public Broadcasting Act was signed into law in 1967. PBS stations provide something that cannot be found on commercial networks. This is because PBS stations are focused on the needs and interests of the viewers they serve. Especially in rural areas, PBS stations are the only outlet providing coverage of local events. For example, high school sports, local history and culture content, candidate debates at every level of the election ballot, and specialized agricultural news. Local stations also partner with other community organizations to address issues of concern like veterans affairs and the opioid crisis. Finally, communities depend on the essential public safety information and emergency alerts our local stations provide. Our programming comes from our local stations. For example, Southern Storytellers was produced by Arkansas PBS for our national audience. This program highlighted Southern culture through its literature, music, and film. Across the country, nearly 4 million people watch Southern Storytellers, helping Americans learn about our shared history and what brings us together as a people and a nation. Our stations pool resources to invest in programming that will benefit all Americans, ranging from history and science to art and music. For example, Firing Line with Margaret Hoover creates a forum for people with a wide range of views to respectfully share ideas. While programs like Independent Lenses, Matter of Mind, My Alzheimer's explores the challenges facing many American families. And we celebrate what makes our country great. A Capitol Fourth and the National Memorial Day concert honor our nation's ideals, our service members, and our veterans. Looking ahead, we will mark our nation's 250th birthday with the Landmark Initiative, headlined by a new major series from Ken Burns, The American Revolution. Our educational programming for children is one of the most important aspects of our service to the American people. I strongly believe that the programming we offer to prepare children for the future is the most essential work that we do. Today, more than half of all preschool-age children are not enrolled in pre-kindergarten programs. Our content has helped tens of millions of children prepare for success in school and in life with free programming that is available everywhere children are, on air, online, and in the classroom. Our educational programming is backed by scores of research studies showing that our programs like Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood and Super Y help kids develop essential skills like reading, math, and problem solving. We are proud that nearly 9 out of 10 families agree that PBS is the most trusted, safe, and educational media brand for children. Because our programming is free and universally available, we are able to reach more low-income families than any other media company. In fact, our viewers overall reflect the wide variety of communities we serve. Our audience mirrors the overall U.S. population with respect to education, income, and geography. Each month, over 160 million television and online viewers explore the world through our trusted content. And more than 3/4 of Americans feel that PBS stations provide excellent value to their communities. For over 2 decades, the American public has consistently ranked public television as one of the best investments the government makes. More than 70% of the CPB funds from Congress go directly to our stations. And for every dollar of that vital seed money, local stations raise 7 to support their work. This is one of the best, most successful examples of a public-private partnership. When I think about the need for our service, I think of a man I met during a visit to a local station in Nebraska. He was a rancher with young children, and he drove hours to attend a local station event. He pulled me aside and told me this: we need PBS. We don't live near a preschool. My children have learned to read watching PBS shows, and the shows we watch on PBS are our connection to the rest of America. That is why PBS and the 336 local stations in your communities do what we do. PBS programming and the services that local stations provide bring Americans together. It is valued, needed, and trusted by the American people. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kruger. I now recognize Mike Gonzalez for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Taylor Green, Ranking Member Lynch, for allowing me to appear before you today. My name is Mike Gonzalez. I'm a senior fellow at the Heritage Foundation. The views expressed are my own and should not be construed as representing any official position of the Heritage Foundation. Before joining Heritage 16 years ago, I was a journalist for many years. I worked in Latin America, Asia, and Europe, traveled with the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, was arrested in Panama, witnessed China's takeover of Hong Kong, and covered the stock market for the Wall Street Journal. I have even covered high school sports. I know that journalists can keep their prejudices in check. That is, if they want to. This ability to give all sides a hearing becomes an even more serious obligation when taxpayers are coerced to pay for you. Yet NPR, PBS, and the other state broadcasters refuse to abide by the simple code of decency. For decades, they've asked for more money while telling conservatives to get lost. But the nation today is in a very different place, with $36 trillion in debt. And more importantly, we're seeing not just a shift in our cultural vibe, but a shift in societal paradigms. Through their egregious bias, NPR and PBS have violated the public trust. Public media needs to be defunded, and the CPB needs to be dissolved. It's a matter of simple fairness. Multiple arguments can be made. I will list just a few. We're deeply in debt. Number 2, the arrangement is unfair to private sector media competitors. Number 3, public broadcasting was created with the promise that it would be educational. But now that thousands of competitors have come online, public media has become, as George Will says, like the human appendix, vestigial and purposeless. The funding is a regressive tax, an obnoxious wealth transfer from working families to the affluent. But the ultimate factor is the broadcaster's unforgivable political bias. What we have today is a circular, undemocratic relationship. Democrats unanimously vote for more and more money for public media, and in exchange, public media heavily tips the scale in their favor. It is a nice arrangement for them, but it must end. NPR's and PBS's foolhardy embrace of progressive views and constant denigration of conservative ones is quantifiable. Thank you. I referred you to my written testimony. Besides my own examples, I cite the research of Tim Graham, as well as NPR veteran Yuri Berliner, who says, quote, an open-minded spirit no longer exists within NPR. Rather than pause and reflect, NPR instead chose to circle the wagons and assassinate Berliner's character. This is part of a pattern. In 2010, NPR fired Juan Williams and vilified him as a psycho after he dared to flout the network's progressive orthodoxy. The people running NPR remain, in Mr. Williams' words, an insulated cadre of people who think they're right and who have a hard time with people who are different. They went completely off the rails when Donald Trump was elected in 2016. Coverage, quote, veered towards efforts to topple the Trump presidency, Berliner said. NPR hitched its wagon to the false claim that Russia had colluded with the Trump campaign. It also refused to cover the Hunter Biden lab story. After the 2020 riots, NPR firmly sided with those who affirmed, without a shred of evidence, that America is an oppressive society gripped by systemic racism. NPR and PBS even justified looting. Rather than use journalism as a truth-seeking tool, NPR and PBS distorted journalism to further a political agenda. Yamiche Alcindor, the liberal activist that PBS hired to cover the White House, routinely used the platform to make unsubstantiated allegations against President Trump. President Biden, she presented as, quote, a moral and decent man, unquote. Now consider Catherine Marr's appointment as NPR CEO. Her long record of comments leave zero doubt that she's not only a committed progressive, but someone whose disdain for free expression disqualifies her from being anywhere close to the levers of power at a media institution. And what does she think of President Trump? He's, quote, a deranged racist sociopath. Ms. Marr is an American. She's entitled to her views. The question is whether NPR is entitled to appoint her as CEO and then ask conservatives to just pony up. Public media's main argument now is that it is essential for weather emergencies in hard-to-reach places, and that without public money, local news will cease to exist. But over 98% of Americans today have a mobile phone. Even Alaska, one of our most isolated states, has high levels of internet penetration. As for the claim that the taxpayer is the last available business model for local news, NPR and PBS are asking us to believe something laughable, that the government can fund a media structure that actually keeps the government in check. I urge you not to try to mend public broadcasting. End it. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. I now recognize Ed Ullman for his opening statement.
Madam Chair, Ranking Member, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, it is an honor to be here today. My name is Ed Ullman. I'm the President and CEO of Alaska Public Media. The people of Alaska rely on public media to provide free, universal access to essential services in public safety, education, and community connections. This includes potentially life-saving alerts, updates on community affairs, coverage of state and local government, proven educational content engagement services, and local and national news. In many parts of Alaska and communities throughout the country, public media is often the only locally operated, locally controlled broadcasting service. We are more than nice to have. We are essential, especially in remote and rural places where commercial broadcasting cannot succeed. We provide potentially life-saving warnings and alerts that are crucial for Alaskans who face threats ranging from extreme weather to earthquakes, landslides, and even volcanoes. Nationwide, our public television interconnection system supports the PBS Warning Alert Response Network, a critical pathway for the distribution of wireless energy emergency alerts to cell phones. Public television pioneered datacasting technology to enable public safety officials to communicate with each other without the need for broadband or cell service. In partnership with the Department of Homeland Security, public television has proven how this technology can assist rural search and rescue, over-water communications, large event crowd control, and even school safety incidents. Alaskans use our services to connect to their communities and the broader world through access to local public and government affairs, agricultural news, local history and culture, as well as local and national educational content and news. Our programming caters to and is informed by the specific needs of the communities we serve. Just to give a few examples, Indie Alaska, an award-winning series of documentaries.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see you all. Since Inauguration Day, President Trump has secured trillions of dollars in private and foreign investments. Every single day, more money is pouring into our country, which will create more jobs for hardworking Americans. Today, Schneider Electric pledged to invest more than $700 million in the United States to boost American energy infrastructure and AI. On Monday, Hyundai announced a $20 billion investment in the United States, including $5.8 billion for a new steel plant in Louisiana, which will create nearly 1,500 high-paying jobs. President Trump is truly turning America back into a manufacturing superpower. Yesterday, President Trump marked National Medal of Honor Day by meeting with 21 of our nation's bravest heroes and incredible patriots who have been awarded the highest military honor. Beautiful picture. The president also signed a historic executive order to protect the integrity of American elections by strengthening voter citizenship verification and banning foreign nationals from interfering in U.S. elections. These are the common sense solutions that only Democrats could oppose. But voters deserve elections they can trust, and critical confidence is being restored thanks to President Trump's leadership. Later this afternoon in the East Room, President Trump will mark Women's History Month by honoring the exceptional women around our country, including the highly talented women in his administration and his cabinet. And on an additional scheduling update, the president will hold a press conference in the Oval Office today at 4:00 p.m. to announce tariffs on the auto industry. And I will leave that to him to make that announcement later. Unfortunately, all of this good is happening for our country. This administration is working hard on behalf of the American public every day, but the mainstream media continues to be focused on a sensationalized story from the failing Atlantic magazine that is falling apart by the hour. Here are the facts. The National Security Advisor has taken responsibility for this matter, and the National Security Council immediately said, alongside the White House counsel's office, that they are looking into how a reporter's number was inadvertently added to this messaging thread. We have said all along that no classified material was sent on this messaging thread. There were no locations, no sources or methods revealed, and there were certainly no war plans discussed. The Atlantic has even admitted this themselves. Their release of these internal messages validates the truth, which we have been saying all along. If this story proves anything, it proves that Democrats and their propagandists in the mainstream media know how to fabricate, orchestrate, and disseminate a misinformation campaign quite well. And there's arguably no one in the media who loves manufacturing and pushing hoaxes more than Jeffrey Goldberg. Goldberg is an anti-Trump hater. He is a registered Democrat. Goldberg's wife is also a registered Democrat and a big Democrat donor who used to work under who? Hillary Clinton. This is the same Jeffrey Goldberg who infamously lied about weapons of mass destruction to get us into the Iraq War, which cost trillions of dollars and thousands of American soldiers. And how else has Goldberg discredited himself? By absurdly claiming that President Trump was Vladimir Putin during the 2016 campaign, by peddling the Russia hoax that tried to hijack President Trump's first term, by inventing the suckers and losers hoax to help Joe Biden in the 2020 election, by peddling a hoax about President Trump involving Gold Star families to help Kamala Harris in the 2024 election, which our campaign at the time vigorously denied. Jeffrey Goldberg didn't care. There's more, but we don't have all day, and we can now add this signal hoax to this very long list. The real story here is the overwhelming success of President Trump's decisive military action against Houthi terrorists. On March 15th, President Trump ordered a series of military operations against the terrorist Houthis to defend U.S. shipping assets in the Red Sea, restore freedom of navigation for international shipping, and defend the United States from enemy threats. United States forces successfully struck down dozens of targets across Houthi-controlled territory. And as a result of these actions, several Houthi leaders were killed, including the Houthi drone chief, his deputy, and several of their drone experts and other key leaders. We also destroyed command and controlled facilities, weapons manufacturing facilities, and advanced weapons storage locations. And it's important to remember why this powerful action took place in the first place. Because of Joe Biden's incompetence and pathetic weakness on the world stage for years, the Houthi terrorists grew emboldened. Immediately after taking office in 2021, Joe Biden removed the Iran-backed Houthis from the foreign terrorist organization and specifically designated global terrorist list. Did anybody in this room ask the Biden administration at the time why they made such a stupid mistake? This reckless action undid the designation put in place by President Trump during his first term, and what followed was predictable and devastating. The Houthis targeted U.S. military ships and aircraft, hit commercial ships, including U.S. flagged vessels, threatened our personnel overseas, and attacked our allies in the region. This resulted in more than a year of U.S. flagged commercial ships being prevented from safely sailing through the Suez Canal, the Red Sea, and the Gulf of Aden. This had a massive negative impact on global trade of the economic security of the United States. Joe Biden was the commander-in-chief, and he sat on his hands while the United States of America was bullied and embarrassed by terrorists. President Trump and his team are putting a stop to these threats in restoring American strength around the world. The Trump peace through strength approach means no terrorist force will stop American commercial and naval vessels from freely sailing the waterways of the world. But unfortunately, this is not what the Democrats and the media want to talk about. They are focused on a coordinated campaign to try and sow chaos in this White House. And this has been the most successful first 2 months of any administration ever, which is exactly why they are doing this. We are not going to bend in the face of this insincere outrage. And here's just one example of how bad faith the Democrats' criticisms are. Democrat Senator Mark Warner is hysterical over the use of Signal, which is an approved decrypted app, in the killing of Houthi terrorists. But Senator Warner himself used Signal to work with a lobbyist for a Russian oligarch to connect the disgraced Steele dossier author who started the Russia hoax, which Jeffrey Goldberg later reported on. How ironic. We're not going to lose focus of the bottom line, which is that Joe Biden's weakness enabled and emboldened Houthi terrorists, and President Trump's strength and resolve eliminated those terrorists. Here in our new media seat today, we have Lindsay Keith. She is the managing editor for Merit TV and serves as their White House correspondent. Merit TV launched 1 year ago and creates and distributes content across diverse platforms. We're glad to have you with us, Lindsay. Please kick us off.
Thank you, Caroline. I appreciate it and this opportunity for Merit TV. 2 questions, if I may. One on Signal, one on the economy.
Sure.
On Signal, how comfortable is the president with what was shared so far now that the chain has been released?
The president's view on all of this remains the same today as it did yesterday. And I think it speaks volumes about the leadership of this president that he went directly to all of you, members of the press corps. He was asked, do you want someone else to go out and do a briefing? And he said, no, I will tackle this story. I will discuss it. The people need to hear from me about the situation. And so his thoughts on this remained the same today. He has placed great trust in his national security team. And as for the usage of Signal, as the president said yesterday, as the CIA director has testified under oath, this is an approved app. It's an encrypted app. The Department of Defense, the Department of State, the CIA has it loaded onto government phones because it is the most secure and efficient way to communicate. As for, again, the original situation in this messaging thread, the National Security Council, the White House counsel's office continues to look in to how this mistake, which the National Security Advisor has owned, occurred. And the president has ensured they are doing that.
On the economy, consumer confidence hit a 4-year low this month. Can you help explain to the American people how tariffs will help them in the long run?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm grateful for the question. The American public will hear later this afternoon from the president directly on the topic of tariffs. And as you all know, April 2nd day, President Trump has proudly dubbed it Liberation Day for our country. What he means by that is it will be a day where the United States of America will no longer be ripped off by nations around this world. It will be a day where Americans finally see free and fair trade practices restored. We are no longer going to allow our allies, our competitors, and our adversaries to take advantage of American workers. And if you think about your hometown in the state that you grew up, Main Street looks a lot different today than it did many years ago. And President Trump wants to restore America as a manufacturing superpower around the globe. He wants products to be made right here in our great country with great hardworking American hands that will ultimately result in higher wages and more money in the pockets of the American people. And he's also, in addition to tariffs, also determined to pass tax cuts later this year, as he did successfully in his first term, to put even more money back into the pockets of hardworking Americans. Peter.
Caroline, if I can ask you very quickly about the information we've seen, just to set the predicate to all this. Has the president been briefed and physically seen he's seen all the details of the chat as printed by the Atlantic?
I just spoke to the president about it, yes.
Then let me ask you, if I can, very quickly. In the chat, Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, details F-18s, Tomahawks, so some of the weapons that were used. He details the timing involved for this, all of which occurred 31 minutes before, as he says, F-18s would launch. The DOD manual details classified information as significant military plans, saying that is secret, that's classified. So what about, there are no methods, there are no sources, but that's not what determines what's classified. So what is it about what Pete Hegseth wrote that makes you say this is not classified?
Well, it's not just me saying that, Peter. It's the Secretary of Defense himself who is saying this as well. And he put out a very strong statement earlier today listing all of the things that were not included in that message that he sent to the group. And again, this message, there was no classified information transmitted. There were no war plans discussed. Why did the Atlantic downgrade their allegation about war plans to attack plans. They're now playing word games because they know this was sensationalist spin from a reporter who is well known for doing this. We have said all along no war plans were discussed, no classified material was sent. You have the Secretary of Defense saying that. You have the director of the CIA, the director of national intelligence, the FBI director, all testifying to that under oath, and they should be trusted with that.
To be clear, Americans can make the decision for themselves, but whether
Sure.
you said it's not war plans. Would you characterize these as military plans, military operation plans?
I would characterize this messaging thread as a policy discussion, a sensitive policy discussion, surely, amongst high-level cabinet officials and senior staff. And I'm so glad, Peter, that you said the American public can decide for themselves, because I think the American public should decide for themselves based on the outcome of this operation. And what happened in this operation? Terrorists that were allowed to run wild by the Biden administration were killed because of the direction and the determination of this president and his team. And this message also shows, this messaging thread also proved that President Trump has an incredibly dynamic team who is working incredibly hard, flying all over the world to secure world peace and to fix up the foreign policy crises that the previous administration left for this team to inherit.
So to be clear, we all in this room and around the country would agree that we're glad no American service members were harmed, and we're glad that the mission was a success. We'll stipulate that. But the president said that Pete Hegseth said none of this was classified. So given the president has seen it now, and given the president understands that significant military plans are deemed classified as secret, how does the president view none of this, which details times and weapons and more, as being not classified?
I've already been asked and answered this question. The president's thoughts on this remain the same today as they were yesterday,
On what basis,
as
I'm
well as the Secretary of Defense. This question has been asked and answered. There was no classified material
asking?
discussed. Jackie,
On what basis I was asking?
go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you, Karoline. So why aren't launch times on a mission strike classified?
Again, I would defer you to the Secretary of Defense's statement he put out this morning. There were various reasons he listed things that were not included in that messaging thread that were not classified. And again, going back to the American public, do you trust the Secretary of Defense, who was nominated for this role, voted by the United States Senate into this role, who has served in combat, honorably served our nation in uniform? Or do you trust Jeffrey Goldberg, who is a registered Democrat and an anti-Trump sensationalist reporter? This president and this national security team are putting our national security and the American people first. We are restoring American strength around the world, and the results of this operation speak for themselves.
Putting aside Jeffrey Goldberg, though, just for for American service members who are going to have to carry out these missions in the future, what I guess the message that's coming from the response to all this that we're hearing is that nothing sensitive happened, and I guess the logical conclusion of that is that if these messages had gone out publicly prior to the launch, that wouldn't have been a risk to service members. I don't know that they're comfortable with that. So can you explain, had these messages been published, would the plans have moved forward? Would the launch have still taken off?
What I can tell you is that the president, as the commander-in-chief of our United States Armed Forces, and Secretary Pete Hegseth, who is an incredible man and a warfighter himself, take the lives of our American service members with the utmost responsibility, and they would never do anything intentionally to put their lives at risk. And again, they are working hard on that every single day, and we are protecting our service members while also restoring peace throughout this globe. It's something the previous administration has not done. And I would just add one more point. We are not going to be lectured about national security and American troops by Democrats and the mainstream media who turned the other cheek when the Biden administration, because of their incompetence, left 13 service members dead in Afghanistan, and not a single person in the previous administration was held accountable for that botched withdrawal. Joe Biden said, in fact, it was a great operation. That is despicable. It's unacceptable to this president and this Secretary of Defense. The National Security Advisor has taken responsibility for this inadvertent number being added to the messaging thread. But above all, we take the lives of our troops, safety, security, prosperity around the globe with the utmost seriousness.
Goldberg's intentions, do you believe
Jennifer,
that he
go
would
ahead.
release that to embarrass the administration ahead of the worldwide threats?
Jennifer, go ahead.
Given what you've said about the president's trust in his national security team, can you say definitively that no one will lose their jobs no one will lose their job at all because of this signal situation.
What I can say definitively is what I just spoke to the president about, and he continues to have confidence in his national security team.
And
Go ahead.
One more, can I ask one more, Karen? On the targets in Yemen on March 15th, can you say were 100% of the targets that were planned for March 15th, were they all destroyed? Because that would be an indication if some of them were moved or they were not all hit, that maybe perhaps some of the enemies were able to get some of the information in that signal.
What I can say about the operation is what the Department of Defense has put out there. I would refer to them for any further operational details. But there have been more than 100 strikes conducted against Houthi targets, and they have hit key Houthi leaders, air defense systems, command and control nodes, headquarters, weapons manufacturing and storage facilities. And these operations will continue until the freedom of navigation in our seas is restored and U.S. shipping can safely transmit without the fear of attack. And again, we believe that this has been a very successful operation thus far, and it will continue until this administration feels it no longer has to. And these terrorists have been taken out, which again is something previous administration should have done, but they didn't. And now we've inherited this crisis. Stephen.
Thank you, Karoline. I'd like to clarify something about the investigation and also ask about some conservative commentary. On the investigation, Mike Waltz said last night that he had spoken to Elon Musk about figuring out how Jeffrey Goldberg's number got in his phone. You mentioned the NSC and the White House counsel's office investigating. Can you just clarify who is investigating, who's leading that? And also, Dave Portnoy, who endorsed President Trump, said today that he thinks that Mike Waltz should leave. Could you respond to that?
Sure. Great respect for Dave Portnoy, but I just answered that previous question from Jennifer. As for your original question about who's looking into the messaging thread, the National Security Council, the White House counsel's office, and also, yes, Elon Musk's team. Elon Musk has offered to put his technical experts on this to figure out how this number was inadvertently added to the chat. Again, to take responsibility and ensure this can never happen again.
Caitlin. I have two questions. One on a follow-up on something you just said, but since we have these messages released and you said that the president has now personally reviewed them, at the chat at one point, Pete Hegseth wrote 14-15 strike drones on target, and in all caps, he said, this is when the first bombs will definitely drop. Does the president feel that he was misled by his national security advisors, whoever it was that told him there was no classified information in there, now that he's seen these messages?
I've now been asked and answered this question 3 times by the both of you, and I've given you my answer. The president feels the same today as he did yesterday.
Okay.
Philip.
And on my follow-up on what you had just
No,
said.
go ahead, Philip.
I have a
Caitlin, I'm not taking your follow-up. Philip, go
I have
ahead.
a follow-up on something you just said, though, Caroline. That's
Caitlin,
regarding
I'm not
Jeffrey
taking
Goldberg.
your follow-up. Philip, go ahead. I have called on you.
The
Thank you.
Vice President seemed to express some frustration that Europe wasn't doing more to police waterways in their backyard, noting in that signal thread that 40% of European trade goes through the Suez Canal. Does the President share that opinion and frustration? And then going forward, should the Europeans be responsible for policing that waterway?
Well, the president was asked this question yesterday by the pool in the cabinet room, and he answered this question. He said, yes, he believes that Europe has been, as the vice president put it, freeloading on the backs of American taxpayers and off the backs of the United States of America. And he wants to ensure that Europe pays their fair share. He's always been very honest and upfront about that. And I think the vice president shares those concerns with him as well. Sure.
Enlisted soldiers, sailors, and Marines would face consequences if they shared this type of information inadvertently with a reporter. Can you tell us more why the president is so willing to give Mike Waltz a mulligan here?
Again, I have now been asked and answered the same question using different language multiple times. If anybody has another question, there's a lot of different things going on in the world. We have tariffs possibly being implemented later today. The president is going to talk about that at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for taking my question. I wanted to first and foremost thank the administration for the election integrity executive order, because so many journalists for 4 years were banned from talking about this very subject. So thank you to the administration for that. My question is, yesterday, President Trump, when signing the order, said that there is more to come when it comes to election integrity. Would that include same-day voting and hand-counted paper ballots? And why are Democrats so against election integrity measures like obviously proof of citizenship when it comes to voting in a United States election?
Well, it's a very good question. You'll have to ask the Democrats why they're against so many common sense things, not just mandating voter ID. Why are they against men and women's sports? Why are they against deporting foreign terrorists from American soil who have been designated a foreign terrorist organization? I'm referring to Tren de Aragua. As for the election integrity executive order that the president signed yesterday, this is in an effort to restore trust in American elections. There were more than 10 steps taken, 10 executive actions taken throughout this one order. It directs the department or the attorney general rather in Homeland Security to prevent non-citizens from any involvement in administering elections. There's also another host of actions. We can provide the fact sheet for you, but it's a very strong election integrity executive order. And the president would also like to see Congress do something about this very important issue.
And
as
about
well.
Judge
Sure, go ahead.
Caroline, the Republicans and Democrats alike have been expressing some concern about the frequency with which senior Trump officials have been using this Signal app. Has there been discussion, or will there be a review about how often they use Signal, and if you could explain to us how they might be considering other applications to get away from something like this happening again?
Sure. Well, again, first of all, Signal has been an approved app for government use. It's an encrypted app. And as I said, it's the most safe and efficient way of communicating, especially when people can't be in a skiff or inside a room physically together. I think as the president said yesterday, he wishes that everybody could be in the room. And it's our goal to ensure that everybody can be. But again, no classified information was discussed in this chat. And anytime classified information is discussed amongst high-level officials across this administration, secure lines of communication are used, including, by the way, our special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who I understand the Wall Street Journal erroneously reported that he was on this Signal chat on a personal device while in Moscow. That is absolutely false. Steve Witkoff did not have his personal device, nor did he have his government device with him. He was given a classified, protected server by the United States government, and he was very careful about his communications when he was in Russia. So rest assured to the American public, this administration is taking every precaution when it comes to protecting our national security. And that's why the American people reelected this president, because they know that our national security is in good hands with the president of the United States. Speaking of the vice president, I understand he's going to be speaking any moment now. I would hate to counter program the vice president of the United States. You'll also hear from the president at 3 o'clock. He will be honoring women's history at the Women's History Month celebration. We have a lot of great women across our cabinet who will be in attendance. So we'll see you all there. And then you'll also hear from the president again at 4 o'clock when he talks about tariffs. So plenty of time for more questions. Sorry, it's a bit shorter today, guys. We'll see you later.
To earthquakes, landslides, and even volcanoes. Nationwide, our public television interconnection system supports the PBS Warning Alert Response Network, a critical pathway for the distribution of wireless energy emergency alerts to cell phones. Public television pioneered datacasting technology to enable public safety officials to communicate with each other without the need for broadband or cell service. In partnership with the Department of Homeland Security, public television has proven how this technology can assist rural search and rescue, overwater communications, large event crowd control, and even school safety incidents. Alaskans use our services to connect to their communities and the broader world through access to local public and government affairs, agricultural news, local history and culture, as well as local and national educational content and news. Our programming caters to and is informed by the specific needs of the communities we serve. Just to give a few examples, Indie Alaska, an award-winning series of documentaries, captures Alaska's people, places, and their unique stories. Alaska Insight is a weekly public affairs program that moves the conversation beyond the headlines and right into Alaska's communities. Our radio station hosts Alaska's only statewide call-in programs, Talk of Alaska, and Line 1, Your Health Connection. We reach across Alaska with these essential free services through a statewide network consisting of 4 TV channels and 1 radio station. We coordinate the only statewide news network, which includes 27 independent radio stations across Alaska, and we operate the Alaska Rural Communications System, which provides free over-the-air television and radio programming to 100 rural communities. Alaska Public Media is one of more than 360 locally controlled and operated public television stations and over 1,000 public radio stations throughout the country that provide critical services to address the broad range of interest and views of our local communities. These stations collectively reach nearly 99% of the American public, regardless of zip code or income level. This nationwide service would not be possible without federal support. Today, over 70% of the federal funds for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting go directly to stations just like ours. Our system leverages this crucial seed money 7 times over in highly efficient public-private partnerships. Reducing or eliminating federal funding would be devastating and could cause the closure of many stations, especially the most rural and remote. Our highest costs come from maintaining broadcast and IT infrastructure, local programming, and community engagement, all of which would be in serious jeopardy without federal funding. Cuts to our national partners, PBS and NPR, would have a similar impact, particularly in small and rural markets. The broad range of news and educational programming that we receive from these organizations is popular with Alaskans. Without this national content, we would receive less local support, endangering the local services we provide. This national local model efficiently leverages economies of scale and allows us to provide the unique mix of local programming and national content that Alaskans want. Congress's support for the mission of public broadcasting to provide every American access to free, non-commercial quality educational programming remains critical. It allows us to connect Alaskans with each other and with our neighbors in the lower 48, and to connect the nation with us. I urge Congress to maintain federal funding for public broadcasting to ensure that local stations around the country can continue to provide essential services to their local areas. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ullman. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions. Ms. Marr, your public statements and social media posts reflect left-wing ideology and blatant opposition to free speech. After all, you were the head of Wikipedia for many years, which is a platform that doesn't tell the truth. Let's walk through some of your statements so the public can understand your personal views. You said your fellow Americans just elected Donald Trump as president again this past November. You called him a deranged racist and sociopath. You posted on X that America is addicted to white supremacy. It's appalling. You've publicly chastised using the phrase boy and girl, which you said erases the language for non-binary people. There's only 2 genders, by the way. Ms. Marr, the federal funding that your outlet receives comes from all American taxpayer dollars, not just from your viewers who support such statements as these. Let me inform you, and that your federal funding is also paid for by the other half of the country, the 77 million Americans who voted for President Trump, someone you called a deranged racist sociopath. Ms. Marr, many find your pro-censorship and anti-free speech views more concerning than your politics. The only speech you like seems to be speech that you agree with. In 2021, you called the First Amendment the #1 challenge in American journalism because it makes it hard to crack down on bad information. You said in a TED Talk that our reverence for the truth might be a distraction. You've also expressed support for deplatforming individuals you view as fascist. Who do you think should be charged with cracking down on so-called bad information? Is it NPR? Is it the government? Is it you, Ms. Marr?
Congresswoman, Madam Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity to address this. I know.
Do you, is it up to you and NPR to crack down on bad information or decide the truth? Answer the question, yes or no, Ms. Marr.
Absolutely not. I'm a very strong believer in free speech, and I believe that more speech.
Your public statements say otherwise. Ms. Marr, in 2021, when speaking at an Atlantic Council event, you said that when you were CEO of Wikipedia, you took a very active approach to disinformation and misinformation. During the COVID pandemic and the 2020 election, you said you censored information through conversations with government. Which governments were those, Ms. Marr? The Biden administration, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Wikipedia never censored any information.
These are your public statements, Ms. Marr. Ms. Marr, are you familiar with Section 399B of the Communications Act? It prohibits non-commercial education broadcast stations, NCEs, from airing commercials on behalf of for-profit entities. The FCC recently opened an investigation into the underwriting announcements and related policies of NPR and PBS. Does NPR air commercials for for-profit entities, Ms. Marr? Yes or no?
Madam Chair, we are in full compliance with the FCC's inquiry and will continue to cooperate.
I remind you, you're under oath, and violations of the Communications Act comes with a fine up to $10,000 and possibly up to a year in prison. Does PBS air for-profit commercials, Ms. Kruger?
We air underwriting announcements, and we believe we are in full compliance with the FCC, and we look forward to delivering the material required in this part of this investigation.
We look forward to that too. I'm assuming you're concerned, both of you are concerned about this, and that's why you brought so many attorneys with you today. Ms. Kruger, using taxpayer subsidies, PBS funded Independent Lens to make documentaries for part of your programming. In 2016, Real Boy was aired about a trans teen navigating adolescent sobriety and the ramification of his gender identity. In 2022, the same series aired Our League, in which a trans woman comes to her old school Ohio bowling league in a story about transition. Then in 2024, A Racist Trees was aired, telling a story of how in Palm Springs, a Black neighborhood fights to remove a divisive wall of trees. Do you think PBS needs to fund ridiculous material such as this that the taxpayers are having to pay for?
These are documentary films that are point of view pieces that are part of our primetime schedule for adults.
And parents and adults don't trust that type of programming.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask a unanimous consent to enter into the record this letter from 72 public radio stations serving rural communities across the country, where they emphasize how important federal funding is to the ability to provide vital public safety information.
Without objection, so ordered.
Okay. I also have a similar letter from Georgia, from the Georgia PBS NPR station, also asking for consideration for federal funding.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Ms. Kruger and Ms. Marr, can we talk a little bit about the educational service you provide for children of low-income families and how that is received, and the trust that you've generated among families in that situation?
Yes, a significant part of our broadcast day is devoted to programming for children. We focus on preschool. That goes back to the legacy of Fred Rogers, who believed that media could be a tool to help to instruct children as well as a tool of entertainment. Our programming is focused on core skills that kids need to develop before they enter school, in math and in learning numbers and in learning letters, so that kids that don't have the opportunity to be in a formal pre-K program have a chance to walk into school for the first time on equal footing with kids that have more opportunity. And that's the heart of what we think about in the programming that we develop for kids.
Now, I know you've done some, independent groups have done assessments on trust, the trust factor that parents have on PBS Kids, which is one of your most popular services. Can you talk about that?
Yes.
Where did you come in terms of the comparison to other stations?
We are the most trusted media brand. In fact, Parents Magazine this week just ran the results of a study that was done on Daniel Tiger's neighborhood, actually looking at 16-year-olds that remember some of the basic skills they learned as small children. And what we're focused on is to make sure, again, that every child has the opportunity to learn and be excited about the world around them when they enter a school for the first time, and to give them those core basic skills that we can see they carry forward in life.
Ms. Marr, I'd like you to focus on the work that public media is doing in relation to public safety communications. How important is this function of public broadcast media, particularly, I'm talking about the most rural, most remote communities in this country?
Thank you so much, Congressman. We are part of the National Next Generation Warning System, for which we've received a significant investment over the course of the last few years, and many thanks to Congress for supporting that appropriation. Our stations are busy implementing that across the nation. We also are part of the the statewide emergency plans for more than 20 states. You'll see the importance and value of public radio in particular when we face extreme weather. For example, whether in Ashland, North Carolina, recently, Blue Ridge Public Radio was the only news information source available for nearly 2 weeks as people struggled with outages of water and electricity, and certainly outages of cell phones and internet. Recently as well, my colleague from Alaska would be able to speak to Raven Public Media, which had a very similar experience of 2 weeks of outages in which the local media station was, again, the only source of information for that community. When everything else goes down, public radio is there, available to first responders to be able to communicate directly about issues of harm and ensure the public has access to vital, critical information.
Now, I mean, there's a lot of information out there, a lot of stations out there, but we're talking, what's the difference here when you have a paywall-free, non-subscription access for some of these communities?
I think it makes all the difference in the world, sir. We recently, as I mentioned in my opening statement, we're one of the only publications in America that has a dedicated veterans beat, and the only one without a paywall. I'm always struck by something that our veterans reporter told me, which is that a mother of one of our troops deployed overseas came to him and said that for the first time in 9 months, she'd heard his son's voice. That's something that I believe only public media can do, and it can only do that because it is available to all Americans without any barriers.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I yield back.
I now recognize Chairman Comer from Kentucky for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ullman, I'm glad you brought up a point. It's been mentioned a couple of times already at the early start of this hearing about rural and remote. And I have to tell this story. When I graduated from college with a degree in agriculture, I went back to rural Monroe County, Kentucky, and worked on a farm, my farm, for 5 years, full time. Farm to this day, but full time. I was in a tractor, sometimes 10, 12, 14 hours a day. And I listened to the radio, and the only radio station I could get that had news was public radio. So I listened to as many hours of public radio as anyone on this panel, I can assure you. And it was a great service. That was 30 some years ago. Today, in that same remote area, I mean, you've got Sirius XM, you've got podcasts, there's internet access now. There's a whole menu of media options now. So, but over time, and I still occasionally listen to NPR because I just want to hear what they have to say. And I don't even recognize the station anymore. It's not news. I feel like it's propaganda. I feel like there's disinformation every time I listen to NPR. And, you know, a media entity like MSNBC or Huffington Post that, in my opinion, consistently spews disinformation, they can do that. They're a private company. But NPR gets federal funds. And you know, I have a problem with that, because if people in Alaska, if all they have is public radio, then all they know is what these headlines say, and they're wrong about COVID-19. And the headlines are in the background. I don't have time to go over all these headlines that are wrong. About Russian collusion, wrong. About the Hunter Biden laptop, wrong. And then there's a story about me. And part of what we went through on this committee during the Biden investigation, which, by the way, ended with Joe Biden's last act as president of the United States, pardoned his entire family preemptively for an 11-year period, which just so happened to be the 11-year period that this committee investigated the Bidens, that we had subpoenaed bank records. I don't think NPR reported about the pardons, but they reported a lot about how there was no evidence of any wrongdoing and things that just weren't true. In fact, there's a story, NPR, lawmaker leading Hunter Biden House investigation accused of owning a shell company. Well, that's me. Miss Mayor, are you familiar with that story that NPR wrote about me at the height of the Biden investigation when you all were disputing every aspect of our investigation that is 100% factual? We have hundreds of pages of evidence, hundreds of pages of bank records, hundreds of pages of emails. Do you remember the story that NPR wrote about me saying I had a shell company?
Congressman, I was not at NPR at the time, and I'm unfamiliar with the story.
Where do you get your sources on something like that? That's a very serious accusation, because we're investigating a president and his family who had 28 shell companies. I have an LLC, had 5 properties in it. It's in my financial disclosure form. I've gone into great detail, given lots of interviews, but people that listen to NPR, they're totally disinformed on the truth. And I have a problem with that, because you get federal funds. And I do believe there was a role for public radio 30 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, maybe 5 years ago. But because of technology today, I don't think there's a role for public radio anymore. And I think you've abused the privilege that you had with receiving federal funds. Because these headlines here are not true. This is disinformation on some huge topics. Do you want to dispute anything that I said in the remaining 30 seconds?
Thank you, Congressman. First of all, I want to recognize your concerns. One of the first things that I did in coming in May was to beef up our editorial standards. I directed my editor-in-chief, who, by the way,
why is NPR even doing editorials?
I'm
Should
so
NPR
sorry.
even do editorials?
I don't mean editorial in terms of opinion editorial.
Do you even need opinion? What does it matter with the opinion? If you're a federally funded entity that's supposed to provide the news, can you not provide the news?
Of course,
fair and balanced?
Of course, Congressman. I mean, editorial standards for our journalism was to beef up our editorial practices, bringing in more editors to make sure that we have more points of view reflected in every story. I've engaged in a number of actions trying to address
and my
some of
time's
these
expired.
concerns.
I've lost confidence in public radio. I don't think, Madam Chair, they should get a penny of federal funds. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now recognize Mr. Garcia from California for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I want to first begin by thanking all of our witnesses that are here today. I know that there's a lot we should be discussing right now at this hearing. We've, of course, had some pretty shocking security breaches that we're just learning about through a lot of our national security officials. We know that Pete Hegseth should be removed from office or should resign. We have Donald Trump, who, of course, is crashing the stock market. He's taken away millions of programs and hurting people across this country to fund tax giveaways to billionaires. And our constituents can't access their Social Security benefits. Now, I think actually Chairwoman Green supports everything that the Trump administration is actually doing. So instead of a serious hearing, we're here to attack NPR and PBS. So let's get right into it. Now, Ms. Kerger, the American people want to know, is Elmo now, or has he ever been, a member of the Communist Party of the United States? A yes or no?
No.
Now, are you sure, Ms. Kerger? Because he's obviously red.
Well, he is a puppet, but no.
Now, that's not all. He also has a very dangerous message about sharing and helping each other. He's indoctrinating our kids that sharing is caring. Now, maybe he's part of a major socialist plot. And maybe that's why the chairwoman is having this hearing today. But let's talk about somebody else. Let's talk about Cookie Monster. Now, we know that Health Secretary RFK Jr. is coming out against fast food and baked goods. Are we silencing pro-cookie voters? Yes or no? Ms. Garger.
But cookies are a sometime food.
Well, thank you. And now I agree with you. And let's also talk about the most important maybe character on Sesame Street. This is actually Big Bird. Now, Ms. Kruger, since Elon Musk actually fired USDA workers who have been working on the bird flu, does it make sense to also fire Big Bird? Yes or no?
We would like to keep Big Bird.
I completely agree with you. And now it gets even worse. Now, this is actually a tweet that Big Bird actually sent out about the COVID-19 vaccine, encouraging folks to actually get their vaccination, which of course we believe in vaccines. Now, perhaps the reason why we're having this hearing is because our chairwoman, Ms. Green, has actually said some really negative things about getting vaccinations. And that perhaps is why we are here. And so we support Big Bird being pro-vaccine and promoting vaccines across this country. Now, I will admit, though, the extreme liberal agenda that you're all pushing, I think, doesn't stop there. This, of course, is Bert and Ernie. Now, these two guys actually live together. They're friends. They're supportive of each other. Now, that might be triggering to our chairwoman and some on this committee, and perhaps that's also why we're here today. Ms. Kruger, an important question. Are Bert and Ernie part of an extreme homosexual agenda?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Kruger, and thank you for being a good sport. Now, I'm obviously using some humor here, but the fact that we're sitting here today talking about defunding public television is actually not funny. At a time where we can't agree on basic facts, and while the free press is under attack, we need public media like PBS and NPR more than ever. A large majority of Americans say they trust PBS. And that's exactly why extremists are trying to tear it down. Public broadcasting is a tool for education, for emergencies, and a cherished part of our national fabric. We get huge benefits from a tiny federal investment. The majority and our chairwoman should drop this attempt to silence media voices they don't like. So the message, I think, today is very, very simple. If we're going to get rid of any puppeteers, we should get rid of the one that's actually controlling Donald Trump. Fire Elon Musk and save Elmo. And with that, I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Cloud from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. NPR fancies itself as a nonpartisan news outlet, public information outlet, even says that we should consider all things. All things are considered, yet their history of political bias has shown that there are a number of things they have not considered. They asked us not to consider that the Hunter Biden laptop was real. They dismissed what was always the most probable theory of the COVID lab leak from Wuhan. They interviewed Russia collusion hoaxer Adam Schiff 25 times, who claimed to have a vault of information in his office leading to the impeachment of President Trump, which of course we now know was all fraudulent. I'd like to submit for the record an article by Uri Berlinger. I've been at NPR for 25 years. Here's how we lost America's trust.
Without objection.
So NPR, unfortunately, has lost much of the audience that they used to have, and now they have a very partisan audience because of this. Who do they bring in to fix it? They bring in Ms. Maher, who has a history of commentary of promoting Marxist ideology, including critical theory. Said we should not use the terms boy or girl, has called our president a deranged racist sociopath, and said that our reverence for the truth has become a distraction that is preventing us from finding consensus and getting important things done. And one could look at that and think that maybe, in your view, promoting groupthink is more important than finding the truth. I thought we liked diversity of ideas, especially, and that as an online encyclopedia that you used to manage, activism was more important than accuracy. Now, I had an uncle who used to say that you should never let the truth get in the way of a good story. And while that was humorous when we were talking about weekend fishing expeditions, when we're talking about news and information and encyclopedias and things that are of national importance, I find that very troubling. Now you are here managing NPR, which is in part federally funded. Can we expect that you will bring the same lack of reverence for truth to your management of NPR?
Thank you, Congressman. First of all, I do want to say that NPR acknowledges that we were mistaken in failing to cover the Hunter Biden laptop story more aggressively and sooner. Our current editorial leadership,
In Wuhan?
we recognize that we were reporting at the time, but we acknowledge that the new CIA evidence is worthy of coverage and have covered it.
What have you done to clean up the bias before? You mentioned I wasn't there for that. What are you doing to clean up and make sure that we have
Absolutely. Thank you,
unbiased?
Congressman. As I mentioned, I came in May. Mr. Berliner published his story 2 weeks into my tenure regarding stories that had happened prior. I wish that I had had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Berliner. I would have loved to have had him engage and come back to us with some suggestions as to what we could do editorially in order to address what he perceived as bias.
Now you've had a long history, including the thing that I mentioned about lack of reverence for truth. And how reverence for truth, you've even talked about the First Amendment kind of getting in the way of what you wanted to get done. And then you're wanting us to believe that NPR is now taking this non-biased approach. I mean, where was the come to Jesus moment for you, I guess, that has turned you around and that we can trust the American taxpayer dollars with your leadership of NPR?
I so appreciate the opportunity to perhaps clarify some things. My talk about truth was really referencing the way that people use truth to refer to belief as opposed to facts. And my encouragement was that we focus on facts. With regards to the First Amendment,
That's not what your comment said. Your comment said that truth was getting in the way of getting things done and that you were prioritizing what you wanted to get done over truth. And that's really unfortunate. I want to go to a different context because you're allowed to have your political opinion. Any news organization should be going after the truth. That's what we want and expect out of news organizations. But certainly a media platform can have whatever opinion it wants in a free society. The question before us today as a committee is whether or not the taxpayer should be forced to pay for this kind of thing. Mr. Gonzalez, I wanted to get your take on this about why the corporate public broadcasting is it still relevant today? I mean, we're in a different context than we were in the 60s, where maybe not every home had a television. Now, many of them have multiple televisions, and certainly most have a screen in their pocket most times during the day. I have 3 here on my desk. And so it seems like we're in a different context of where could we possibly get the news today or information? Could you speak to the importance or lack thereof of the Corporation of Public Broadcasting in the context of where we are today in society?
Yeah, right. When it came on after the passage of the 67 Public Broadcasting Act in the early 70s, there were only 3 networks. We had Cronkite, Reasoner, and the other guy. And PBS added by a third the number of networks that we had. That's not the case today. And as far as education, which has been diminished, and by the way, I believe that Sesame Street was sold to HBO 10 years ago. But as far as the educational value, we have an unending stream of educational content online. I could reel off a number of websites and that people can access, YouTube channels where kids of all income levels can access educational content. So but basically, as I said in my testimony, it goes back to the basic unfairness that conservatives for 50 years have been saying, but you're completely biased. And they have the audacity to say, oh, no, we're not. And you have to just pay us. And it's just, that is the basic.
The gentleman's time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article published today by Yuri Berliner about NPR, basically saying that the bias has not changed.
Madam Chair, I also have a unanimous consent request from the members who are at Mr. Grijalva's funeral mass this morning, asking to submit into the record this letter of support for federal funding from
Without objection, so ordered.
Which is Kentucky Radio, which is where Mr. Comer wrote his
Without objection, so ordered.
tractor. Thank you.
I now recognize the gentleman, Mr. Kassar from Texas, for 5 minutes.
Good morning. Mr. Gonzalez, you wrote the proposal to defund NPR, PBS, and public broadcasting. The answer is none.
Okay.
To your knowledge, has Miss Piggy ever been caught trying to funnel billions of dollars in government contracts to herself and to her companies?
That's a silly question.
Well, the answer is no. How about Arthur the Aardvark? Has he ever fired independent government watchdogs who are investigating his companies? The answer is no. Madam Chair, I'm told we're here to talk about government efficiency, but Daniel Tiger has not blown $10 million of taxpayer money to play golf with his friends, but Donald Trump has, just at the beginning of his administration. Miss Piggy hasn't been caught funneling billions of dollars in government contracts to herself, but Elon Musk has. And Arthur has not fired independent government watchdogs investigating him and his companies, but Elon Musk has fired at least 5. So once again, my Republican colleagues are dragging in a scapegoat, this time PBS and NPR, to try to distract from the fact that Trump and Musk are robbing working people. It's Sesame Street that's making things expensive. It's Mr. Rogers that's blowing taxpayer money. It's listeners like you. It's absurd. The total funding for public broadcasting is just 1/6 the amount that Elon Musk's companies make off of the government every single year. But you will not see Elon Musk being grilled by this committee. I've seen a lot, but pointing the finger at Elmo to cover for Elon Musk might be a new low for Miss Marjorie Taylor Greene's committee. I don't think Americans are buying it. Here's what I think we should be having a hearing about. After Trump and Musk took over the government, reporters noticed that the State Department was trying to funnel 400 million taxpayer dollars to Tesla. The State Department said it's an old contract, no news here. But because of a brave whistleblower and an NPR reporter, they exposed the corruption and the lies. Madam Chairwoman, if we want to look into waste, fraud, and abuse, why not look into that? Elon Musk, who's running cabinet meetings, who's running the White House, was trying to funnel money to himself. So let's stop investigating Cookie Monster and start investigating how the Trump administration lied about this and was trying to funnel money to their biggest political supporter. Maybe you're trying to defund NPR because they expose this kind of corruption. And if Republicans were serious about investigating waste, fraud, and abuse, my colleagues would admit that Big Bird is not the problem. Big tech is, big pharma is, big insurance companies are. Elon Musk's companies make billions, $3 billion a year off of government contracts. That's 6 times the money that goes to all of public broadcasting. Private insurers and Medicare Advantage overcharged taxpayers $83 billion just last year. That could pay for public broadcasting 160 times over. The $4.5 trillion tax cut for the ultra wealthy that Republicans on this committee are trying to push through, that would pay for public broadcasting 9,000 times over. There is money to pay not just for PBS and NPR, but healthcare for every American, tuition-free trade school and community college for every American, to end homelessness on the streets of our cities. But my Republican colleagues don't want to talk about the corporate waste, fraud, and abuse because those corporations fund the Republicans' campaigns. So instead, they want to shut down educational programming for kids and their families and want to shut down local radio stations. To borrow a phrase from Sesame Street, the letter of the day is C, and it stands for corruption. Look, in my home city of Austin, Texas, we have Austin City Limits, which decade after decade after decade has chronicled American music. And if they had a bad season and it was private TV, they just would have shut it down. And we wouldn't have had decade after decade after decade of Austin City Limits. That's the amazing thing about public broadcasting. I have a lot of public housing residents in the San Antonio side of my district. And when I talk to them and they hear about what's going on in Washington, D.C., they talk about Texas Public Radio. And I just heard my colleagues talking about educational programming for kids on YouTube. That stuff is loaded with ads. And also on other forms of private television, they're selling you and your kids stuff, making people feel bad. They're trying to make a profit off of you. That's why I got sat in front of Mr. Rogers, because you got to learn something and they weren't just trying to sell you junk. It's better for our kids. It's better for our families. And we should actually be supporting public broadcasting instead of this stuff. Madam Chair, leave Elmo alone. Bring Elon in for questioning instead.
I now recognize Mr. Timmons from South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the witnesses for being here today. I'm going to begin by saying this. We don't want to shut down NPR or PBS, but we have $36 trillion in debt. and we have run a $1.8 trillion annual deficit, and we are scouring all government spending, not just Democrat priorities, but Republican priorities too. We're going to be going through the defense budget. We're going to be making sure that we are spending our taxpayer dollars wisely because we have an existential threat. We have an existential threat. We cannot continue down this path financially. So we do not want to shut you down, but we cannot continue down this path. And so if our debt is part of the reason we're here, I think another part of the reason we're here, reevaluating your role in the government's use of taxpayer dollars to partially fund your institutions, is because technology has changed everything. We are not living in 1967. And the internet has changed our society. We have such increased social interconnectedness, and there are various options for people to get news and to get disinformation or information, whatever you want to get. So those are the two kind of reasons I want to start with, and that's probably half the problem we're here for. The other half is your perceived bias and your content moderation and the manner in which you are violating journalistic integrity. And I'll say this, NPR, you have been far worse at this. Ms. Kerger, you have done a much better job at this, but we still have some issues we're going to talk about. Ms. Marr, do you think that the public statements you have made on social media create a challenge in your leadership for what should be an unbiased public information system? Do you think that your past comments, I'll give you a better question, did they come up in your job interview? Like, do you see a problem?
Congressman, thank you for the question. No, they never came up in my job interview.
You're a rabid progressive. Like, and do you not think it's a problem that your political leanings make it seem to the American people that you're not biased and you're not doing your job? Because you agree that your job is to have journalistic integrity, right?
Absolutely, but there is a strong firewall between the newsroom and anything that I
Let's
do.
talk about the newsroom. You have 87 registered Democrats, not a single Republican in your editor board. So, I mean, how does that work to give us the perception that you're doing your job of actually delivering unbiased information?
Well, I would agree with you that that number is a concern if it is accurate. I do believe that we need to have journalists who represent the full breadth of the American society so that we can report well for all Americans.
Well, I think that you are failing. I realize you've only been there for a year, but I just really think that while it is a small portion of your budget, you very much should expect to restructure your revenue streams, because I don't think that NPR is necessarily worth saving. And I'm going to go on to Ms. Kerger. I will say this, you have been very professional, and you have been there for decades, and I think that you've done a fairly good job over your tenure. But I want to ask you a very simple question. In retrospect, do you think that it was inappropriate to put the drag queen on the kids show? Do you think that was a mistake?
The drag queen was actually not on any of our kids shows. The image that Chairman Taylor Greene showed was from a project that our New York City station did with the New York City Department of Education.
What time of day did it air?
It did not air. It was a digital project they did for the Department of Education.
Do you think
it only
that
appeared on our
human should have
website?
anything to do with PBS? Do you think that human? I mean, do you see?
It was not a PBS. It was not for PBS. It was
Okay, so you're saying
mistakenly
that we
put it
should have
on our
that information.
website by our. I'm sorry. I don't mean to talk over you. It was mistakenly put on our website by our New York City station. It was not intended for national distribution. It was immediately pulled down. It was never
How
broadcast.
about, do you think that you should publish something that calls trees racist? Is that, in retrospect, should you have published that?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Oh, you had
Congressman.
a segment that was called racist trees, and it was I mean, we've already referenced it a number of times. So, I mean, do you think trees can be racist? I guess that's a good one.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've never
Okay.
heard of what you're referring to.
All right. Well,
But I'd be happy to look into it.
I guess last, do you think that it's appropriate to expose children to issues of transitioning? Do you see a problem with that? Is that something you should avoid?
That is not anything on any of our children's programs at all.
Ms. Kerger, you have done a far better job here today, and we're going to continue to have this conversation. But again, we have $36 trillion in debt, and we're trying to figure out how to make sure that our kids and our grandkids have an opportunity at the American dream, because if we don't change course financially, they won't. Thank you. I yield back.
Okay, I think the question on all of our minds is which trees are the most racist? The chat seems to think it's elms.
I cannot believe, like, what did I just walk into? What
So
is
this
happening?
this is
What
a
is happening right
funding
now?
a funding hearing, a hearing about bias in NPR. Marjorie Taylor Greene is the chair of this committee. Timmons here showed up saying, listen, we don't want to defund PBS and NPR, but we have a debt problem. And all of us in the chat are like, the fuck, we don't. We absolutely want to defund NPR. We got some
Yeah.
good questions in this one. The lady that's there for NPR is she previously was the head of Wikipedia. And she's like, Wikipedia never censors. Like, I almost jumped out of my chair when she said that. But she was asked.
You can literally go back and look at the logs, like when they
Yeah.
change stuff, and see how they censor.
It's just a lie. It's just a lie. And she was asked directly by Representative Michael Cloud, who I believe is joining John on the Daily Herald, I think tomorrow. Let me just double check that so I give the correct information. Next Tuesday, actually, not tomorrow. So he'll be Representative Cloud, very calm, very measured, asked the NPR lady, like, what about the lab leak theory? And what about the Hunter Biden laptop? And she's like, well, we recognize that we had, and this is how she talks. We recognize and we just appreciate the question so much. And we recognize that we weren't fast enough on that story and we didn't get to the facts, but we're going to do better next time. And there was a series, his questioning in particular was a series of that. Like, you messed up here. What about this? You messed up here. What about this? And they're having to apologize on the record, which I love. The Democrats, for the most part,
By the
are
way,
either
is it a prerequisite to work at NPR to sound like you're strung out on drugs at all times?
or like trying to seduce your audience. She
Yeah.
doesn't sound strung out on drugs to me. She sounds like she's trying, like a siren, like she's trying to lure you in
like a
with the
silver-tongued
sound of her voice.
soothsayer. Yeah.
Yes,
Or a witch.
we're very responsible with our taxpayer dollars, Gordon. The Democrats, for their part, are railing about Signalgate, calling for Pete Hegseth to be terminated, and which they've been calling for since before he was confirmed, right? It's like anything even remotely that gets them to that messaging, they're going to take advantage of. Or they're asking really stupid questions about Elmo and Cookie Monster. Is Elmo a red? Do you think Elmo is a red? This is like, it's beyond parody. Someone in the chat asked when that was happening. They're like, is this SNL? And it's like, no, this is our tax dollars at work.
Wait. Is Elmo a red referring to the fact that he's red?
Yeah, but like the double entendre is communism, right? Like, we should be going after Elmo because he's a red. He is a red, right? He is a red, right? Dumbass.
Wow.
So this is a very silly hearing, and when it's over, we're going to cover the SCOTUS. We've got some Trump things this afternoon that we'll cut to, but we're going to cover the SCOTUS hearing that happened this morning, mainly because I really want to hear it. But we had the EPA SCOTUS hearing, very first stream we had this morning. The second EPA hearing, we covered the first one yesterday in the afternoon, and this is EPA hearing. Yeah, it deals with the authorities of the DC District Court and whether or not this one was about air quality. Yesterday it was about refineries, but today it was about air quality and whether or not the air quality regulatory landscape and the fact that the EPA brings cases against multiple states at once means that we don't want to split the circuits. We need to do everything in the DC District Court. So we now have 3 cases, 2 oral arguments, but 3 cases on EPA specifically looking at venue manipulation by filing everything in the DC District Courts. Interesting stuff. It'll be interesting to see how they roll.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny because I just came from Breaking History where we had a guy on from Serbia, and they're experiencing a color revolution right now. And one of the things that NPR did today is there is a sound cannon there's a psyop, big protests in the Capitol, all intelligence funded, definitely not organic, and there was like this narrative that the government had used sound cannons against the crowd, but he was explaining to us how that him and others had gone through and debunked that and totally debunked that it was sound cannons. And then the Trump administration brought in somebody who was a specialist in Havana syndrome.
Can you explain what sound cannons is?
A sound cannon, I'll show you. It's
Is it like frequency manipulation?
no, it's like a weapon. It's a weapon that they use. It's like a new age weapon here. But is it like
weaponized frequencies? Is that what we're talking about? Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, it's like it looks like a. I mean, it doesn't really look anything special, but
not as cool as a t-shirt cannon.
Not as cool as a t-shirt cannon. I'm pretty sure it just is designed to like render people like immobilized, right?
Yeah.
But so the government has been accused of doing this. These journalists, these citizen journalists, have gone out and disproven that it was done. The Trump administration sent specialists over there. The specialists interviewed all the victims and confirmed that it was not a sound cannon that was used, that they experienced. And then, of course, NPR has a story out today, like tripling down on the story, being like, no, it was definitely a sound cannon. Like, you know, I mean, it's just these people are such shameless degenerates. And
so wait, the story has been debunked by both sides of the authoritative narrative, and NPR is still reporting that
it's been debunked. I mean, it's been denied by the Serbian government. So the Serbian government is, you know, like Trump aligned basically, or like of the thinking of Trump, right? And the Serbian government, by the way, is not a part of NATO, and the EU and NATO desperately want them to join NATO. And the Serbian president, who is, you know, he's a Trumpian figure, is anti-joining NATO. And so they're trying to get him out of power. So I think they're trying to brand him as, you know, a dictator by being like, oh, he uses sound cannons against his own people. And so, yes,
weapon of mass destruction, Ghost.
Yeah, so like using like he was explaining to us how like using footage of like this giant town square where there were, you know, tens of thousands of people, you could see from one corner like he called it a Mexican wave. I guess that's like a term, he's Mexican too, but he's Mexican Serbian, but he says it's not like an epithet. It's like actually what it's called, but it's like you can see the wave. What? A Mexican wave is what he called it. But he said it's a wave of people. It's almost like a soccer game. Like the people were all reacting, like grabbing their ears as like this thing moved across the crowd. And that is not how a sound cannon works. It's like the way a sound cannon would work is as soon as you turn it on, every single person in the square would immediately, like, you know, the sound wave would move so quickly that everyone would be affected at once. So it was something different that was impacting the people. And so anyway, like that
any insights on what it actually was?
Well, so that's when I suggested, I was like, you know, looking at the symptoms, because people were getting headaches and they had they had vision problems and all kinds of stuff. And I said, well, that sounds a lot like the Havana syndrome that we heard out of Cuba. Yeah. And then he said, well, it's funny you say that because the Trump administration flew in a expert on Havana syndrome to interview all the victims. And that person came out and officially deduced that, concluded that it was not sound cannons based on all the testimony from the victims.
So do you think that there is some new kind of frequency at weapon that's being disclosed here, or do you think that they're potentially making this up, or is it something else?
He seemed to think that it was something more physical, like it was something that was actually in the crowd, like maybe a car moving through
or something. Oh,
not a poison, but like an object, like a car or something. Because I think like we didn't watch the video, but he was describing the video to us, and it's such a far distance away that you can't, and the crowd is so dense that you can't tell what it is. But he says he thinks that there was something actually moving through the crowd, and people were jumping away like in reaction, and then the reaction kind of like moved through the crowd. As it was like, he thinks it was something like that. It wasn't even like a sound wave thing, but you know, and then I suggested maybe it was some sort of a sound wave or Havana syndrome kind of weapon, but it was being used by another operator, like, you know, like a third party, not the government, and then being blamed on like a false flag. I don't know. So we were just kind of spitballing and speculating, but the point is that this has all been debunked basically through citizen journalists denied by the government, and then the Trump administration has come in and performed their own investigation and determined that they don't think it was a sound cannon. And now NPR today is tripling down and being like, no, it was definitely a sound cannon. So
How appropriate that you have an NPR is bullshit story at the time that we're covering a hearing about NPR being bullshit.
yeah, it was very, very,
Great.
very timely.
Yeah, I mean, I want more details on what it was and how it's been debunked. Whenever somebody tells me something is debunked, I immediately don't believe them.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Well, I mean,
not that I don't
like,
believe you, of course I do.
Debunked just meaning that ruling out the specific weapon that that NPR is accusing and others are accusing them of using. It couldn't have been that weapon because the reaction of the crowd would have been very different than what was witnessed. But yeah, I mean, that whole part of the world is just like on fire right now because the powers that be are desperate to get all of those governments against Russia, and they're all actually deciding to align with Putin. So,
so you missed the White House briefing. It was real dumb. It was, very little.
As is tradition,
as per usual. Yeah. It was pretty much all signal questions. I think she might have just ended it early because she was kind of done with it. They kept asking or trying to ask in different ways about the impact of the signal messages, and she kept, giving the answer. It was a big part of it is, when is Hegseth or Waltz going to resign, and does the president still support, et cetera, et cetera. She answered the question. She kept saying, like, it's now 4 times that I've been asked and answered, now 5 times, now 6 times. And then she's finally like, you know what? There's other press conferences this afternoon. We're done here. So you didn't really miss too much of substance out of that. Yeah. She's doing a great job. I think she's doing a great job in that room. She got into it with Collins a little bit too. Caitlin Collins asked her the question, is the president still blah, blah, blah? And she's like, I've already asked to answer this question. And she called on someone else, and Caitlin Collins is still trying to get it. She goes like, Caitlin, I'm not taking your follow-up. I didn't call on you.
Nice. I mean, I'm all for them bringing these clowns in if the point is just to beat them up, and I'm cool. I'm cool with a cage match. Like, I'm cool if they want to do WrestleMania in the press room. I just hope that after WrestleMania we could have like a 1 hour where people could ask real questions and we could just get like a real dialogue, because as I've said over and over again, and I keep like posting on X, it's like these things get so tedious because it's literally the same question over and over and over again, framed differently about a topic that nobody cares about. I mean,
always political. It's always a political angle on a question from the reporters that are in the White House briefing room. Those are fine questions if you're on the campaign trail. If you're outside of power, but if you have the privilege of being inside the White House briefing room, ask questions that the American people actually care about.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I think that there are great questions about use of signal, whether it's the really what I hope that this leads to is people broadly understanding that there is no super secure way to digitally communicate, that there are always risks when you're communicating using digital technology. The government has convinced people, and this comes to mind with elections, right? Most pronounced, but that our systems in the US government are super safe and super secure. Nobody's getting through, nobody's penetrating our firewall of security, and nothing can be further from the truth. The fact that they won't admit the vulnerabilities, that they won't acknowledge that digital technology it comes with a whole suite of risks, particularly if you're talking about national security. The fact that the administration and the intelligence apparatus is confirming that signal is the most secure option that they have available to them. That's terrifying.
Well, but did you see the Politico article from 2014 where like the Dems were talking about how it was the future, and that it was commonly used by the Obama administration at the end of Obama's second term? It became like the standard that for them to communicate with one another was to use Signal as opposed to like another encrypted service. And then Gabrielle went on the Daily Herald and said the same thing. She said, yeah, like every single person who works in DC has Signal on their phone. And that's what we use to communicate because it's understood the CIA, that's their standard. They use Signal. So we use Signal.
Yeah. And Brian and I talked about this a little bit on Badlands Book Club last night, but I know a lot of cyber experts from my prior work and from my work in election integrity. A lot of the cyber experts that I know from election integrity work were previously in the government and particularly in the military, working on digital systems in that construct. None of those guys will use Signal. And none of them will use Signal because they said it's already infiltrated by the intelligence community, by the FBI. So if it's the government that's trying to keep tabs on you, using Signal is one of the worst things that you can do. We used, while we were coordinating our efforts on election integrity, we used other apps. I'm not going to say what they are, but apps that I had never heard of outside of and haven't still heard of inside outside of that specific construct and those specific former government cyber experts that I was working with. Signal is not secure. Telegram is not secure. Your email is not secure.
I think the actual title of the article was Signal is the gold standard. That was the actual title of the article. Signal is the gold standard. But to be fair, Telegram.
That's so perfect considering that they say our election systems are gold standard.
But to be fair, Telegram is not marketed as an encrypted service. Telegram is just a social media app. Signal is actually marketed.
Telegram is absolutely marketed by people looking to do encrypted end-to-end communications. Telegram is absolutely considered to be.
Is that separate from just the normal Telegram service, or is that
it's the DM functionality and the ability to lock down and control your groups? Telegram actually has some pretty solid security features, but it's also not secure.
Those debates and concerns aside, I mean, the standard up until 3 days ago, the standard was that everyone in DC use Signal. So this is a total non-story. And it's a narrative deployment that the Trump administration put out intentionally. There's no doubt in my mind about that. I mean, Michael Waltz 100% invited Jeffrey Goldberg on purpose into that chat. And I don't know, did y'all watch the video from this morning? I mean, the one that you posted?
Which video? We haven't watched anything on this stream. I just got on when you got here.
Well, I mean, you and Brian, did y'all watch the video between Tim Miller and Jeff Goldberg?
Oh no, we were just talking about. Should we play it?
Yeah, let's play it. That video of Jeff Goldberg, that says it all. I mean, I was already speculating about this yesterday, but after watching that video, I'm very much convinced that what happened was Jeff Goldberg got invited into this group. He quickly realized that it was probably the real deal. The Yemen strike happens, and then he's like, "Yep, this is 100% the real deal," and he just can't help himself because he's such a sociopath that he has to go ahead and embellish the story further to try to make Trump look bad, and he gets his hand stuck in the cookie jar for sure.
Yeah, to me, his body language betrays him here.
Who is Tim Miller, by the way? Is he does he work with Jeff Goldberg, or is he just like a third party? Or
I think he's the same guy that was up Carrie Lake's ass for a while she was on the campaign trail. Really trolly, really lefty.
So he's a lefty. So he's left wing. So he's he would be in the same camp.
Trying to see where he was. Well, he was the communication Tim. This is Wikipedia, which we know is a super trusted source because of the witness at the hearing that we're watching. Tim Miller is an American libertarian political commentator, writer, and former political consultant. He was communications director for the Jeb Bush 2016 presidential campaign that year came out as an early and prominent critic of Donald Trump. Can somebody answer me? What about Jeb Bush is libertarian?
So he's left wing for sure. He's 100% left wing. Yeah.
All right.
But listen to how angry he gets with how frustrated he gets with Jeff Goldberg.
Yeah.
Now the Secretary of Defense and the White House press secretary have said you're lying. Have said there are no war plans there. Have said there's no classified information. So the obvious question is, shouldn't you now demonstrate it? Shouldn't you publish the text?
No, because they're wrong. They're wrong.
But how can you prove that you're wrong? Maybe should you provide them to the House and Senate Special Committees on Intelligence? Maybe. I don't know.
Wow. Well, you want to become my lawyer?
I'm throwing this out there, Jeff. I don't know. I mean, look, the
No,
White
I
House
mean, look,
press
I,
secretary
no,
an hour
look,
ago said
look, I
you're
feel
lying.
like, no. I mean, I
Watch
obviously,
his body language.
let me just put it this way. My colleagues and I, and the advice that, and the people who are giving us advice on this have some interesting conversations to have about this.
Yeah.
But just because they're irresponsible with material doesn't mean that I'm going to be irresponsible with this material. And you know what? I could, whatever. I mean, you've had a long history as I have with dealing with them, and at moments like this when they're under pressure because they've been caught with their hand in the cookie jar or whatever, you know, they will just literally say anything to get out of the moment, to get out of the jam, and that's okay. I get it. I get the defensive reaction, and but here's the thing: my obligation, I feel, is to the idea that we take national security information seriously. And maybe maybe in the coming days I'll be able to let you know that, okay, I have a plan to have this material vetted publicly. But I'm not going to say that now because there's a lot of conversations that have to happen about that.
Makes sense.
And all of my inclinations, as you can tell, including withholding the name of the CIA undercover officer, all of my inclinations are. I have a pretty clear standards in my own behavior of what I consider information that I consider to be in the public interest, even if it's technically classified or not. Information that's in the public interest and information that's not in the public interest, and I'm just going to I'm sticking to my principles here.
This is so funny. Well, what I think that, like I said, that the guy was in the chat. The chat was basically what we saw, like what he actually published. It was very, very general, high level stuff, nothing classified. And he embellished by implying that there was, and that he had to withhold it because he didn't. And he, in his head, he probably thought that the White House was going to come out and vehemently deny that the signal chat was real. And so then the entire public debate would be about, was the signal chat real or not? And then basically that would be drawn out for whatever, days, weeks, whatever it is. And then by the end of it, by the time that it finally gets proven to be real, it won't even matter about the extra caveat. That'll just be kind of like icing on the cake. The fact that the White House leaned into it was like, yep, it was real. It's like, now everyone's like, okay, so now like release the classified intelligence. And he's like, shit.
Well, so there's a couple of things. In the hearing that we covered yesterday, Tulsi Gabbard and Director Ratcliffe said, I do not recall, and I definitely don't recall specific information about timing, about weapons, and about targets. Now, what we see looking through the complete thread that's now up, which came out this morning, right? So apparently he and his buddies had that conversation real quick because he's now given up all of his leverage. And that was, I think, what a lot of that body language was saying was, well, as soon as I publish all of the messages, I'm not relevant anymore, right? I don't have the leverage anymore.
So he did that? If he did that, I missed it.
That's what I think his message was last night. But this morning, I saw it on Sean Farash. Brian and I covered it on Daily this morning, but their thread of all of the messages that are included in that thread are up now. And in the one that's the day of the attack, certainly prior to the day of the attack, 30 minutes before the attack, is what we're told. That prior to that, there's no sources and methods, there's no timing, there's no specific targets. I don't even think there's specific weapons mentioned. But 30 minutes before the attack, Hegseth posts the specific times and specific weapons. He doesn't talk about specific Houthi targets, but he does mention targets, just not the specifics of the targets. So I'm still wondering, is what's been published this morning, is it real? I'm not convinced it is until the people involved in the chat confirm, yeah, that's real. If that is real, how do we reconcile it with the testimony yesterday? And I was on Daily while we were covering the Intel committee meeting this morning. So I will be catching up on that later tonight. But so I don't know if they addressed that inconsistency in their statement, if Gabbard and Ratcliffe did. But that's the one thing that sticks out to me. The other thing that I've seen rumor of, but haven't heard confirmed, with the exception of Mike Waltz, has kind of alluded to it, is that the Goldberg was not, there's this rumor, and again, Mike Waltz's statements to Laura Ingraham seem to confirm it. There's this rumor that Jeff Goldberg was not in there as Jeff Goldberg JG, as he has asserted. Now, in the screen grabs, he shows up as JG. So this needs to be reconciled. But the rumor is, and Mike Waltz seems to support the idea, that he was in there with someone else's name. That it was Jeff Goldberg's phone number, but he was impersonating someone that was expected to be in the chat.
That would be interesting.
It's the most interesting part to me. That's the most interesting part, because that is not journalism. If he impersonated somebody to get access to that chat, that's espionage.
That's espionage for sure. That's espionage. And especially when you're considering the circle that he was in, I mean, that would be espionage at the highest levels. You've infiltrated the president's cabinet. That is Jeff Goldberg would be looking at Guantanamo Bay, in my opinion, but potentially. This is worth, I just saw this. This is worth looking at. Pete Hegseth's response, I guess, to that.
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
This is from today at 11:38.
So just before you do, Caitlin did mention this statement, and I was looking for it and then got sidetracked, so I didn't have a chance to pull it in. But she also said that, she didn't answer questions beyond the scope of what she was going to answer, right? The president still supports his national security team. The Atlantic said that this was war plans. It wasn't. They lied again. They're hoaxers again. She also said that Jeff Goldberg was the OG weapons of mass destruction hoaxer, which I did not know. That's fantastic.
I actually did know that. He was one of the people who pushed the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq.
Long history. Yeah. Long history of it.
He's a chicken hawk when it suits him, and he's a war hawk when it suits him. So Pete Hegseth says, so let's get, I think he means to say, let me get this straight. The Atlantic released the so-called war plans, and those plans include no names, no targets, no locations, no units, no routes, no sources, no methods, and no classified information. Those are some really shitty war plans. This only proves one thing. Jeff Goldberg has never seen a war plan or an attack plan, as he now calls it, not even close. As I type this, my team and I are traveling to Indo-PACOM region, meeting with commanders, the guys who make the real war plans, and talking to troops. We will continue to do our job while the media does what it does best, peddle hoaxes. So, I'm sitting here looking through, like I typed in Goldberg and Signal on X. I don't see anything popping up that, like I see the screen grabs that I would recognize from being part of the article, but I don't see like anything that even like
there's one post.
That it would be.
Yeah, hang on, let me find it. I'll find it for you. One second. I'll show you the one thing that I think is concerning for them, and it's not concerning because of the information or because of the fact that, there was this accident with this journalist, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's none of that. It's the fact that their testimony yesterday seems to be inaccurate based on what we see. So it's this post here, and this is again 30 minutes before the strike is what we were told.
Take this down. There you go.
So it says, team update, time now, 11:44 Eastern time. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are a go for mission launch. 12:15 F-18s launch first strike package. 13:45 trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, and so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch MQ-9s. 14:10 more F-18s launch second strike package. 14:15 strike drones on target. This when the first bombs will definitely drop pending earlier trigger-based targets. 15:36 F-18 second strike starts. Also first sea-based Tomahawks launch. More to follow. We are currently clean on OPSEC. Godspeed to our warriors. So there's time. So yesterday under oath, they said they didn't recall there being timing mentioned. This is clearly timing. Now, if perhaps they were talking about prior to this post, all of the back and forth didn't include timing, didn't include I mean, it included a discussion of should we do it now or should we wait a couple of weeks? But there wasn't specific times discussed prior to this post. But in this post, there are specific times, right? He says right now it's 11:44. At 12:15, we're going to do X, and then on and on and on. There's also specific weapons mentioned, and that is, how is that not sources and methods? I don't know.
Well, wait a minute. So is the implication here that he's posting this at 11:44 Eastern Standard Time, saying that 30 minutes or 31 minutes from this post, that they were going to be launched?
Yeah.
So does
that's the implication? Yes.
But
This is the war plan.
But does that include the 20? Like, because remember they said they're going to have a 24-hour window for Trump to decide whether or not to do it. Like, does that include the 24-hour window? It's not.
That's
Not.
before.
It's not
before.
entirely clear to me.
Sorry, this
Yeah.
is after that. And you can tell that because of the flow of the messages. So you can see the 24-hour window is JD Vance and Mike Waltz's exchange, I believe, talking about how final the messages are. But this is what Sean Farash posted this morning. Mike Waltz added you to the group. You can see, and it also says here, MAR added MAR. So this, I think, is the part of where they're saying it wasn't JG. I don't know. Team establishing principals group, coordinate over the next 72 hours. You can see Alex Wong is the one pulling together everybody and putting them into the group. They start talking about who needs to be added, and those names are here. They go through, kind of, you should have a statement of conclusions, etc. JD Vance here comes in and says, he kind of disagrees with POTUS's take and maybe doesn't have the right information. Strong argument for delaying this month, doing messaging work on why this matters to get people on board with it. They sort of have a back and forth about this. Pete Hegseth responds to JD Vance's concerns and then mentions the 24-hour thing down in here somewhere. But you can see here, sophisticated anti-ship cruise missiles. Oh, that's talking about their sources and methods. So my question, I have a big question about whether or not this is real, right? Like the actual specific messages in here, whether or not they're real. Where's that 24-hour thing? Here, yeah. Hegseth says to Vance, VP, I fully share your loathing of European freeloading. It's pathetic. But Mike is correct. We're the only ones on the planet on our side of the ledger who can do this. Nobody else even close. Question is timing. I feel like now is as good a time as any given POTUS directive to reopen shipping lanes. I still think we should go, but POTUS still retains 24 hours of decision space. And then this message is we've gotten the go for launch. So it's ostensibly after the 24 hours, or Trump made a call within 24 hours, but less than.
So, I mean, if this goes into a court of law, which I doubt it will, but if it did, getting into
someone sued about it today.
So someone sued about it?
Yeah, Chris Paul had that up on his Telegram. Let me find it. Somebody sued a lawsuit about their use of signal in war plans. These people, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, my argument would be that there's no designation there about what day they're launching the attack. I mean, there's times listed, but that doesn't designate what day it's going to be. I mean, you can infer that it's 31 minutes after that post is sent, but that kind of contradicts what was said before, that once we finalize the plans, Trump then gets 24 hours to decide whether or not to go. So is this 12:15 today, or is this 12:15 tomorrow after Trump has the window? Again, that's just being a lawyer.
It's after
that's
that
just,
post, though,
very,
and he
very
says we are a go. We are a go for mission, and he says right now it's 11:44. At 12:15, it will be X.
Maybe. I mean, but I'm saying in a court of law, I'd say, but don't you finalize the plan first, lock it in place, then you have 24 hours to think about it? That's how I would expect it to go, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think they did that. That's the sense that I get.
but you're inferring it, is my point. And so I'm saying you're inferring that there's
No, I'm
no,
looking at it
there's-
from the timeline of the messages. When he says
I know,
we're a
but I'm
go
saying in a
for
court of law,
mission.
you're inferring it.
Maybe it
Yeah.
depends. All those messages are time stamped.
But
So
I'm saying like I'm not worried about them having like perjure themselves. Like I don't think that's an issue. Now like discussing weapons being used. I mean, what like the descriptions that are written there, is that specific enough to be considered like they describe the weapons being used? I'm not sure about that. I mean, I have no expertise there.
yeah, it's the fact that
that
they
is
said there
so much
weren't
less than
any.
I would have expected it to be.
Yeah, I mean, for
There weren't any
me,
what
it's
though?
we have a delay on this. I'm gonna refresh. I can't tell if it's you or me. Let's play an ad real quick and refresh, and then we'll keep talking.
Okay.
I got it. If I can find an ad.
Are you ready for the golden age? With recent headlines buzzing about Fort Knox, it's time to shine a light on gold. We've seen questions like, is there really gold in Fort Knox? And is the government secretly moving it? But the real question is, are we going back to the gold standard? In a world where economic stability is uncertain, gold remains a timeless asset. Fort Knox, the fortress of America's gold reserves, is under scrutiny, and this might be the moment gold proves its worth once again. Don't miss out on helping to secure our future. Gold isn't just an investment. It can help safeguard against inflation, currency devaluation, and economic turmoil. Whether it's for your retirement, a family heirloom, or just to have the peace of mind, this is the perfect time to buy gold. Visit badlandsgold.com to learn how you can add gold to your portfolio. That's badlandsgold.com.
Okay, hopefully we're better now.
Yeah. It seems
good.
like, yeah, sweet. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you go.
To your question about, is that sufficient enough to be weapons? They said no specific weapons in under oath yesterday in testimony. So I'm not talking about what assertions were made in the article, what any of that. I'm talking about what I heard Tulsi Gabbard and DNI Ratcliffe say yesterday was no. I don't recall specific weapons. There were no weapons. And what is actually, if these texts are real, the ones that we're seeing on the internet, if they're real, then F-18s, MQ-9 drones, those are all specific weapons.
Maybe. I mean, that's beyond my expertise, so I can't analyze whether or not that is specific enough. And then, of course, you're getting into the court of law. So it's like,
yeah.
I would think that like if you were going to bring up perjury charges, it would need to be, we attack at this time on this date, and it is completely irrefutable, like what you're doing. You know, that text message is a little vague as to like, are we attacking at 12:15 today? Is it 12:15 tomorrow? Is it 12:15 next week?
See, I disagree. I don't think it's vague at all. I think if you look like, because again, he starts, if we pull this one in, he starts with team update, time now. Weather is favorable, just confirmed with CENTCON. We are a go at 12:15. This is what's going to happen. That to me says this is happening right now.
Maybe. But I mean, none of this really matters. It's like,
Yeah.
we'll see what happens. I mean, if they actually.
And
do
I don't
anything
think
with this,
perjury charges are the. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I got a weird error message up here.
but
The
StreamYard's been terrible lately.
It really has been. Yeah. I'm not concerned about perjury charges. I am concerned about administration officials lying under oath. You know, so that's the part with that it kind of sticks, and I want to see where it goes, and I want to see what the full arc of this story is, because like if folks in the chat are saying, I don't believe that this whole thing is an accident. I'm kind of on your side. But Ghost has a great take this morning in the Badlands news brief, badlands.substack.com, that kind of lays out your 4 points of what you think the key takeaways of this whole Signal Gate operation are. I'm pretty much there. I need a satisfying answer to their answers yesterday under oath. And maybe that satisfying answer is in the House hearing today, which I will watch at some point. Yeah. So
yeah, I mean,
just to close out the in a court of law, your question of if this ever gets into a court of law, may or may not, but Watchdog sues Trump officials over use of signal for military discussions. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and other Trump administration officials are facing a lawsuit from the government watchdog group American Oversight. Where were they the past 4 years? For using signal to discuss military plans to strike Houthi targets. Filed in the DC federal court. Shocker.
Yeah. Well, this is funny because this might, based on what Gabrielle was telling John yesterday, this might come back to bite everyone in the ass in DC, because it might expose the fact that everyone in DC is using signal to communicate stuff.
Well,
we'll
they're
see,
encouraged to. But as you said, since 2014, they're encouraged to use it. This is a nothing of a story, except for the fact that a journalist allegedly got in there. There's still a part of me that thinks we're going to find out that he impersonated his way in there, or was working with somebody inside the administration to get access.
To that point, look at this. I just found this. This is from
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Yeah, this is from D. Scott at Eclipse This 2003. It says Mike Waltz says he didn't add Jeff Goldberg to the Signal group, but he will find out who did. Apparently, it was not NSA Mike Waltz, but his deputy Alex Wong, who created the Signal chat group. Yeah, we already went over that. But
Play the clip. This is what I was talking about, and he's talking to Laura Ingram on this, and he alludes to the fact. Yeah.
So they want to focus on this. It's embarrassing, yes. We're going to get to the bottom of it. I just talked to Elon on the way here. We've got the best technical minds looking at how this happened. But I can tell you for 100%, I don't know this guy. I know him by his horrible reputation, and he really is the bottom scum of journalists. And I know him in the sense that he hates the president, but I don't text him. He wasn't on my phone. And we're going to figure out how this happened.
So you don't know what staffer is responsible for this right now?
Well, look, a staffer wasn't responsible, and look, I take full responsibility. I built the group. My job is to make sure everything's coordinated.
But how did the number?
execute?
I mean, I don't mean to be pedantic here, but how did the number?
Have you ever had somebody's contact that shows their name, and then you have somebody else's number there?
I never make those mistakes.
Right? You got somebody else's number on someone else's contact. So of course I didn't see this loser in the group. It looked like someone else. Now whether he did
who did it look like,
or it happened in some other technical mean, is something we're trying to figure out.
And I actually, because I used Signal a bunch, like after Biden got in, I was in a bunch of Signal chats, and I actually had this exact issue where it was hard to tell when the group would get large enough and people were using their initials, it would get hard to tell who was who, because everyone, it'd be like MC or CM or whatever, and there'd be three people with those initials, and it became hard to keep track of who was who. So I actually kind of understand what he's talking about there. Yeah. This Andrew Fisher post is from Andrew Fisher at AC Pandy. Most likely it was Waltz's deputy Alex Wong who created the group chat. We already know that. But and accidentally added Goldberg instead of Jameson Greer, JG. It was just a heads up chat group for coordination among deputies and staff from different branches of intel. Hard to believe anything sensitive will be shared, but of course you have that hoax propagandist Goldberg spinning it, and that's exactly what I think. I think that like the group was just designed to like spitball stuff, and anything of substance would have been shared through different channels, like if not in person, right? But this just gave them an opportunity to be able to communicate on the fly about, hey, how are we feeling about this? Which again is not classified. There's nothing classified about it, and this makes sense. Jameson Greer is the U.S. Trade Representative, so that could that provides narrative shielding for why this guy got added to the group. Now, me personally, I think he was intentionally added to the group, because what are the chances that number one, a journalist gets accidentally added, and then number two, it's one of the most prolific liars in DC who then turns around and oversells the story in his initial reporting on it. The world then is like, oh my gosh, he has classified intelligence he's withholding, and now the guy's like released it, and it's kind of a nothing burger.
And that's an incredibly powerful thing, because if you think about the suckers and losers, or Trump is a Russian asset, or very fine people on both sides, these are things that people still believe to this day. The original report is what matters. The original headline is what matters. The correction is almost always buried. And the people who really latch on to and grab the story, the simple-minded folk that don't ask questions about things, those folks are going to believe forever that war plans were accidentally shared to a journalist.
Yeah.
That's the
Well-
power. That's the power of the headline and the breaking news headline.
What's interesting here is that I actually expected Goldberg to hold out a lot longer than this, because he didn't even last, 24 hours? He didn't even last 24 hours. It was like within 24 hours, he released all the, and he didn't last within he didn't last within 12 hours of doing that interview with Tim Miller. It's like, so
That's the thing, because
told-
he was so arrogant in that interview, Ghost. He was like, well, I'm going to have a lot of conversations with my
Conversation
attorneys.
about
And
what?
et cetera. Yeah. And then the thought, like
one
less than 12
conversation?
hours later, less than 12
Well-
hours, they're like, yeah, you need to get out there with this, buddy.
Well, he was feeling the pressure. I think he was feeling the pressure from his fellow brethren who were like, dude, you have the opportunity to burn Trump here. You better go in there with your hair on fire and burn him. And he's like, all right, I'm going to do it. And this guy is such an idiot. He didn't even realize that what he had was kind of a nothing burger. And he just is putting out there hoping that it's going to like catch on. And then Hegseth comes out and is like, yeah, this is stupid. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, like as I said in the take, the thing that really stands out to me after having like time to process it when I was writing my take last night is that they really thread the needle here, because when you think about what could have been discussed in this group, right? None of it was. Like, they didn't discuss China. They didn't discuss Russia. They didn't discuss any of the things that would have actually been like sitting there dunking on Europe over and over again. I mean, like, who doesn't know that we feel this way about Europe, right? I mean, that can't be a shock to anybody. It's embarrassing for Europe, of course, humiliating for them, but it's not groundbreaking. Had they been like, we're actually doing this to help Putin and Xi out, it's like that would have been groundbreaking. But the reality is, as I reported in the brief this morning, China has significant assets in the Suez Canal. They have 25% ownership in ports on both ends of the canal. They just announced plans to build another multi-billion-dollar terminal in the Gulf of Suez. Russia has ports as well in the Suez Canal, and they also just announced like a finalized agreement. A proposal that they submitted in 2017 was approved in 2022, and just in January was finalized all the details of building a giant naval base on the coast of Sudan. So there is a lot, like, they have a lot to lose from the Houthis, pirating in that area. And like I said yesterday, they can't go in there and do it themselves. So they probably were the biggest winners out of this, far more than Europe. But nobody's talking about that. And I think that's kind of the point, is everyone's talking about Europe and everyone's talking about Goldberg, and they're talking about all that. And no one's talking about the fact that Trump just bailed out China and Russia and did them a solid.
Yeah. Everybody should read Ghost Takes in the Badlands News Brief, badlands.substack.com. Also, please give us a thumbs up, a heart, a red pill, wherever you're watching us. We certainly do appreciate it. Helps us out quite a bit here at Badlands. So we have, I want to get folks' opinions from the chat. We have a lot of options. We're waiting for the White House and Trump's Women's History event, which is not live yet. I just checked. We have this NPR hearing, it has an hour and 10 minutes left in it. Or we have the SCOTUS from this morning, the SCOTUS arguments, which is the combination of two. And this is actually really interesting that this NPR hearing is happening right now, because the SCOTUS case that is being heard, or was heard this morning, is about Federal Communications Commission mandated subsidies on telecommunications providers and how those subsidies are managed. They're apparently managed by third parties. This is a combination of two cases. The third party in the two cases is different, but the questions presented to the court are the same about the federal government's use of, it's kind of this public-private partnership thing, use of third-party administrators for the management of subsidies as it pertains to making communications infrastructure available to everybody. So you probably didn't hear, but we heard in this hearing I had a post that I put up on the screen during it, but the question is that they're basically saying, listen, we know that we got a whole bunch of stuff wrong during the Biden years and the Trump years prior, and we know that we didn't report on the Biden laptop, and we didn't report effectively on the COVID lab leak origin, and we demonized a whole bunch of people based on politics. But it's really important that in an emergency, in a disaster, that emergency personnel have access to local radio. So you need to keep funding us. That's effectively what we were getting. Now, I think until we have, the Starlink blanket that covers us and provides access to critical communications infrastructure to everybody, which I do believe that's something that's coming. Up until that point, local radio is important. There are in rural communities in disaster, they need access to local radio. That does not mean that they need Elmo transing their kids. And that's the distinction, is that they're going to attach themselves, we have to do all of this opinion pieces and pointed adult-based content about transgenderism and blah, blah, blah. We don't need any of that. That's not, like, if we're talking critical infrastructure, it's the merging of things, right? Critical infrastructure, local radio is important. In a disaster, we need to maintain that. What the government and public-private partnerships in the FCC space have done is created, well, that means that we need to fund everything we ever want to fund on public radio. And public radio was one of the worst offenders, in my case, in the media coverage of us. They worked, in my opinion, with the plaintiffs and the government to report on the case that was filed in a way that would appear that there was witnesses and stuff associated with their claims. There weren't. They had this one woman talk about people coming to her door, and what they did on public radio, it was a Colorado public radio. What they did was they showed the video of two people at this woman's door, but they didn't play the audio. They just have the journalist telling the audience, and they were very mean, and they made her feel really uncomfortable, and they were really aggressive in their questioning, but they didn't play the questioning. They didn't play any of the audio of it. They just played people at her door, and the audience is getting, well, here's what happened from the journalist. Incredibly deceptive, meant to bolster a frivolous lawsuit. And our tax dollars paid for that. I'm livid about it. I want these entities defunded. And I don't think that to support critical infrastructure, emergency management radio needs, we have to fund the leftist fever dream of state-sponsored media.
I truly don't understand how the sponsorship works. So, like, we pay the people who work for NPR, their salaries are paid, right? Like, their salaries are covered
Not by us.
The
No. So the
By
way
who?
it works is that the federal funding goes I learned about this when the USAID revelations came out. The federal funding goes to the local syndicates, and then the local syndicates purchase the programming from NPR. And there's
So
a
they
sort of,
syndicate it.
yeah, but it's sort of mandated. And so NPR is funded by tax dollars, but indirectly because they're flowing through the local stations first.
So the local stations then buy the programs that they're then airing. Well, that's super backwards. I mean, like if the argument, like if you wanted to make the argument like in the 1930s or whatever, like whenever the hell NPR was invented, like if you wanted to make the argument that the government should fund like radio stations in in localities where people that are just open to the public and people can go at designated times whenever they schedule, they can go and they can get behind the microphone and they can talk into the radio and they have an audience, but that's it. That's all that's being provided. Fine. Okay. The equivalent today would be like the government financially supporting a platform like Rumble or whatever, like basically creating a platform for people to get on and use it. But that's it. Like they're not doing sponsorships. They're not paying salaries. They're not doing anything like that. They're just providing a forum for you to communicate. That's it.
Yeah.
But that's not what NPR is. NPR is like, there are people whose entire career is working for NPR and they get their salaries from NPR. And it's like, that is where it's like, what the hell? Because who gets to choose who those people are? Who gets to choose the program? I mean, that's where you get into the Like, you are government propaganda, regardless of what your messaging is. You are state sponsored messaging, your state sponsored propaganda. It doesn't matter what the propaganda is.
Well, and the fact of the matter is that yes, they are state-sponsored propaganda, but they talk about the imperative in this hearing. They've talked about the imperative of funding NPR because they have to fight misinformation and disinformation. You are the freaking misinformation and disinformation.
Yeah.
The Russia collusion hoax was not real. You did no critical reporting or critical thought about it. You repeated the narrative. The Hunter Biden laptop was not Russian disinformation. It was Hunter Biden's actual laptop that shows 600 plus criminal acts on it. They did no critical reporting on that, no critical thinking, no examination, no due diligence. They just repeated the narrative. The COVID lab leak hoax. Well, all the experts said, did you talk to any of the ones that disagreed with the official narrative? No, you didn't. You just said that they were debunked and you repeated that message. At this point, you've violated the public trust and you've proven that you're using public funds to engage in political propaganda on behalf of one party. You're done. In my opinion, you're done. You don't get to say, well, yeah, I mean, we did that in the past, but it's really important that we fund local radio stations. And here's the thing. The AID funding that goes to the local radio stations goes through, I think it's called the Consortium for Public Broadcasting, or the but it's a government sort of pseudo-governmental NGO entity that flows through the AID dollars into the local radio stations. And then, as I said, they purchase the NPR programming as a part of their thing, and then they carry that programming. That's how NPR gets paid. NPR gets paid in other ways too. They have endowments and stuff, but that's one of the ways in which NPR gets paid. They don't have to buy that programming. Now, sure, they might not have 24/7 programming, but they can repeat some stuff. They can figure it out. They don't need to buy NPR's highly political left-wing programming, but as in the current model, that's the way it happens. And that's, in my opinion, they've lost so much public trust that you can't, I think they're done. I think they should be completely defunded. I think they should be made to compete in the marketplace of ideas, see if they can generate their own audience without government subsidies and mandated compliance by the local stations.
So Steve Bannon uses the word smash mouth when he describes politics. He's like, we need to play smash mouth politics, like take no prisoners, like let's stop pussyfooting around and let's finish this thing. All right. Let me demonstrate to everyone how you do smash mouth politics, because I think, frankly, we pussyfoot around a lot of this stuff. When it comes to the transgender stuff, let me show you how you defeat this thing. Like, you just put a
canceled. We are on YouTube, Ghost.
You put a spear right through its heart. I'm just gonna. This is very, very easy. It's a very easy thing to do. Is you go to Wikipedia and you type in a guy. His name is John Money. So John Money is considered the founding father of transgenderism. All right. I'm going to read the first paragraph of his.
This is the twins story.
Yeah. Born in 1921, he's a New Zealand American psychologist, sexologist, and professor at Johns Hopkins University, known for his research on human sexual behavior and gender. Believing that gender identity was malleable within the first 2 years of life, Money advocated for the surgical normalization of the genitalia of intersex infants. And you scroll down here and you learn about the sex reassignment of David Reamer. So in 1966, a botched circumcision left 8-month-old Reamer without a penis. Money persuaded the baby's parents that sex reassignment surgery would be in Reamer's best interest. At the age of 22 months, Reamer underwent something where his testicles were surgically removed. He was reassigned to be raised as a female, with his name changed from Bruce to Brenda. According to John Colapinto's biography of David Reamer, starting when Reamer and his twin Brian were 6 years old, Money showed the brothers pornography and forced the two to rehearse sexual acts. Money would order David to get down on all fours. And I'm not going to read all of this, but he forced the kids to have sex with one another when they were 6 years old. This guy is the founding father he is the founding father of transgenderism. He literally is the guy who invented the whole thing. Okay?
And the modern trans movement lionizes him. They view him as a hero. He's a sociopathic pedophile that tortured children.
He worked for Johns Hopkins University. Yeah. He forced six-year-old twin brothers, after he turned one of them into a woman, into a quote unquote woman. He forced them to have sex with each other on camera, And this guy is the champion of the LGBT. You show this to every single parent in America, and they will be lynching these people in the street for suggesting this stuff. Okay. Now let's go to
Didn't one of those kids or both of them kill themselves
they
too?
oh yeah, that's the best part. Or
Yeah.
not the best part, the saddest part.
Saddest
Both kids killed themselves.
Yeah.
From the
Highest
torture.
suicide rate of any community is the trans community.
Yeah. Now let's talk about Planned Parenthood, because I saw that what's his name? One of those TPS USA losers was doing the whole Planned Parenthood is a satanic cult thing. Dude, we were posting that stuff on Twitter 8 years ago. Okay. You're like 8 years behind the mark. Why don't you start talking about election integrity? President Trump gave you social permission to talk about election integrity. Talk about it. Okay. Yeah. It's fake. The elections are all fake. Planned Parenthood, it's very, very simple. Showed them a video of what an abortion looks like, and let's talk about what happens to the baby after you pull it out. You carve it up into little pieces.
You sell them
like a butcher shop, and then you ship all the pieces off to the highest bidder. You literally are carving up human beings, and you're selling their parts for money. All right. If you show that video of what an abortion is to every person in America, they're going to be horrified of it. And they're going to say, let's stop this barbaric act. These are you go through one at a time and you tackle these issues that way. And you stop this pussyfooting around with like, let's debate about the merits of all this. If grown men want to go put a dress on and pretend to be a woman, have at it, brother. Like, whatever blows your hair back. But we're not listening to you talk about it, and we have no obligation to participate in your delusion. All right?
So I attended a Twitter space last night. This story broke by the Daily Wire yesterday. It was a trans story, notably. The story is that so we had covered, and I think even on Badlands, Vivian Smotherman, who was a trans female identifying burly dude that ran for Senate and lost. But the pictures, the past comments, all these things came out in May of last year due to the fact that they were running for Senate. And then yesterday, the Daily Wire broke that Joanne Smotherman, who is the partner, I guess, of Vivian Smotherman, and again, Vivian is the trans identifying Smotherman. The other one is female identifying Smotherman. Joanne Smotherman is a math teacher, and she targeted this child while the child's mother was fighting cancer and while the child was being showing signs of autism and being, kind of diagnosed and whatnot for autism, ADHD, that kind of thing. So vulnerable child in a vulnerable situation because their mom is dying of cancer, right? At the time that this is happening. And this math teacher starts grooming this kid in their junior year of high school. Fast forward, the mother goes to bring her daughter her coat at work. The daughter freaks out seeing the mother at her work, flies into the manager's office, ostensibly calls Joanne Smotherman. Joanne Smotherman shows up and is like, "You can't talk to your kid." She's like, "The fuck? Like, I'm her mom." She starts fighting this battle, this is in Durango, Colorado, trying to get support from the authorities. My kid. So the kid gets put in, the daughter gets put in a mental institution, comes out of the mental institution, is placed back with her parents, then runs away to Joanne Smotherman. So Joanne Smotherman and Vivian trans-identifying Smotherman go take this kid, take her out to a remote farm. So it's kind of an island of misfit toys out there, the way the story is told. It's a bunch of, kind of displaced kids and teenagers and whatnot. And they're out on this farm. The mom calls the police and says that my kid has been kidnapped, effectively. I don't know if she used those words, but I would use those words if it were me and my child.
I certainly would. Yeah.
Yep. And so she says, am I within my rights to go demand that my kid come home with me? And the police say yes. And so she goes out to this remote farm. Joanne Smotherman comes out and says, "Well, I'm calling my lawyer." She says, "Fine, call your lawyer. I'm calling the police." And the police effectively say, "Nothing we can do. This is a minor child." So imagine that a couple of radical days kidnap your kid, take her or him to a remote location in the woods to explore their sexuality. You find them, go to get them, and the cops are like, nothing we can do to help you. That's
So
where
there-
we're at in the state of Colorado.
So there are stories about not the salacious stuff, not the sexual stuff, but there are stories about, local governments and stuff. God, what is it? It's the Battle of Athens, I think it was. And I'm not advocating for anything here. I'm just giving everybody a history lesson about how
It's going to start glowing in a moment.
Well, I'm like, look, in 1946, there was something called the Battle of Athens, where a rebellion was led by citizens in Athens in Etowah, Tennessee, against the local government. And it had to do with, it was World War II veterans. They accused local officials of predatory policing, police brutality, political corruption, voter intimidation. So relevant to the stuff we're dealing with today, the election integrity stuff, not the pedophile stuff. But the long and short of it is that they basically showed up with guns, and they had a shootout, and the World War II vets won, and the corrupt government officials were overthrown. And it's like, that's not at all what I'm suggesting people should be doing, but it just needs to, there's perspective here. The perspective is that this country was founded by violent rebellion. It was founded by people who had basically reached their breaking point. And at the breaking point effectively was the British showing up in Massachusetts to take the guns. That was what they were ordered to do. And that was when Paul Revere hopped on his horse and started warning everyone, they're coming to take your guns. And everyone met up at the bridge at Leston and Concord, and they started shooting at them. So at a certain point, I mean, every person has their breaking point. As a parent with three young children, I will tell you my breaking point is if you kidnap my kids, goodbye. You'll never hear from me again, because if I get my kids back, we're going to go live in the woods, and I'll change my name, and I'll probably move to Mexico. But with both middle fingers in the air, anyone who would criticize me for that, you are on the side of Satan, and you are not my ally anyway. So
Parents' rights are civil rights.
Parents' rights are
to me
human
is
rights.
so
Are human
egregious.
rights.
Right.
Yeah.
To suggest that children can't consent. We don't let them jump out of airplanes at 17. We don't let them get tattoos or piercings. We don't let them join the military or consume drugs and alcohol, because we don't generally, except in modern times in the state of Colorado, allow them to, make sexual decisions for themselves, because children can't consent. Their brains don't finish forming until they're 25 years old. That's a fact. And so the fact that it's like, no, you can't do any of those things because we understand that children don't have the ability to consent to such things unless your math teacher is trying to fuck you, and then have at it. I'm so over this. And this, on that space last night, there were multiple parents in the state of Colorado that came up and told their stories that are just like this. We covered the story last week or the week before about the Jefferson County teacher who the school district helped the student declare homelessness, and there was likely a financial benefit for the school district in doing so because they get extra funds for homeless kids, right? But the homeless kid then lived with the teacher, and now they're in a relationship, and they moved out of state together. There's another student who they started grooming her kid at an after-school art club at the age of 12. This is happening when, and these are only the parents that are brave enough to speak up. And speaking up comes with grave personal consequences in the state of Colorado. You're the enemy if you're non-affirming in the state of Colorado for kids that can't consent. For kids often that are autistic and are being manipulated by predatory adults that are trying to take their autism, trans their autism away.
Yep.
I think this is why we have militias. When your government is so hostile to you that they're going to let radical predators steal your kids and keep your kids and play with their sexuality with your kids. This is why
why else would you form a militia? To go fight China? To go fight to go fight the Middle East? To go fight Europe? I mean, like, why else would you form a militia? It's like none of those countries are coming here to fight you. It's like, so why else would you form a militia other than if you have a gang of bandits? I don't care if they're identifying themselves as the government or not. you have a gang of bandits who are preying on your kids and preying on your community. Like, that's the whole reason you form a militia. So, and as long as you have the mental discipline and the self-restraint to not do something stupid, to not fly off the handle and do something impulsive, as long as you have that mechanism in your brain, if you can embrace that mentality, the mentality of 1776, the mentality of the Battle of Athens, all that stuff, you can win any confrontation with these people, because as I've said before, these people are total cowards. All they can do is call their lawyer and file a lawsuit and try to fight you in court. Like, that's the worst thing they can do. That's their best. Outside of, getting violent and getting
The worst
handsy
thing they can do
and
is kidnap your kid and
but
take them
at
to
that
the
point,
woods to explore their sexuality.
I would argue at that point, though, once they get that physical, where they're grabbing where they're trying to snatch your kid, or they're coming at you with violence, then you're in self-defense mode.
We would call it kidnapping, right? And I stand by it. It's
Do they not call it kidnapping
They
in
don't
Colorado?
know, because the age of consent in the state of Colorado is 16 and this kid is 17. And the kid has been convinced that their transgender and their non-affirming parents are the enemies. The kid has been brainwashed. And this starts part of the space last night that blew my mind. And I hadn't thought about this before, but of course it makes so much sense. You go into a first grade classroom and they're teaching you about Colorado. And why is Colorado special? Well, Colorado is special. Our governor is the first gay governor in the country, first openly gay governor in the country. And that makes Colorado so special. And then what do you have? What do you have, Ghost? What do you have? You have first graders asking the teacher, what's gay? And there the door opens and the kids are being groomed from the time they're 5, 6 years old. It is absolutely and consider that one of the biggest part of Polis's platforms is to get 4-year-olds into school with VPK.
Yeah, see, what this all comes to, at the end of the day, like the fulcrum, like the hinge of all this is America a country of God, or is America a country of Satan? And and I don't mean it to be to be provocative or to be that's a legitimate question I think every single person should ask themselves, because America is ultimately a country that represents freedom. It represents the human spirit. It represents when humans are left to their own devices, what do they become? Because if you look in world history, there really is no other place where humans have been left to their own devices the way they have in America. And so that's a great responsibility, because for the rest of time, America is going to be looked at as this is what happens when people are left without a system of systems imposed on them. What does it become? And we either become the thing that we all think of ourselves as, we think of America as being, which is the land of God and the land of righteousness, or we pull back the veil and we see the ugly rot that is actually there in places like Colorado, and I'm sure it's probably here in Virginia, of like the land of Satan, which is like the land of indulgence, the land of perversion, the land of
do what thou wilt.
Exactly. And the only way you beat that is you have to have the bigger stick. You have to be the stronger, because ultimately when it comes to evil, it's might makes right. There is no negotiating with it. There is no, signing a peace treaty. There is no ceasefire. It's might makes right. And so you have to be bigger. You have to be stronger than them. And I mean, shit, man, my grandparents who died 2 years ago were both 102. At 102, they wouldn't take shit from anybody. They would not put up with any of this stuff at all. And that was their entire generation. Both of them served in World War II. They came from that generation. And by both of them, I mean husband and wife. And that's the difference, is that their entire generation, there was no question. There was no deliberation. They didn't need to sit here and hash it out. They didn't need to be worried about what other people are going to think of them. They were like, no, I know what is right and wrong. I don't need to ask somebody else what is right and wrong. I know what's right and wrong. Everyone listening to this right now knows what's right and wrong. You know what's right and wrong. Like, when something is right and when something feels wrong. And we can sit there and debate the nuance, because there is going to be nuance in certain criminal political proceedings. But when we're talking about kids, when we're talking about, kids and sex, there is really no gray area there. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're talking about
Yeah.
straight sex or gay sex or whatever. It's all very, very clear what is right and what is wrong.
Yeah, no, the pedophiles are running free, and it's ridiculous. I want to address this comment. Ply says, "How can a parent not know what their children are being taught? Sound like the parents need to engage with their children, respectfully, with a first grader. If we're talking about, oh, we're learning about the history of Colorado this week, and the gay stuff is a little part of it, and it's interdisciplinary, integrated lessons where the LGBTQ message is just permeating throughout the things." And we're talking about, the elementary school ages, you're not going to know unless your kids say something to you. In the case of this kid, the 17-year-old kid, her mother was battling cancer. It was a family in crisis, and the girl is autistic. This is a predator. It's a predator. And to say, oh, how can you not know what your child is being taught by their math, that your child is being groomed by their math teacher? Like, she wasn't coming home with gay math assignments. It had nothing to do with that. It had to do with the fact that the mother was battling cancer. And so attention and focus is split. The family is having to do things in different ways to support that. We've all of us have been in crisis in some point, right? Like, to think that the trusted institutions can see that, oh, look at that, her mom's battling cancer and she seems a little autistic. Let me see if I can convince her to cut her tits off. That's predator that deserves exactly what they get.
Yep. And I mean, like, I have a kid who's in kindergarten, and every single night I talk to her about what happened at school. And, it's hard to get kids to talk about that anyway, because they just spent however many hours at school. And then it's like the last thing you want to do is come back and talk about what they just did for all day, right? So she ends up talking more about like the friends she played with and like the game she did, as opposed to like what they learned, right? Fortunately, my sister is a teacher at the school, and she's like a special ed teacher, and one of her students that she follows around is in my daughter's class, so she spends like most of her day in the class with my daughter. So it's like, that makes me feel really good about it. But I mean, especially once you get to like the teenage years. I mean, I don't have a teenager, but I can't imagine that. I mean, I remember being a teenager. The last thing I wanted to do was go home and talk to my parents like all night about like what I did at school all day, right? Whether it's socially or academically. So yeah, I think that's easier said than done. In principle, it's like a nice thought, but the practical application of it, especially when you factor in like life responsibilities, like all the other things you have going on that you have to balance out with that, there's an easier solution than having to basically helicopter like your kids. And that solution is putting the fear of God in demons. And that's not,
and
unfortunately,
accountability. Like, these smothermans need to end in prison awaiting worse.
Yeah, it's like parents shouldn't be living in fear of the demons. It's like the demons should be living in fear of the parents. And unfortunately, they've been allowed to proliferate. And I think there's just too many people who are willing to make excuses for the demons by blaming the parents and being like, hey, it's your fault for not being invested in your kid enough. And it's like, well, you can be watching your kid 99% of the day. It's that 1% when you turn around, it's like, that's when the demon's going to strike. I mean, that's how it always happens. So,
okay. Speaking of demons, can we deviate and go on a rabbit hole real quick?
Sure.
It'll be a short one. Okay. So Brianna Morello put this out this morning. Secret CIA files claim Ark of the Covenant has been found, and it may lie somewhere in Ethiopia. For ages, the resting place of a chest said to house the 10 Commandments has eluded discovery, yet the CIA records assert that the Ark of the Covenant have been located. Going down here, I just want to read this. So this appears to be another remote viewing session. You have the session number, the mission, and in the next page, you have somebody that is, kind of describing what they see, and it's wild to me. So the, target 0209 is the Ark of the Covenant. Viewer attained excellent sight contact, doing very well. Stage 4 structure. Viewer also exhibits the ability to keep AOL to a minimum. Have to be careful with editing, though. This does not seem to be a problem at this time, just something to watch for. Here's the session description. This is December 5th, 1988. Target is a container. This container has another container inside of it. The target is fashioned of wood, gold, and silver. The target is similar in shape to AOL and a coffin and is decorated with seraphim. See sketch page 16. The sketch is hilarious. This target is located somewhere in the Middle East, as the language spoken by the individuals presented seemed to be Arabic. Visuals of surrounding buildings indicated the presence of mosque domes. See page 12. Individuals in the area were clothed in virtually all white, had black hair and dark eyes. One figure I honed in on wore a mustache. The target is hidden, underground, dark, and wet were all aspects of the location of the target. The purpose of the target is to bring people together. See page 16. It has something to do with ceremony, memory, homage, the resurrection. There is an aspect of spirituality, information, lessons, and historical knowledge far beyond what we know. This is my favorite part. The target is protected by entities and can only be opened now by those who are authorized to do so. This container will not and cannot be opened until the time is deemed correct. Once it is time to open the container, the mechanics of the lock system will be found to be fairly simple. Individuals opening the container by prying or striking are destroyed by the container's protectors through the use of power unknown to us. So if you know anything about the Ark of the Covenant, you know that if you touch it, you die. Numbers 14, 19 through 20, but do this to them that they may live and not die when they approach the most holy objects. Aaron and his son shall go in and assign each of them to his work and his load, but they shall not go in to see the holy objects even for a moment, or they will die. And here you have remote viewers with the CIA, which I think is demonic shit, right? I think remote viewing is tapping into the demonic. And they're like, well, we can't do anything with it because if we touch it, we'll die, and we don't know why. And it's like, well, I know why. I thought that was funny.
Yeah. Well, and that's at Ethiopia.
Ethiopia in 1988. Yeah.
That
Based on remote viewer, who
Okay.
also says that we're Martians. I don't know if it's the same remote viewer, but the same program, the Stargate program, came out with we're all Martians because the Martians came here in 1 million BC to because they'd killed their planet, and so they decided to take over this one, and we're just parasites on this Earth. That's the key takeaways of the remote viewing project.
Here's something that's kind of sketchy too. This is like an NGO in Israel. This is like a pretty big organization, as I understand it. The Temple Institute. This is the group that is committed to building the third temple. And this is their website. And if you go to the visitor center, you get on to frequently asked questions, and it'll take you here. And then, it has when will the reconstruction of the Holy Temple commence? And the third question, where is the Ark of the Covenant located? And then it has this kind of long-winded answer where explains the Ark of the Covenant is one of the most fascinating of all temple-related subjects. It says, while some claim to have evidence that the Ark is in Ethiopia, and of course, moviegoers were treated to a fanciful version of the story in Raiders of the Lost Ark, in reality, the expression Lost Ark is not an accurate description of the Jewish people's point of view because we have always known exactly where it is. So the Ark is hidden and hidden quite well, but it is not lost. And basically they're saying we have the Ark of the Covenant. We know where it is. We're just not going to tell you where it is. And it's like, what? That's kind of a wild claim, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they have it. Maybe God brought it up to heaven. Maybe it's in Ethiopia. Maybe I see people referring to the Indiana Jones and the Holy Grail? Is that what it's called? No, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, which is the best Indiana Jones movie in my opinion. And yes, in fact, if you look at the Ark, then your face will melt off or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody knows but God. I also so I had heard that the Ark was in Ethiopia. I've heard that for years. I did not realize until today that it was based on remote viewing, which is like,
dude,
okay, so it's like Mars.
You know what? Because I know we have a lot of vets in the Badlands crowd. I need to talk to the sit rep guys about setting this up. I'd like to do a show where we bring people on and give them, it's don't show their face and maybe change their voice and let them tell this stories of the stuff that they heard when they were over there. Because I have heard from guys who were over there some pretty crazy stories about, and I know I see people in the chat talking about the Giant of Kandar. That's obviously a very fascinating one. That's the one where the soldiers claim to have gone to, they were investigating a disturbance and they came upon basically like a 15-foot redheaded giant that had like, I think he had multiple eyes and had like 6 fingers, and he speared one of the soldiers, and then they shot him dead, and then they flew him out in like a Chinook helicopter. And I mean, that's a popular story that's made the rounds on the internet, but there's no corroborating facts. But I'd love to hear some more stories like that, because I've heard other stories from other people, and I'm not going to get into like the nitty gritty, but like angels being chained up in underground bases and stuff like that, like rumors that they heard when they were over there. Nothing that was like security clearance or anything like that. This is all just like innuendo that people heard when they were abroad. But I would love to dive deep into that, because I think that's a rabbit hole. When you're talking about the Syrian desert and you're talking about the biblical desert, that's the desert from the Bible. It wouldn't surprise me if there is some dark stuff there, both holy and dark stuff in that desert.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot more to the world that's been hidden from us. And I think that I believe that more and more every day. I also believe that God has overcome the world through the sacrifice of his son, Jesus Christ. And so when we look at all of the desires to fill that God-sized hole, to figure out the answers to things that are unanswerable, it makes me a little bit giddy. My belief is rock solid. And so thinking about a bunch of CIA people trying to approach the Ark of the Covenant so they can somehow assume its power and
It's
just
so
dropping
funny.
dead. Like it's,
Yeah, like,
maybe I'm not, I don't know if I'm not supposed to delight in that, but I
I absolutely delight in it.
I
Yeah,
definitely
these are the
do.
guys who set up the child trafficking networks. I absolutely
Yeah.
delight in it. Yeah, I
Yeah,
I think
we
so.
know that we know that evil has a period of time, and I had a great, actually, see Bay Theater Dave in the chat. He and I had a great conversation about this a few months ago. But there are things. This whole world is deception, and I honestly don't know how you navigate this world without the Holy Spirit, because the entire world is deception, and to me, just true discernment comes from the Holy Spirit. So, interesting stuff. I hope we'll learn more about their attempts to open the Ark of the Covenant. Didn't you watch The Last Crusade? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, well, Raiders of the Lost Ark, of course, but
That one, yeah.
that was the one where they actually did it. They actually did it.
That's right, because the Last Crusade is the Holy Grail.
Last Crusade was when they were trying to drink from the Holy Grail, and the aspiring billionaire picked the fanciest looking,
chosen poorly. You have
he picked the fanciest
poorly.
looking cup, and then it's like, dude, no, that's not the cup.
It's the most humble.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, and that's how that is. We're supposed to be the body of Christ on earth. If you know Jesus and you've received the help, your job is to be the body of Christ on earth. In what universe does that mean? Building your own kingdom and trying to assume all the power.
Exactly.
Because he actually was entitled to all the power, and that wasn't what he did.
Yep. And he
That's our example.
And he chose to ride in on the donkey, and he chose to be he chose not to be the Messiah that they all expected him to be, right?
Oh, that part they were expecting a warrior, right? And he came as an infant, and he came as peaceful, and he came as blameless and sinless. But in the Holy Grail one, when they're trying to get to the chamber with the grails, and there's that thing with all the axes that swing, and the answer that he has to get to is that the penitent man will pass. Like the lessons in that movie of what you actually need to
that was good. It was good movie making,
good
smart movie making. They don't make movies like that anymore.
They don't.
That's actually what
they make them gay and retarded now.
That's what Burning Right and Chris and I were talking about at GART when we were having lunch. As we were talking about that, and just like how just like it would be fun to make movies that
It's
like
my
just
favorite movie.
good
of all
stories,
time.
just good stories, right? Yeah, Monty Python. Gosh, I remember when I was a kid.
Yet.
When I was a kid, like elementary school, it was definitely elementary school. The kids at my school, for whatever grade it was in, were like obsessed with the Holy Grail, Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a pretty freaking epic film.
Yep.
Bring out your dead. I'm not dead yet.
Yep.
All right, we have the boss. He's been speaking for, I don't know.
Yeah, I think somebody in the
6
chat said
minutes.
announcing tariffs. So let's check that out.
Yeah, so we will pull this in when we're done with this. We will go back to the NPR hearing. We don't have time. The SCOTUS hearing is 2.5 hours. So we will do that probably tomorrow or in the future on a day when there's less things to cover. We'll cover that long SCOTUS orals argument. Wendy B. Smith, rock solid belief. I love you both and appreciate all you do. God bless you. Thank you so much for the Rumble Rant. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Absolutely. And all right, here we go. Let's hear POTUS. I will chat with you later, Ghost. Bye.
Yep. See you.
Well, thank you very much. Ooh, that's a lot of good-looking people there. This is great. It's a great honor to be with you, and I want to thank everyone and welcome you to the most spectacular place, the White House. It's just an amazing place to live and to work in, and you know, I've seen a lot of good places, but believe me, there's nothing like this. It's just very special. It's great to have you here to celebrate Women's History Month. That's a big deal. And today we honor the legacy of incredible women like Betsy Ross, Harriet Tubman, Susan B. Anthony, Clara Barton, and Amelia Earhart, all legends. And their extraordinary courage and patriotism and devotion propelled our nation to glory and to greatness. They are great women, many great women. And thank you for the vote. You were very nice to me. The women, we set every record. We loved it. We loved that vote. But we're delighted to be joined by some of the pioneering women who are making history in our own time. A woman that's just absolutely incredible. I can't tell you enough about her. She ran my campaign. We kept winning. And then we did well where she won Florida by record numbers. And I said, you know, the second time I said, well, just keep running Florida. And the big one was stolen from us, you know. So I said, we better get her for number 3. And we won in records. We won every swing state. We won by millions of votes, the popular vote. We won everything. We won the districts at 2,750 to 507 or something like that. And we just won so big. And her name is Susie Wiles. And she, where are you, Susie? And she was just named by one of the very prominent media groups. I won't mention it because I cannot stand the people, but she was just named as, and it's true, the most powerful woman in the world. Susie, that is crazy, huh? That's a big, her father was a great, Pat Summerall, a great announcer, really great football player and announcer for the NFL for like 27 years. He really got the NFL. He did pretty well with the NFL. He got him off to a very good start, didn't he? But he was great. But she's got those same traits. So thank you very much, Susie. Great job. Also, we're going to go to somebody that's really the rage right now. She's the youngest ever White House press secretary, Karoline Leavitt. Karoline, look at you, huh? They said, sir, she's just too young. And I said, I don't know about that. She did awfully good because she did it during the campaign and she was awfully good. And she's been amazing. She just did another one just a little while ago. She looked at Susie and looked at me. I don't know. I think I'm ready, sir. How old are you? 27, right? 27. And I said, you're not too young. And she's knocking them dead. Everyone's talking about you. Thank you very much. Great job. And we have somebody else who's like a rocket ship, the counselor to the president. She served me well. I'm going to miss her, but we'll see a lot of her anyway. I hope it's on friendly basis because I've got to be very concerned because she's going to be the new U.S. attorney for the District of New Jersey. Alina, where's Alina Habba? Alina Habba. Thanks, Alina. She's going to be great. I'll tell you, she's going to be great. She's a great lawyer and lives in New Jersey. And I said, that sounds like a good combination. Everybody wanted that job. They're all looking for the job. I said, wait a minute, doesn't Alina live in New Jersey? Yeah, I think Alina's going to get that job. So congratulations, Alina. It's fantastic. I'm also thrilled to say that we have more women in our cabinet than any Republican president in the history of our country. And joining us today is a woman I've known a long time. You talk about strong women. This is a strong woman. Remember, they were saying he doesn't like strong women. That may be true, but if that's true, I'm in deep trouble because I'm surrounded. I got the strongest women. And this is a beautiful, strong, wonderful woman, Attorney General Pam Bondi. But yesterday, you know, she was talking about these guys that like burning down cars and plants and everything else. And I was watching her on television. She said, I'm going to get you. We're going to find you. And you're going to suffer. And I say, man, I don't want her after me. And, you know, it's amazing. The attacks have gone down very, very precipitously. And so Pam is fantastic. Thank you very much, Pam. Really amazing. Along with a woman who was given a very hard and difficult problem, the cost of eggs. This was the problem. The cost of eggs. Eggs were through the roof. If you got to see the Biden chart, it's like a rocket ship, and Trump is like this way. But I gave Brooke the Secretary of Agriculture, and I didn't know it. I didn't know it. She studied that in college. I didn't know that. I was going to give it to her anyway. It didn't matter that she studied, but it sort of helped, right? But she came in and she lowered the cost of eggs by almost 50% in 3 weeks. Right? Someday you're going to tell us that secret. I want to find out. But the chart looks great. It's Biden like this, and then we're like this. But we also, by the way, we lowered energy costs really like tremendously. Energy's way down. Cost of gasoline's way down. The cost of groceries, a word that I used a lot on the campaign. It's like an old-fashioned word, but it's a beautiful word, very descriptive word. And the groceries are coming down, Brooke, at a level that we're finally getting costs under control in our country. And people don't like talking about it because it's so good, it's so positive. I haven't seen one story on eggs plummeting by 50%, but someday they'll get around to writing it. Secretary of Education, she's trying to put herself out of a job. Linda, she's trying to put herself out of a job. She's moving education back to the states, and she's doing it at a rapid rate. And she's an amazing woman. I've known her also for a long time. She's been amazing. No matter where she's been successful, including with her husband building a tremendous empire. And Linda McMahon is very special. Thank you, Linda. Thank you. And it's getting praised, by the way, the concept of moving education back to the states, back to the mothers and the fathers. And you probably do it for less than half, and you're going to have great, great schools. You know, I say that in our country, they have charts, and they rate the countries, various countries, and Norway and Denmark and Sweden and lots of places are rated at the top. And Finland, China's rated very high too. Tell me that takes the big problem out, because if they can do it, that's big. So we can do it. And we're rated toward the bottom. We're at number 37, 38, 39, or 40 out of 40. So we're just about last. And yet we're first in one very nice category, cost per pupil. So obviously there's something wrong. We just have to repeat that, Linda. And everybody says, well, I guess it's time to do it. And it's been that way for a long time. And originally, we had it run by home state, so we never had that kind of a problem. But it's going to be, Katie, it's going to be brought back again, and Linda's going to do it. And I just say, you know, she said, you basically want me to get out of government, don't you? I said, that's right. Do your job and get out. But I promise I'll have something else for you, okay? I promise I'll have something even better for you, all right? But you're doing a job, and we appreciate it. Also, a special man. He's got a tremendous majority. It's so easy, a majority of about one. I think he's the only man could do the job because everybody loves him. Everybody respects him. He's really smart. Really, he's so nice. People say, is he smart? I said, you have no idea. He's actually, he's really nice because he's smart. He knows it's the only way you can live with it. Where is Mike? Mike, it's the only way you can do it. He's the nicest guy. But in actuality, he's not a nice person. He's ruthless. You haven't seen this guy when he gets angry. I'll ruin your image overnight. He is a phenomenal guy, a great speaker, Mike Johnson. Thank you very much. I don't know. Is that good or bad for you? I'm not so sure. It's okay. He said, whatever the heck you want to say is okay. First female Republican Attorney General of Iowa and an early supporter of Trump. And where's Brenna Bird? Brenna, thank you very much. She's so popular in Iowa. She came out so early, and I appreciate it very much. That's great. Alaska Lieutenant Governor Nancy Dahlstrom. Nancy, thank you, Nancy. Thank you very much. You have a great governor too, by the way, Nancy. He's also tall. He's seriously tall. I mean, the guy's like 7'2". He is a tall guy, but he's a great governor. I have a son who's tall like him. And Barron is very tall. They're all tall, but Barron's seriously tall, right? So anyway, say hello to him. He's a great governor. South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evett. Where is Pamela? Thank you very much. Good job you're doing. Great job. Good. And good luck with everything. I know it's big stuff, right? Oh, good. Thank you. Well, you have a great governor. Oklahoma Agricultural Commissioner Blaine Arthur. Blaine, thank you, Blaine. Good. Nice to see you. And so many other incredible women. I'm going to make so many enemies because I'm looking here. I know every one of them, and I'm supposed to say their names. Maybe we'll get to it. I don't know. It's a long list. For 4 long years, we had an administration that tried to abolish the very concept of womanhood and replace it with radical gender ideology. Maybe you heard something about that. They destroyed women's spaces and even tried to replace the word mother with the term birther person. A mother became a birther person. What's that all about? Then you wonder why they lost. They're trying to figure out why did they lose. I saw a congressman today for the Democrats. He was having a big fight on television early this morning, trying to make it so that really he thinks men should play in women's sports. He hasn't given that up yet. He was fighting like crazy. I said, this guy is going to lose. He's going to lose badly. The whole party is still into that. They haven't learned and we don't want them to learn, frankly. We want them to keep fighting. Let's not tell them. Under the Trump administration, we're ending the Marxist war on women, and you had a war on women, and we're protecting women's rights, defending women's dignity, and standing up for the American moms and daughters. So many are represented here, great people in this room. American women have never had bigger champions than all of us in the White House. I mean, it's me, but it's the group of men and women. We have a lot of men that are like Howard, our head of commerce, I see is here. What are you doing here, Howard? Oh, that's a good. He's got his beautiful wife here. I was saying, what's Howard doing here? It's like there aren't too many men in this audience, actually. But he's a big advocate, and we're going to be making right after this, we're going to be making a big special announcement, Howard and I and Scott and a few other people on cars. We have Liberation Day in America. That's where we take back all of this money that's been ripped off from us for so many decades. And we start a process. We're going to go with the tariffs and cars. And as you've probably been reading, it's all over the place. You've been reading and seeing and watching car companies and every other form of company. They're pouring back into our country at levels never seen before. We're up to, I guess, close, Howard, to $5 trillion of investments already. And there's never been that much for a year. We did that in a period of 6 weeks. There's never been any numbers like that. We've never seen. They're all coming. They're all coming in so they don't have to pay tariffs. It's very simple, because if you build your product in the USA, there is no tariff. On day one, I made the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. So, is there anybody, seriously, is there anybody that disagrees with that in this room? I was thinking maybe somebody from the press might raise their hand. I don't think so. There aren't too many people. You know, it's amazing. It's got to be like a 98% issue, right? So what are they doing, Marjorie? What are they doing? They're fighting for a 2% issue. That's good. Let them keep doing it. No matter how many surgeries you have or chemicals you inject, if you're born with male DNA in every cell of your body, you can never become a woman. You're not going to be a woman. And that's why last month I proudly signed a historic executive order to ban men from competing in women's sports. And it was very popular and very popular. We had a track meet, and it was so disparaging to great women athletes. I've known so many great women athletes. I gave Annika Sorenstam the Medal of Freedom here not so long ago, and these are unbelievable athletes, but it's so ridiculous. They had a track meet, and you heard me talking about long distance track meet. The man won by 5 hours and 14 minutes and 12 seconds. And I said, this is not good. And you want to see worse? Take a look at the weightlifting records. Take a look at the boxing. Take a look at this. The whole thing is ridiculous. And frankly, it's demeaning to women. And you are superior to men, in my opinion. What do I know? You are. I see you. No, they are superior. I've known it all my life, and I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy. I also banned puberty blockers. Can you believe I'm even saying this? And the sexual mutilation of minor youth. Now, who would think, let's go back 10 or 15 years. If you ever heard a statement like that, you'd say, what the hell is he even talking about? Right, Brooke? What is he talking about? Puberty blockers. But that's where we are. That's where we've come, and we're ending it. We're sending it back to where it came from, oblivion, right? So in the recent election, we did fantastically well with women. I kept hearing, women don't like them. I said, I think they do. Don't like, fake polls don't like me. That's who don't like me. But we're setting records in so many of these cases. And I was for women. I was for the women, the suburban housewife, where I stopped low-income housing projects from being built at a house next to you, where people were being decimated. The houses were being literally ripped up and destroyed. And I stopped it, and we've stopped it again. We had to stop it again. I stopped it first term. We had a great first term, a really successful first term. We had the largest increase in stock market value, 88% increase in the history of our country. We gave you the biggest tax cuts. We gave you the biggest regulation cuts. We rebuilt our military. We gave too much of it away to Afghanistan, this character. He gave billions and billions of dollars of it away to Afghanistan. And maybe we'll have to ask for that back, although it's getting a little old now. They're getting a little old. We're building new stuff. But I will say that it was such an honor working with so many great women. I've worked with women all my life. I've always been ahead on that subject. I had women in my construction business putting up skyscrapers in New York 30 years ago, 35 years ago, long before it was in vogue. And they were phenomenal. Every one of them was phenomenal. My administration listens to America's moms, and that's why I recently created the Presidential Commission to make America healthy again, and that's really caught on. That's really caught on. And Bobby Kennedy, by the way, is doing a great job. I think it's going to go down as another great choice. And we just don't want to treat the chronic disease crisis. We want to prevent our children from getting sick in the first place. And there are so many things that we are doing wrong. Something happened. If you go back 20 years, autism, think of it, 1 in 20,000 children. Think of that, 1 autism. You see it all over. 1 in 20,000 children. Now it's 1 in 36 children. Now, what the hell is that all about? There's something out there, and we got to find it. But can you imagine 1 in 20,000, and now it's 1 in 36, not 36,000, 1 in 36 children. And I see it all the time. And so there's something out there, and we're going to find it. We're doing something really wrong, and it might be very simple to even correct, but we're looking very hard, and Bobby's looking very hard, and we're going to figure it out. And to further support our nation's mothers, I've signed an executive order to expand access to fertility treatments like IVF. That's Katie. Katie. Where's Katie? Katie called your great senator from Alabama. She called and she was like in a little bit of angst, right? She said, "Sir, we just had a ruling from an Alabama judge who said you couldn't have the clinics IVF." And I was in my plane and she said, "It's terrible. It's terrible. Friends of mine are virtually attacking me," and said, because they're not really, people don't talk about it necessarily. Why should they? But Katie called me up. She did such a great job. And she said, "Sir, you have to get on this right away. It's terrible. They're going to close up all the clinics." They ordered all the clinics closed. And I said, "So Katie, give me a quick definition, please. Educate me in a minute or less." And she did. And I came out totally in favor of what all of these women wanted. And it became our issue. We actually took it away, Mike, from the Democrats. They were late to the party. And it was really, I give you a lot of credit. So thank you very much. Thank you, Katie. Great job. And I also signed an executive order to begin abolishing the Department of Education, as we said, but also to go back and do things with our school children that just hasn't been done in many, many years. But the basic is reading, writing, and arithmetic. And we want to make sure that they teach English, okay? But I think we're not going to have a problem. And you're going to see things happen, I think, on the education front like nobody can believe. It's very exciting. Very exciting. And so many of the states like Iowa, and Idaho, and Indiana, by the way, unrelated, but Indiana, they just signed Honda, one of the biggest auto plants in the world is going Honda, big company, would have never come here except for, let's say, the election. I like to say the election result, but let's give tariffs a little, well, without the election result, you wouldn't have the tariffs, right? So I guess it's all about the election, Marjorie. But one of the biggest anywhere in the world, they're building in Indiana, big plant, and we have many of them going up. Many plants in other countries have stopped. They've stopped construction. One of them right in the middle of construction, they just signed a contract. They're going to build it here instead. So you're going to see that at record. Just remember, I told you so in 12 months from now. But on day one, we're ending the inflation nightmare that Joe Biden created and caused, but just by his spending, two things, his spending, but I think more important, he destroyed our energy policy. And energy started going up, gasoline, any form of energy went through the roof. And then what he did to get it down a little bit, he went back to the Trump policy. Everything, let him drill, let him. They were very, very concerned. And it was too late because that jackrabbit had gotten out of the nest. And it was too late. They really screwed us up in so many ways. How about allowing millions and millions of people to come into our country, open borders, people from all over the world, not South America, but all over the world. They came in from Africa, from Asia, from all over the world, from prisons. The prisons were emptied into our country. I call them prisons and jails, prison being a slightly tougher term, but the prisons and jails were emptied into our country. The mental institutions and insane asylum, same thing. Insane asylum is mental institution on steroids, right? And I used to say, Dr. Hannibal Lecter, the great Dr. Hannibal Lecter is in a hotel room near you. And the fake news back there, a lot of fake news here, by the way. Fake news would say, "Why does he keep mentioning Hannibal Lecter?" I said, "You know why? Because we just won an election. We got a lot of votes because of Hannibal Lecter. We don't want to have Hannibal Lecter in our country." So we watched what was happening to destroy our country. And a woman, by the way, the head of Homeland, Christie is doing a great job. Christie Nome. She's doing a great job. She's getting them out. And Tom Homan and Christie Nome, they're doing an unbelievable job. She's tough. She might be tougher than Tom. Is that pretty tough, right? I'd say Tom is central casting, but he says, I think she might be tougher than me. So we needed that because she's dealing with a rough group of people. Millions and millions of people. 21 million people came in, but of that, at least 3 million are serious criminals. Many of them are murderers, 11,088. And of that number, about half have murdered more than one person. This is not going to end well. So We're getting them out in record numbers, and we're having a lot of problems with the courts because the courts want to pretend they're president, and they're not president. They didn't get 80 million votes, and they're not. They can't do that to this country. That's not their job, but we're getting them out in record numbers, and it's going to save a lot of lives. We got some really bad people in this country, but you see the ones we're taking out. Trendy Aragua, the toughest of all gangs, MS-13. And we're getting them out. So in just 2 months, core inflation has dropped to its lowest pace in 4 years. We've got it going down. The groceries I told you about, and energy of all kinds, gasoline, that's fallen below now $3. $3 for the first time in years since I was there. It's fallen below $3. We're going to get it down quite a bit lower. That's going to bring prices still further down, and people are going to be able to buy their groceries again. And so important. And again, I want to just congratulate you, Brooke. What a job you've done over there with the eggs. I was in office for 1 week, and I got this one article was so bad that Donald Trump has caused a massive egg problem. And I said, this is, and they showed it. It's like, terrible. But it was during his term that it went up, right? And, but they were hammering me that they thought they had us until I put you in that position. And I don't know what the hell magic wand you use. And now they don't talk about it anymore. It's terrible. Well, we'll talk. We have to talk about it, If they don't talk about it, we talk about it, right, Brooke? But what a job you've done. Now we need Congress to pass the largest tax cuts in American history, and Mike is going to get that. And I think we can finally say one big, beautiful bill, because everybody's there. I spoke with John Thune, is doing a terrific job also, and the senators, and we want one big, beautiful bill. Just put it all in that bill, and we'll figure a way to have it passed, right? We'll figure a way. But it'll be the largest tax cuts in American history. When you add that onto the fact that if they don't pass this, you will have the largest tax increase by far, because the tax increase that I passed 5 years ago, the biggest in history, bigger than the Reagan tax cuts, what happens is that jumps back to where they used to be. So if you add that onto the other normal tax increases that the Democrats want to give, this would be the largest tax increase in history by 58% or more, I guess, but 58%. And I don't know how anybody can vote for a Democrat, but I know one thing, that I believe the Democrats are going to be forced to help vote for this bill. And then we have the very important continuation of debt. I don't call it a debt increase, because we're not looking to increase. We want to just continue that line, and we should call it, I think from now on, Mike, we're going to call it the continuation, because that's what it is. That was thrown into our lap unnecessarily, but we have it, and it's fine that we have it. But I think we're going to get tremendous support even from Democrats, because otherwise they're voting for the biggest tax increase in history by far, by I think 38 points. And I don't think they're going to want to do that. So Mike, I hear you're doing great on it. And we're going to have tremendous goodies in the bag for women too. The women, between the fertilization and all of the other things that we're talking about, it's going to be great. We're joined today, fertilization. I'm still very proud of it. I don't care. I'll be known as the fertilization president. That's okay. That's not bad. That's not bad. I've been called much worse. Actually, I like it, right? I like it. Thank you. We're joined today by many of the women members of the House and Senate who make up so much and make this all happen. And I especially want to recognize the leaders of the brand new Republican Women's Caucus, Senator Katie Britt. Again, Katie, thank you. Thank you, Katie. Great job you do. And Representative Kat Kamek, who just announced a new baby girl. That's good. I also want to say driving force behind the effort to create a women's history museum, with working very much with some of the women in this room. I'm not sure if it's been discussed specifically, but to create a women's museum on the National Mall. And we have a great site. I'm very good at real estate, We have a great site, and Nicole Meliatakis is here someplace. Where's Nicole? And she is really working hard on this one. This is a passion for you, and you're working. It's a big, beautiful. She said it's going to be a big, beautiful museum. Well, it has to be. If it's for women, it better be big and beautiful, or we're in trouble, right? But we're working on that. Also here, I just have this list, and they're incredible people, so I have to do it. Otherwise, I'll be run out of town. I don't have the courage not to do it. Senator Marcia Blackburn. Marcia, thank you very much. So incredible. Unbelievable talent. Senator Joni Ernst. Joni Ernst. Where's Joni? Hi, Joni. I owe you a call. I'll call you. Okay. Deb Fisher just won a great race, Nebraska. Thank you, Deb. Great race, Deb. Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith. Oh, we love Cindy Hyde. Thank you, Cindy Hyde. She said, sir, could you do a rally for me? I said, yeah, I'll do a rally for you. I get this. Sir, could you do 2 more for me? I did. We did 3, and we blew him out, right? It was an Obama sycophant. We blew him out of the water, right, Cindy Hyde? So thank you. And Senator Ashley Moody. Congratulations. Where is Ashley? Congratulations, Ashley. Also representative, and this one is tough. She's tough. Lisa McLean. She's tough and good. She's a good one. She's a real leader. Thank you. Great job, Lisa. Representative Stephanie Bice. Thank you very much. Thank you. Where's Stephanie? Thank you very much. Sherry Biggs. Hi, Sherry. Good. Lauren Boebert. Great people. Monica De La Cruz. Monica De La Cruz. Hi, Monica. Good job. Julie Fedorchak. Fedorchak. Hi, Julie. Great. Nice to see you. A person that is more experienced than anybody, and she's still a young woman, very young, Virginia Fox. Virginia. What a good woman, right, Mike? A quiet woman, but she, underneath that quiet facade, she's a tiger. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Highly respected woman, I tell you. Thanks, Marjorie. Great woman. Diana Harshbarger. Diana Harshbarger. Where are you, Diana? Thank you. Thank you. Good job with your son, too. Thank you. Ashley Hinton. Ashley. Thank you. Thanks, Ashley. Good. Good job. Erin Houchin. Thank you, Erin. Thank you very much. Laurel Lee. Laurel, thank you. Good. Good job. Julia Letlow. Good. Nice seeing you, Julia. She's done a great job. Anna Paulina Luna. Anna. Good. Nice to see you. Another quiet one, Nancy Mace. Hi, Nancy. Great. Great job. And Nicole, I said hello to you and your museum, and you get that going, and we're going to back it 100%, unless the women here would rather not have a. Is anybody not in favor of a women's museum in this room, please? It's okay. I could see some, maybe they want to save a couple of bucks, right? No takers. Okay. You're all set. You have it then, I guess. I sort of thought that was going to happen. Celeste Malloy. Celeste, thank you. Great job. Great job. Carol Miller, great election. Thank you, Carol. Great job, Carol. A friend of mine, a beautiful person, a beautiful family. It's like she's got children. They're all supermodels, male and female. Handsome husband. Carol, Mary, Carol, Mary Miller. Mary. How's it going? Okay, good. Mary Miller's a really spectacular person and a great congresswoman. Thank you very much. 22nd grandchild. Look at her. It's one of the most beautiful families. It really is, starting with you. It's just a beautiful family. So you have a long way to go, Kat. Come on, you have to get going. Marionette Miller Meeks. Great election you had. Great election. Great. Great elect. Great job. Oh, Maria Salazar. Where is Maria? She is strong. She's a tough one, but they love her. We all love her. Thank you. Another one who's really good. I got to know her very well, along with Mike. We were having some talks, and she really knows what she's talking about. She was right 100%. Victoria Sparts. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you very much. And Beth Van Dyne, who's fabulous. Hi, Beth. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's such a great group of people. And there's others in there. I'm going to get killed. I know you're for me and I'm for you. That's true. Can you imagine there are others? I'm sitting and looking at others. I'm going to be in trouble. That's the problem. When you do that, you leave a couple of them out. They never speak to you again. They never. Now we need Congress to pass the largest tax cuts, and we are going to get that done. And we're joined today by so many people that are just so great. And we are going to have a little bit of a celebration after this is finished in one of the outer rooms. They have some stuff for the women. Much better. We did this for men. And, you know, it's very unexciting having a day for men. I stood up here. It was like I reduced the speech from 10 pages to about 2 paragraphs. It was boring. It was boring as hell to tell you. Throughout our history, strong, tough, visionary women have defended our flag, strengthened our communities, explored new frontiers, and expanded the American dream for all of our children and all of our people. Now, patriotic American women like those in this room are helping lead our nation into the golden age of America. And that's what we're calling it. This is the golden age of America. We want to do things that nobody thought were possible. You know, had I done it the more traditional way, which I actually did, but we won't talk about that. But had it been the, 4 + 4 as opposed to floor 4, let's see how bad they do. And then we get another 4 at numbers too big to rig, we call it. We have to go out too big to rig. They tried, but it was too big to rig. Had we done it that way, it would have been nearly as important or nearly as historic. It's much more historic. It's a much more important presidency. And frankly, because of how bad they were, we're able to do things that we could have never done if it were traditional. I don't think, Marjorie, we would have ever been able to have done the things we are doing now. You see what we're doing with the colleges, and they're all bending and saying, sir, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And nobody can believe it, including law firms that have been so horrible, law firms that nobody would believe. And they're just saying, where do I sign? Where do I sign? Nobody can believe it. And there's more coming. But we really are in the golden age of America. And I think you're going to see it more and more as we go along. Together, we're beginning our country's greatest era. And we're building a future that will be stronger, safer, healthier, and happier than ever before. And you're really going to be the leaders. I think you're going to be the dominant leaders. And you have a lot of them in this room politically. But just the fact that you're here and the fact that you're with us is so important. There's nothing like strong, beautiful, wonderful women. You have the heart. You have the whole spirit. You're amazing people. And it's an honor to be with you. And we're going to work together. And we're going to make this the greatest age in the history of our country. Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Crockett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. It should not be surprising that the president is doing everything possible to make it more difficult for the media to hold him accountable and for the public to be informed about his reckless and illegal behavior. Yet here we are. The Republicans have actually organized this goofy hearing to try to convince the American people that PBS and NPR are, quote, domestic terrorists or domestic threats. My apologies. Not the incompetent, unqualified Secretary of Defense who's texting war plans to journalists. But it's y'all, PBS and NPR, the American people are supposed to be worried about. You can't make this up. It's as stupid as it sounds. The American people should be worried about the president threatening to investigate NBC for treason for reporting on his felony convictions, or arresting reporters and stripping networks of their licenses for not saying nice things about him or not using Gulf of America. The Republicans' witness, Mr. Gonzalez, went so far as to suggest that because NPR and PBS reported on the murder of George Floyd, they, quote, represent a danger to our physical health as well as to civic health of our body politics. Ms. Mayor, do you think reporting on the murder of George Floyd and highlighting instances of systemic racism is a domestic threat to America?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I believe it's our responsibility to report on all issues of interest to the American public.
Thank you so much. Ms. Kerger, what about you?
I agree. I think it's important for us to report on the important news of the day.
So let's talk about the critical role of public media. During his first term, President Trump's own Department of Homeland Security highlighted the importance of public broadcasting's role in public safety. In 2018, his administration stated, quote, PBS and local public television stations play a crucial role in protecting communities by delivering essential information to individuals and first responders. These benefits are all made possible by public broadcasting stations' unique reach, reliability, and role across America, and are especially vital in rural and underserved areas. Madam Chairwoman, I would ask unanimous consent. I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the 2018
Without
report.
objection, so ordered.
And Madam Chair, I also seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the 2019 report titled Modernizing the Nation's Public Alert and Warning System from Trump's.
Without objection, so ordered.
In the report, FEMA encouraged, quote, the use of public broadcast capabilities to expand alert, warning, and communication capabilities to fill gaps in rural and underserved areas. Mr. Ullman, what's a more significant domestic threat, reporting the murder of George Floyd or dismantling most of America's emergency communication systems?
Can you please repeat the question for me, Congresswoman?
Which one is more of a threat, reporting the murder of George Floyd or dismantling most of America's emergency communication systems?
Dismantling the emergency systems.
And isn't it true that in Barrow, Alaska is the only, and
Yeah.
isn't it true that KBRWAM in Barrow, Alaska is the only broadcast service available in an area of more than 90,000 square miles?
That is correct. It's also the North Slope where the majority of all the oil production that comes from Alaska takes place.
Thank you so much. And isn't it true that without these stations' broadcast, Americans in rural communities would lack access to life-saving information and public safety alerts?
That is correct.
So in your opinion, would eliminating funding for stations in rural America like WNGH Channel 18 in the Chairwoman's District hurt Americans?
It would hurt Americans, yes.
In fact, Georgia Public Broadcasting serves as the official distributor of evacuation route information during state-ordered evacuations, and the chairwoman is here advocating to strip their funding. Look, the DOGE agenda isn't about government efficiency. It's about breeding corruption at the expense of the safety of the American people, particularly Americans living in rural or remote parts of the country. They don't care about public safety. They don't care about emergency management, and they don't care about free speech, all of which are harming American people. In fact, I'm going to skip off real quick because they have tried to come for you, Ms. Mayor. And I just want to clarify, you did not work for NPR when those statements were made, did you?
That is correct, Madam
And to
Chair.
be clear, free speech is not about whatever it is that y'all want somebody to say. And the idea that you want to shut down everybody that is not Fox News is bullshit. We need to stop playing because that's what y'all are doing in here. You don't want to hear the opinions of anybody else. And the Constitution says Congress shall make no law respecting or establishing of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Press.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Madam Chairwoman, can I put something into the record? Unanimous consent, please.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I'd like to put under this NPR article what Biden preemptive pardons for family members could mean for presidential powers. If I could submit to the record.
Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Jim Jordan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Maher, who is Uri Berliner?
Mr. Berliner is a former senior editor,
That's all?
a former senior business editor for NPR.
How long do you work at NPR?
I believe he was there just over 25 years.
25 years? Award-winning journalist? Did you win any awards?
Our time did not
Peabody
overlap.
Award? That's pretty important, isn't it?
That is
So
absolutely.
pretty distinguished journalist, right?
Certainly.
And he wrote a long story about what you do at NPR. Is NPR biased?
Congressman, I have never seen any instance of
Never?
political bias determining editorial decisions. No.
Well, Mr. Berliner, in his story last year, wrote, "I've in the DC area editorial positions at NPR." He said he found 87 registered Democrats, 0 Republicans. Is that accurate?
We do not track the numbers or the voter registration, but I find that
Was
concerning.
award-winning journalist who worked 25 years at NPR, Mr. Berliner, was he lying when he wrote that?
I am not presuming such. I just we don't track that information about our journalists.
87 to 0, and you're not biased.
I think that is concerning if those numbers are accurate.
It's concern. I mean, it wasn't 44-43. It wasn't 60-27. It wasn't 70-17. It wasn't even 80-7. It was 87 Democrats, 0 Republicans, and you say NPR is not biased. How about the big stories over the last few years? According to Mr. Berliner, again, he wrote on the Trump-Russia story, he wrote, "At NPR, we hitched our wagon to Trump's most visible antagonist, Representative Adam Schiff." They said they interviewed him 25 times. Is that accurate?
I was not there at the time, but those numbers sound accurate. Yes.
Those sound accurate. But then he said when the Mueller report came out and Robert Mueller said he found no evidence of collusion, he said Russiagate faded from our programming. Is that accurate?
Again, I was not there at the time. I couldn't say.
You couldn't say?
I was not at NPR at the
You
time.
didn't prepare for that? You knew we were going to ask you about this guy, didn't you? It's come up like 6,000 times already in the hearing.
I just couldn't say whether it faded from our coverage, sir.
How about this story? October 2020, the New York Post had the Hunter Biden laptop story. And one of those editors, I guess one of those 87 Democrat editors, said this: "We don't want to waste our time on stories that are not really stories. We don't want to waste the listeners' and readers' times on stories that are just pure distractions." Was that a pure distraction story?
Our current editorial leadership believes that that was a mistake, as do I.
Yeah, the whole country knows that was a mistake. Definitely impacted the election, or I think it certainly impacted the election. How about the COVID origin story? That's a pretty big story too, right? Mr. Berliner said, "We became fervent members of the team Natural Origin, even declaring that the lab leak was debunked by scientists." Turns out, though, the lab leak is what most people think actually caused the COVID virus.
Sorry, is there a question there?
There is. You guys were 0 for 3 on the three of the biggest stories in the last 5 years. You guys were 0 for 3, and yet you maintain that NPR is not biased?
Congressman, I do not believe we are politically biased. No, we are a nonpartisan organization.
Nonpartisan organization. What's happening to your listeners over the last 5 years? Went up, down, or stayed the same?
It has gone up and down and is now going back up.
Well, I thought 5 years ago it was at 60 million. And you said in your opening statement, I think 43 million.
That's correct.
So 43 million now, and it was at 60 million 5 years ago. I can do some math. That looks like it went down.
And is now going back up.
It's now going back up?
Yes,
What-
it is.
How much has it went back up?
It's
from
gone
what?
up a couple of millions over the past
Oh,
years.
so you went from 60 million to 41 million. Now you're back up to 43 million.
In a year's time, I'm very proud of that growth, sir.
Okay, you're proud of that growth. Okay. But over 5 years, it's went down 18 million.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Should taxpayers subsidize NPR?
I believe that taxpayers subsidize local stations, sir. That is the vast majority of where
I thought
federal
you said
funding
you got
goes.
11 million from Corporation of Public Broadcasting, which is taxpayer funded directly to you, right?
That is to support the public
And then
radio
local
satellite
stations get it
system.
from the Corporation of Public Broadcasting, right? They get taxpayer
100
money.
million that goes to the local
100 million goes to
stations,
local
yes.
stations, and then those local stations buy back programming and content from you. So that money goes to the local stations, comes back to you, gets routed through the local stations, all taxpayer money.
Those fees are actually based on private donations rather than on federal funding.
Well, we all know money's fungible, so some of it gets put in there.
Certainly, we could agree that money is fungible.
What, more money for less listeners? You fired the guy who pointed all this out, who said that you were so biased to the left that you lost listeners, which is exactly happening, and you're here maintaining that, oh, you need to continue to get taxpayer money.
I did
Hey.
not fire Mr. Berliner, sir.
Okay, the guy that left after all that. Understand. Are you fundraising off today's hearing?
Sir, I believe that there was a message that went out earlier today letting people know we were coming in. Yes.
Yeah, and at the bottom of the message it said, "Donate now," right?
I don't recall the exact
I
language.
can show it to you right there. It is donate now. I mean, I'm not against fundraising. We all do it. I mean, I get it, but it's I assume this fundraising thing is probably going to all the left listeners who are subsidized content by the taxpayers, and that's
The
rub.
gentleman's time is
That's
expired.
the rub. I yield back.
I now recognize Ms. Randall from Washington for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'm new to Congress. This is my first term, and I came from a legislative body that didn't have quite as heated debates in our committees, and we're generally fairly welcoming to our folks joining us to testify. So I want to say thank you to all of you for taking the time out of your schedule to come and share your experience with all of us and with the American people. I'm grateful for your time and for the work that you do in service of your communities and neighbors. American families used to get all the same news, right? Folks would have access to a handful of news channels. They would watch the same nightly news programs. They would go from one to the other to the other. And we could all agree on what was happening in our country. We all used to operate from the same baseline of information. But today it is no secret that we are operating in a much more diversified and fractured media environment. The content space, the use of AI-generated content, Americans now have to be able to discern for themselves whether something they are hearing is true or not. But investing in public media is a bedrock to our healthy, critically informed, and engaged public and our democracy. And I know that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have argued over whether every piece of programming is in service of the public. But I also want to point out that, in my fairly rural district, we have a lot of areas that aren't served by broadband. A lot of folks who cannot easily access numerous podcasts while they are out working on their property. They, have to maybe wait for something to download when they're at home using maybe even a wired internet connection, right? Like I'm in a dead zone for about an hour and a half as I'm driving from one city to another in my community. But public radio is broadly accessible. And it's important for, folks counting on the weather report, for kids who are, in pre-kindergarten who are watching Elmo and learning to count and do math. It's important for the young people who, were home during COVID and were able to continue learning with the help of public broadcasting. I think we have a lot of problems in this country, a lot of problems that we should be tackling for regular Americans who are struggling to afford to live, to afford housing, to afford healthcare, to be able to live the lives that they dream of for themselves and their children. I think we've got some national security concerns that have been talked about a lot in this committee. But I think talking about defunding public broadcasting and public media is an egregious misuse of our time here. Mr. Ullman, when we talk about cutting funds for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, we're talking about those local small stations that rely on that money. 70% of Corporation for Public Broadcasting funding goes directly to public radio. I know you've worked in Tacoma in the past. I kind of attest to how rural some parts of Western Washington are. It's not all Tacoma. What role do public media stations like NPR and PBS play in supporting local stations? What kind of programming do they provide?
The local communities are at the heart of the work we do. As I shared in my opening remarks, we talk about the people and the places there. You bring up a memory of mine. Chehalis, Aberdeen, Hoquiam area, KBTC was the only public television station there. You know about the struggles that that community was having over a decade ago, job loss, all kinds of terrible economic situations. We provided educational services there with a $500,000 local grant that we partnered with the community on. It was incredible work. We do the same thing in Alaska with military families, homeschoolers, elementary schools. Those are the pieces we provide. And then local news stories that people can use about where they live and what they do. That's what we do. That would be lost.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Ms. Carter, is it true that HBO bought the rights to Sesame Street?
No, it did not. It developed Sesame Street entered an arrangement with HBO for a number of years.
And it
which
was
is
a
now,
paid arrangement, correct?
yes, which allowed us to get the series for free during the period of that time.
How much money was transacted during?
I don't know. Sesame Street is a private organization. It is separate from ours.
Okay. Ms. Meyer, what about Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA as propaganda?
I'm sorry, sir. Could you repeat the question?
What about Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA is propaganda?
I don't believe that is propaganda, sir.
Okay. Well, in January, North County Public Radio, and that's a subsidiary of NPR, had Daphne Brooks, who apparently is a Black feminism scholar, on its show where it was hosted by the host Brittany Lewis, and it says, have you ever watched something on TV and thought, okay, now this is propaganda? Have you ever had that moment? To which Daphne Brooks replied, whenever I see Lee Greenwood singing Proud to be an American.
I believe that represents the individual we interviewed on air, not the position.
And
of
yet you
NPR.
say there's no bias on NPR.
That is not a
And
position
that
of
is not a
NPR.
biased statement, ma'am. That is not even both parties wrap themselves around this song. Every time there's a national conflict, Lee Greenwood sings it and he does a beautiful job, but you say there is no bias in NPR.
That is that individual's opinion, and she, of course, is entitled to it, but that is not the position of NPR.
Ma'am, you said in your opening statement that you were going to be transformative, and I believe you failed to do that. Let me ask you, why did you call President Trump a fascist and a deranged racist sociopath in 2020?
Congressman, I appreciate the opportunity to address this. I regret those tweets. I would not tweet them again today. They represented a time where I was reflecting on something that I believe that the president had said rather than who he is. I don't presume that anyone is a racist.
Which you don't believe anyone is a racist?
I don't start by presuming anyone is a racist, sir.
Okay. Has NPR or PBS ever conducted an internal review to assess whether conservative or right-leaning perspectives are fairly representative news and programming?
Congressman, what we look at is the distribution of people who listen to our work. And we can tell you, and I'm proud to tell you that for our digital, our podcasts and our website, the distribution of Americans who come to NPR does reflect the political distribution of the nation. In fact, the distribution on our websites, 33% of folks who come are conservative versus 28% who are liberal, and the rest identify as independent. So the
you believe
largest group is conservatives who come to NPR's websites.
So you believe that most Americans think President Trump is a fascist and deranged racist sociopath?
I don't believe that at all, sir.
Okay. Ma'am?
We obviously are constantly looking at the voices that we bring forward. We take to heart our commitment to bringing forward perspectives from across the country. Our programming comes from our local stations. And I mentioned in my opening comment the series that we did out of Arkansas, Southern Storytellers. That's just one little example. 10% of our schedule is news. The rest of it is either children's programming or programming based on history to give us all a collective expression. And we're constantly looking to making sure that we're bringing forward a diversity of viewpoints and perspectives and experiences that really do make up the fabric of this country.
Okay. NPR senior editor Leonard, it's been mentioned before, but he said he was quoted as saying an open-minded spirit no longer exists within NPR, and now predictably we don't have an audience that reflects America. Yet you stated that that the audience does reflect America. He was suspended without pay for 5 days for saying this. And of course, he eventually resigned in April 2024. You've also stated that federal funding is essential for NPR to operate, but also claim only 1% of your funding comes from the federal government. Which is it?
Mr. Berliner was suspended for the outside work policy, not for what he said, sir. In terms of federal funding, the federal funds go to support our operation of the public radio satellite system, which enables all of our local stations to be able to communicate information and broadcast,
As
including
stated earlier, ma'am, funding is very fungible. It flows wherever it needs to. I don't buy that argument.
We do
I
have a
wonder
separate
if any of
balance
the
sheet for that,
members of the
sir.
committee would comment real quickly. Would you agree that Real America's Voice, Newsmax, Fox, or News Nation, if they were to see federal funds, would you all support that? Yes or no? Mr. Ullman? Yes or no?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
Ma'am?
I actually don't have an opinion about that.
Ma'am?
I don't have an opinion about that, sir. That would be Congress's decision.
Thank you, Chair Lady.
Thank you. I now yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for allowing me to wave on to the committee. Mr. Gonzalez, I read with interest your testimony. It was so angry, so I thought I'd try to lighten things up a little bit. Who are 3 of your favorite characters on Daniel Tiger, or what episodes are your favorites?
Representative Khanna, thank you very much for the opportunity to lighten up. I think I've taken a time machine here. Sesame Street went to HBO.
Daniel Tiger, do you have some favorite characters? Oh, the owl, any of them?
No, none.
What does Ugga Mugga mean to you?
Nothing.
You've never heard the expression Ugga Mugga?
Yeah, I don't think so, no.
It's affection. Have you ever watched a Daniel Tiger show, or know any families who watch a Daniel Tiger show?
I don't think so, no.
You've never watched one? Yeah,
I've never
strong
seen Daniel
opinions on
Tiger.
it,
Sorry,
but I thought- do you know what Daniel Tiger is a successor to?
And I don't know Daniel Tiger, so I don't know what he's.
No, the show. What it's a successor to? Do you know?
No.
You really don't know?
No,
Honestly?
I really don't. I'm on the
You know
oath.
all the history. It's a successor to Mr. Rogers.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah. I mean-
Mr. Rogers, I know.
Okay. Are you familiar with his 1969 testimony?
I am.
He said, I want to quote, because it's one of my favorites. I studied this actually going to school. It's some of the most effective testimony in Congress. He said, I give an expression of care every day to each child to help him realize that he is unique. I end the program by saying, you've made this day a special day by just being you. There's no person in the whole world like you, and I like you just the way you are. Senator Pastor was a hard-headed fiscal conservative, said he got goosebumps by that testimony, and it's what convinced him to fund the public broadcast. You've said you wouldn't have funded it. Do you think Senator Pastor made a mistake back then?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think I agree with Fred Friendly, who testified and said,
you would have voted against.
I would have voted, yes, I don't think that you should have state broadcasters.
Now, what is the cost of public broadcasting as a percent of the federal budget?
I don't know, but it is
I mean, yes, come on, you're talking about the $36 trillion of debt that we have. You're saying this is a really important thing that we need to cut. You didn't research out what percent
it's
it is?
important on principle.
Well,
and it
no,
is,
but
it
you
was,
said the principle is a different thing. You're saying this is an effective strategy to cut debt, and you have no idea what
it was
percent.
5% of the discretionary cuts in the GOP.
It's 0.01%.
Right, but it was 5% of the discretionary cuts in the 17 budget.
0.01%
Right.
of the federal budget. That's one of the reasons Senator Pastor said, it's worth it in an investment in American kids. Now, you said Sesame Street is a private organization, or Sesame Street is going private. I didn't understand that because Sesame Workshop is a nonprofit. What did you mean by private?
Well, I mean, it's a nonprofit. It's separate from.
But it gets public funding. Were you talking about the HBO thing?
Yes,
Do you realize that HBO just canceled with them? And
I do. Yes.
And the reason they canceled them, and I'm trying to explain why Senator Pastor funded this, and if you talk to families who watch Daniel Tiger, maybe you'd appreciate it. The reason they canceled it is because it wasn't making a profit. Say, because when you try to do Daniel Tiger or Sesame Street, and you try to do what Mr. Rogers was talking about, helping the emotional and social development of kids, it's not easy. You got to hire people who are child psychologists. You have to hire people who are educationalists. A lot goes into this. And HBO said, you know what? It's not making money. We rather put on things that are geared towards adults or that are going to be conflicts. We aren't making money on this. And the whole reason Senator Pastor said that we're going to fund this, I know you kind of mocked in your testimony the kids, but the whole reason was that when you make programming for children to help their social and emotional development, it costs so much money to do, and it's a public good, then not everything has to be about profit. Do you have any idea what it takes to produce Daniel Tiger, who all they hired? Did you ever try to figure it out?
No, but I can tell you that the market said that it wasn't, and there wasn't enough demand for it. And that's the reason why HBO got rid of it.
Right.
Because there wasn't enough demand.
Yeah, so that's exactly the right point. Are you saying that everything in American society needs to be driven by the profit motive? There is not enough demand on getting ratings for things that help the social and economic development of kids. But you know what Mr. Rogers understood, what we've forgotten in this country? Some things are more valuable than money. At a time where a country is polarized, I wish we had a little more empathy and caring, and that's not a partisan issue. That's an American issue, and I would recommend you watch that testimony from Mr. Rogers. I hope the whole country would watch it.
I have watched it, and we are $36 trillion in debt.
I now recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that it's important to bring this conversation into the context that needs to be said, which is that we are $36 trillion in debt as a nation. We're spending 20% of every dollar that comes in from taxpayers just to cover the interest. And guess what? American people, bad news, interest rates are going up. So that 20% is going to get worse and worse. We had Ray Dalio come in and tell Congress that we are entering potentially dark territory. There's a number of red flags. We're at the worst level of debt. We're at a worse level of debt than we were after we left the World War II. Okay, we're at that level of debt, and we didn't just fight a war. We're facing potential wars and conflicts. We're at that level of debt, and we didn't just emerge from a recession or a depression. If that happens today, you'll see the dollar no longer be the world reserve currency, and we will be in serious trouble. And so that is the context that we're in. Look, if there was all the money in the world, it's fine to throw money around, but we don't have all the money in the world. And the question that we have at hand today is it appropriate to spend taxpayer dollars on things that may not be necessary anymore? And so my question, Mr. Gonzalez, at one point in time, there was state-sponsored speech directly. It was the form of town criers, correct? So government used to fund people to go out in the street and deliver the news of the day vocally at street corners, correct? Okay, why don't we do that today?
Well, I think it's because we'd have better ways of delivering the news.
I think you get my point. Like today, at one point in time, there was very limited access to news, and there was an appropriate time where potentially we needed to have state-sponsored news. But is that the way? Do we need that today?
No, we do not. And may I quote Thomas Jefferson on this very point, since you bring this up? He said, "To compel a man to furnish contributions of money for the propagation of opinions which he disbelieves and abhors is sinful and tyrannical." This is what I base my opposition to public funding for media.
Yeah, and that's why I think that given this context, like, let's be real. It was said that we're attacking free speech. This is state-sponsored speech, and the very reason why we have these witnesses before us today isn't because they're totally being funded or completely being funded. We're not bringing in Disney Channel in here, right? We're not bringing in National Geographic, right, for their content. The reason why we're having this conversation is because we are funding you, and because we're funding you, the taxpayers get to have an opportunity to ask, why are we funding some of this content that they might disagree with? Right?
Yeah, no, that's completely right. In fact, I think that PBS and NPR, but especially PBS, will thrive on the membership model They keep saying it's such a small percentage. Well, if it's the public funding, if it's such a small percentage, then no problem.
Yeah.
We could
So,
do
Ms.
better.
Maurer, I'm going to ask a very difficult question, but if you're in my shoes and you have to face the fact, can we fund Social Security or do we spend money on NPR? Which would you choose?
Congressman, I would argue that in one of
Which,
the
if you had to pick, if you were forced to make a decision, there wasn't enough money to go around, Social Security or NPR?
we know how important public media is to our nation's seniors, sir.
More important than Social Security. I
I-
think the
I'm
American
just-
people disagree.
I think that I'm,
Ms. Kerger, let me ask this. Would it be more appropriate to fund PBS or to fund veterans health care? If given limited resources, which is where we're at.
I recognize the limited resources, and I feel that both are important for this country.
And I think what the American people want to know is when they're sending money, their taxpayer dollars, and they're funding things like Independent Lens. And look, I like some of the content on your stations. I love Nova, but you know what? Nova competes with National Geographic and Nature. Why are we funding something that competes with these private sector industries? I like Sesame Street, but I also know that it's competing directly with Handy Manny, Doc McStuffins, and Little Einsteins, right? Those exist, and we're not funding them. They're not here having to defend their content. But because we are funding it, I'm going to ask you, why are we funding episodes of Real Lens, Independent Lens, about an episode called Real Boy, a trans teen navigates adolescent sobriety and physical emotional ramifications? That's what the American people want to know. Social Security.
We're out
or
of
this
time, but our
program.
witnesses can answer the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was a documentary that was produced for adults as part of our primetime audience. And it was part of a point of view that we share to try to help people understand the wide breadth of experiences of people across the country.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I now recognize the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank the witnesses for being here today. I am a strong supporter of public broadcasting, and I am a regular listener and watcher of the public broadcasting stations here in DC. Public broadcasting is a public good. WETA's DC's local PBS station is proudly home to the world's longest running high school quiz show. For over 60 years, the show, It's Academic, has showcased some of the best and brightest high school students in the capital region. President Reagan once praised It's Academic as, quote, a reminder of the importance of education, end quote. And even Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas made a guest appearance. One area student who competed on the show said, quote, it's made me a lot smarter, end quote. And quote, getting to say that I've been on a TV show is really cool, end quote. It's Academic is just one example of local public media programming that celebrates and lifts up the community. Mr. Ullman, in your experience as head of the Alaska Public Media, why is it important for public media to elevate local voices?
Thank you so much for that question. There are stories to be told all over this great nation of ours. And one of the things that I take the utmost pride in is being someone who can provide the strategy and build the resources and build the capacity to ensure that we can capture video about those uniquely Alaskan stories. We can capture audio about those uniquely Alaskan stories. And what we do is we take that opportunity to not only tell those stories for ourselves within our great state, but we also work with our national partners. This local national partnership is essential. Without PBS, without NPR, you wouldn't hear stories, news stories, public affairs stories, community stories from Alaska. You wouldn't see them on the PBS NewsHour. This is vital. It's vital for Alaskans to know that they're connected to their nation and that what we do in Alaska matters to our nation. Thank you again for that question.
Ms. Kruger, I would love to hear your bigger picture taker on this. If PBS stations are suddenly taken off the air, what would be lost to communities across the country?
I've spent a good part of my time as the president of PBS traveling and visiting our stations across the country because I feel for me to do my job well, I need to understand what the role of our stations are in communities. That means spending time not just with station management, but also with people in the community. So I've been to all 50 states. And the reason that we are here and the reason that we are arguing so passionately for funding, recognizing there are very difficult challenges in our country right now, is that many of our smaller and actually medium-sized stations would not exist without the federal appropriation. And when you look at a station like Cookeville, Tennessee, which serves part of Appalachia, 50% of their budget comes from the federal government. Those are stations that I've seen that have small staffs that do extraordinary work. And those are the stations that I worry would not survive. This would be an existential moment for them. And that's why I think this is so important.
The DC area NPR station similarly provides acclaimed programming, including up-to-the-minute news and local shows exploring the DC cultural scene and sharing stories from all over the city, including historically marginalized areas. The station also produces award-winning journalism, such as an investigative feature on local families coping with sickle cell disease. Throughout the country, more and more local news outlets are closing each day at a rate of more than 2 per week. This has made public radio reporting all the more important. Ms. Maher, why is it beneficial for journalists to live in the communities they cover?
We'll let the witness quickly answer and then we're out of time.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We find that enabling public radio to continue to be funded allows for us to meet the needs of people who live in news deserts, and having journalists who are from that community means they can prioritize the needs of that community, whether it's sickle cell issues in DC or whether it's the price of sorghum in our agricultural heartland, whether it is thinking about the wildfires that we see across the center and west of our country, or whether it is the impact of storms across the Gulf and southern parts of our country. We recognize local journalists. They speak the language. They recognize the pronunciations of the places that they come from. They come from the community. It is tremendous value to enable that we are for America, from Americans, and all American voices are heard.
Also, we pay. So, that's exciting. We pay them so they can say what we want. What's up, everybody? We're about to end this stream, but we had some rumble rants, so I wanted to jump on and read them. Log Cabin Chad, thank you all for providing coverage. Thank you so much for your support. Ashley D, thank you. Jessica Storm is an absolute badass. We love her a lot. She'll be back opening the feed tomorrow morning. And then Mima Hunter, Ash and Gordon, you are rock stars. Thanks for your nonstop commitment to Badlands. Thank you so much for your support. And it is our honor. I can speak for Gordon in that, I think. We love what we do. And even when it means listening to that struggle session that just happened, that was tough. Anyway, we're going to get out of here now. We were waiting for President Trump's tariff thing to happen, but we still haven't. It still hasn't. We do have a JD Vance video that is on X, so I'll probably play that When I get out of here, please hit the thumbs up button. Really important to us. The heart, the red pill, the thumbs up, wherever you're watching us, please smash the thumb. Stay tuned later this evening on Badlands for Spellbreakers, Altered State, and the Devolution Power Hour. Should be a good lineup this evening. There's so much going on. So tune in for that. And we will be back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for Badlands Live, 9 to 5. Please remember to hit that like button, guys. And here, let me give you JD on the way out. If Trump does do the auto tariff thing, or if we happen to miss it, then we'll play it. We'll start out with it tomorrow morning. But here we go. Everybody have a good night. Oh, wait, there's no sound. Why is there no sound?
In the nation's wars, and that is what the Marine Corps is going to do. Under President Trump's leadership, we believe in a very simple principle. We don't care who you are, where you came from. We don't care what skin color you are. We care about excellence, and we care about patriotism. And if you are awesome and you are a patriotic young Marine, then we are going to do everything that we can to make you the most lethal fighting force the world has ever seen. And that is what we're doing every single day. No more quotas. No more ridiculous mumbo jumbo, no more diversity trainings. We believe the real strength and the real diversity in the United States Marine Corps is that you all come from every walk of life, come from every corner of America, and you have got the strength and the purpose to win the nation's wars. And that is what the Marine Corps is going to do, just like it's done for damn near 250 years.
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.